Yep, I've begun.
Cool. Do you want to clap?
Yes, absolutely.
Ready, Am. 1, 2, 3. Did you clap?
Yeah.
Oh. That must have been so on time that we didn't hear each other.
Shall we do one more?
Yeah, let's do it. All right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Cool. I didn't hear your clap.
I think we've got it. People. Well done.
I think we got it. That's a take.
Right.
That's a wrap.
Well then, everyone. Good chat, Sean. I'll speak to you when we talk about cats next month. That'll be fantastic.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait.
I can't wait to dissect that masterpiece.
We talk tales and fur.
We talk the birth of a new generation of furries. Between that and Zootropolis, it's been a good time for furries.
It's been a great year for furries. It's never been
a great year for furries.
It's never been a better time to be sexually attracted to anthropomorphic animals ever. I think it's a real golden age. I mean, imagine if you were in the. Could you imagine being like a young lad in? So let's say like medieval ages. You'd be fucked, wouldn't you? You'd be fucked.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah, you'd have to like.
I mean, you're fucked if you're outside anything beyond the heteronormative gender preference, right?
Yeah.
Back then, so unless you're in the Catholic Church. Yeah.
What are you?
Low-hanging fruit.
Hello, boy. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing there, Timmy? I was just getting a gander of that tapestry of a rabbit. It's the only porn I've got.
It's all I have.
It's all I've got, sir.
Well, it's even worse. What if? I mean, someone must have with Beatrix Potter, right?
Oh, I bet.
I mean,
yeah.
Because this is such a wide world, and she's well distributed enough at this point that somewhere out there, someone realised they were a furry after like checking out Beatrix Potter.
Yeah, I have no doubt about it.
No, I feel dirty even linking Beatrix Potter, but I shouldn't say dirty. Like, I don't want to misconstrue the furry community. Like,
because
to be honest, there needs to be like a serious Louis Theroux documentary on it or something, because there's so much I really don't know, and yet it's such a prevalent thing.
It's one of those things. You're right. Well, I would love a Louis Theroux style documentary, because. No, I wouldn't just want to be like shocked and awed by it. I would actually like to genuinely learn a lot more about the about everything, basically. Like you say, the community, the kind of the what were they called? The meetups, the pageants. What are they called? The fucking conventions.
We can talk about Furfest 2017.
Rainforest.
Rainforest. That's it. Somebody has pissed in the pool. Looks like it's home time. I love the internet historian.
There's more.
But wait, there's more. Everything sounds so like sexually suggestive. He just has that kind of voice. It's like everything's said with a gentle smile. Like his avatar of that old man, you know, like the old man watermark kind of well-known image. Like, it's so perfect for that image.
I know.
But wait, there's
more.
Rady Shady
here.
Best adverts.
We'll
as well.
We'll never get
JonTron wishes.
Yeah, we'll never get a raid sponsorship.
I don't know, mate. They're everywhere.
I know.
They'll sponsor anyone. They sponsor people who don't want to be sponsored. There's another YouTuber, Civi11. It's quite funny, and he just keeps saying, he's like, stop send. Like, he's like, you can keep sending this stuff, but I don't want to be sponsored. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I'm saying on record
fair
now.
Enough.
Yeah, I'm saying on record now. Please stop calling me.
Yeah. And I got no problem either way if someone wants to do a sponsorship like that. I think, you know, the video is free.
Yeah, exactly.
And YouTube does more than enough to try and demonetize everything as is. Yeah. So, man's got to eat.
Man got to eat. Man got to eat. Man got to eat lobster.
As long as they can be, you know, JonTron or Internet Historian have the right idea. Like, Game Grumps do pretty good ones as well, from what I remember. They used to do like pretty decent adverts. It's kind of weird and off kilter.
Yeah, did you ever see? Did I ever show you that video, Map Men?
Yes.
They do like whole.
They're great. Those two.
They just do.
I've stuck on them.
They just do random segues, don't they? Just do on a big old ad spree at the end. It's like, fuck's sake.
They're so delightfully English as well. It's like, yes, represent
me.
Represent me.
Witness me. Witness me.
We'll get into Fury Road at some point.
Oh, I'd love to. Oh, yes, actually.
Definitely. Like the revitalization the revitalization of like the proper grit action film.
Yeah.
You know,
and
a 70-year-old reminding everyone how to do it.
Exactly. I was just going to say, let's just watch.
Miller,
let's just watch these old Aussie blokes school these young lads how to make a fucking action movie, and just it's like, it's the last stunt of the movie. Fuck it, I'm doing it myself because I'm the head stunt coordinator. Yeah, but John, you're in your late 60s. Fuck it.
Yeah, it's fine. I've done this since I was a babe.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of hoping I'll die in the crash. I've grown tired of living.
I'll be honest. I've always wanted to go out on a bang, and this is literally a big bang. So
yeah, big bang.
As long as the truck explodes, I'm happy.
I'm a happy boy, and as long as there's hookers there, I'm all good to go, mate. Yeah. Anyway,
as long as there's hookers. Not my loved ones.
No, and not in the car either. Just standing on the sideline, cheering me on. I'll go on to it. Yay!
Yay! Look at our tits! Yay! Look at our tits, Archie!
You're distracting me, girls. I can't hit the bomb.
He died as he lived, staring at tits. From a
he took out the whole second unit team, but at least he died in a bang. He said it would be victimless. It isn't victimless.
Fucker wanted to take as many of us with him as possible.
And the girls?
We should have known.
And the girls got beaten pretty badly by their pimp afterwards. It was quite horrific.
He was not happy with the overtime. He doesn't do overtime unpaid. Anyway.
Gator don't do overtime. That's what they were.
Gators bitches better be wearing jammies. Gators bitches better be not getting babies.
Oh my!
You be stepping off.
Stepping off, mate. Oh.
Oh my god.
Anyways,
is that even Aussie slang?
I don't know, mate. Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, Sean.
Thomas,
would you like to humbly introduce the film? Since I did Perfect Blue last time, would you like to humbly introduce The Lighthouse?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, welcome back to For Anyone Who Cares. This episode we're doing The Lighthouse by Robert Eggers, came out in 2019. I love this film. I absolutely adore this film. It's one of those where it's like, it's gonna be hard pressed to not stay in the top 10. I'll be very surprised if I find as many films that I love to somehow knock it off that list. It's the word to summarize, it's a great study in gaslighting. So it's about two men who set up a watch, their wikis. So they look after the lighthouse, set out on a little isle where it's literally just a barren rock with nothing but a few pathways, the lighthouse and the building itself. And there's a young wiki and an old wiki, Winslow and Thomas. And as the film goes on, we basically watch these two men absolutely fall apart and degrade into absolute madness. It's a very, very lean, precise character study on descending into madness. And there's a lot of imagery in there. There's a lot of allusions to mythology and allegorical kind of allusions to Prometheus, to all kinds of things. And yeah, it's a great kind of film. Very, very, very theatrical. It's very much its own thing. And it has that kind of hyper-reality feel to it, which Robert Eggers is absolutely excellent at.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically, the lighthouse, two men go mad, and they want to see the young one, Winslow, wants to see what's up at the lighthouse, the light itself. Yeah. Which, for some reason, Tom is keeping hidden from him and forbidding him to actually take watch on the lighthouse light itself. And as the film goes on, that kind of unravels. And yeah, without going any further, I think I'll leave it there.
Yeah, very good. I think William Dafoe actually described it when he was asked in an interview. They were like, "So what's The Lighthouse about?" And he was like, "It's about two men trapped in a phallus." And that's all he said.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So it's like, do you think the metaphor is they're the sperm and they have to ascend the shafty tower to eventually accumulate outside the urethra light itself?
Essentially.
That's the real.
Yeah, basically, William Dafoe and Robert Pattinson are the pre-cum. They're the pre-cum and
the jism.
Yeah, the jism, and it's just a big old wank. The film. We're just waiting.
It's
for
literally
the
a wank fest.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for the climax, basically. Oh God.
Sorry to be gross, but it's also quite appropriate, really.
Oh God, yeah. The film is unashamedly gross. And it's one of those films that I think what he does incredibly well is he delves into so many different genres. I mean, at the heart of it, it's kind of a bit of a mystery. There's some horror aspects to it, but then, like, the characters are cracking jokes right at the end of the film. Right at the end, there's even jokes cracked, and there's bits of it that I genuinely laughed out loud at.
Absolutely, there's some. It's hilarious at points.
Yeah, absolutely hilarious, but also
no jokes.
No. Not a
single
zingers.
Joke is told. No
zingers. No fucking really awkward, crappy joke that you might see in
some improv that they've kind of bashed out over 8 hours and try and edit it into a 3-minute scene. You can get whoever you want, however talented they are. If it's not there, if there's no structure, you get Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
2016, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Not to mistake.
No.
Fucking Ghostbusters, the original, but shit.
Yeah, a bit shit, actually. Yeah, I don't like the original Ghostbusters, actually.
Just masterpiece of comedy? I don't think so.
I think not. It's just a bunch of men mad-libbing, isn't it? Yeah, it's just Bill Murray just going a bit weird.
This man has no dick. Well, that's what I heard.
Yeah, and what I loved about it was the sort of smashing in which that happened. So 1 minute you'd literally have a rowdy kind of scene between them at the dinner table where you're laughing and you're really getting invested, and then 1 minute you're genuinely on edge, like and like it's the kind of and I think Eggers does this so well whenever he does horror. It's never horror. There's never a jump scare. I mean, there is. We'll talk about that. There's like one jump scare in the entire film, but like all of his horror is done through just dread and atmosphere.
Yeah, and horror.
Yeah,
proper
horror. Yeah, it's Stephen King horror. It's the kind of shit you walk into a room and you realise that something has changed and something's been in the room.
It's Lovecraftian in that aspect, isn't it? I mean, there's literally I would argue there's Cthulhu imagery in there. But
absolutely,
it's existential crisis to a T, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. And he did it very well in The Witch as well.
I still haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. There is a scene at the beginning of The Witch. I won't go into much detail, but if any listeners will know what I'm talking about, the baby scene. It was a scene that I actually had to rewind, watch again. And then I had to rewind it again, and then I just shuddered. I was like, "Oh my God!" Do you know what I mean? Like I was like,
no. "Oh," because it was like the horror was there, but you knew something was wrong, but you couldn't figure it out until you had to go back, take it apart, and realize how truly horrifying it was.
Yeah.
It was like a slow burner.
It was horrible, and again, like it happens. The camera work as well. It's a little bit. It's almost like you're peeking around the corner, like all candle lit as well. Everything's all candle lit, and you're just kind of like, what is happening over there?
You're an intruder.
Yeah, and you're like,
you shouldn't be there.
Yeah, what is happening? And then, oh my God, yeah. When I realised it, I was like, oh my fucking God. Yeah. So yeah, and that's why I really love him because he's not an old director either. Eggers is very young in comparison to a fellow.
Very impressive, his roster considering.
Exactly, and it's kind of that thing for someone that young to have that much of a grip on true horror, as I kind of regard it, that kind of true dread horror, which I love so much. It's just so impressive. Like you said, it's very, very impressive to see such a young man really grasp that subject so well. Yeah.
Well, a jump scare is like a moment. A jump scare is literally a jump scare. It's a moment that's created basically to engineer fright and adrenaline. But like real horror. I mean, I'm not saying anything that isn't obvious to people at this point, but yeah, it's the sum of its parts. It's how people are in the atmosphere they're in, how it all comes together in that quiet understatement that's so bloody terrifying.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
it's never the thing itself. It's always the idea of the thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's like what SCP has down to a fucking T. Well, for the most part, like the best ones, it just understands that so well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I remember you were showing me some of those SCPs, and the ones that always stick in everyone's mind are those very vague, mysterious ones where, again, it's just that something is off. Something's off.
Stairwell.
Yeah.
The one where you just keep going down these stairs into blackness. There's the sound of a child crying, and it's always about a flight below you, but you never get closer.
Mm-hmm.
And the deeper you get, the more a face kind of starts to... Well, a face appears in the darkness, kind of, but actually, the deeper you go, it starts following you from behind you. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, I remember...
I'm not doing it justice.
No.
Not doing it. It's a face. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
very scary.
It
is. Trust me.
Sean, did it have 2 eyes and a nose?
I actually don't know. To be honest, I don't think it has a nose. I think it's like Pazuzu in The Exorcist.
Yeah.
That brief. I don't remember if it's in the original cut or the director's cut. It's like a special. When the girl's head turns, there's a brief flash of like a white face. It's supposed to be the demon possessing her. I think Pazuzu. Right. Or it might be The Exorcist too. I don't know.
No, there's that funny moment in Scary Movie 3. He's like, oh, and I looked out the window and I saw a face. And Charlie Sheen goes, did it have a nose? Well, yeah, that does sound like a face. It does
sound like a face.
Yeah, I remember watching Did you ever watch The Conjuring?
Yes.
Yeah. And I remember watching...
James Wan.
Yeah, James Wan. And I remember watching that. And
he was another...
Yeah, he's another good little gem of the horror renaissance.
Yeah, he just needs the right script.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, those are solid horror films, but what he could do if he was given like an Eggers project.
Oh, yeah. Well, that'd be a nice little collab, wouldn't it?
You give him... I mean, again, Eggers has that hyper-reality theatrical style, kind of.
Yeah.
More so in The Lighthouse, but yeah. Sorry, carry on.
No. I remember watching it, and my brother said afterwards, after the cinema, and he was like, "Did you enjoy it?" And I said, "Well, nothing really happened." And Matt said, "Yeah, but you were scared, weren't you?" And I said, "Oh God, yeah, I was terrified." And he went, "Well, that's the point. Like, the whole point is that it's just the whole film you feel horrible." Like
it's like in a horror game, it's in Alien Isolation when you're sneaking away. It's always the scariest when you first encounter the alien and you haven't been caught yet.
Mm-hmm.
Once you hit that first fail state, the whole game kind of collapses. I think that is one of the problems with horror. For that medium, but the bit leading up to it, horror games always are so striking in like their first or second hours, and then it starts to. Yeah,
exactly. It's kind of that thing, isn't it? Once you get caught, you're just like, oh, well, fuck it.
Yeah, once you realise it's not that bad. I mean, the alien just gets in your face and then it goes black. It's like, that's not...
It goes, I'm going to eat your face, boy.
I'm gonna eat them hairy days.
There you go.
I'm going to eat that one, too.
Oh, my little mouth.
I'll put that away. Save that for later.
But sorry, yeah. So you were saying, your brother's saying that's the point.
Yeah,
like, nothing has to happen for something to be horrifying.
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly bring up the brilliant story that me and you had, where we were playing Alien Isolation, and this was
the bottles.
Yeah, so this was when it just came out, and I'm sure many people remember that with the Xbox One, you were given. Well, you basically had to buy the Kinect. So there was lots of games that came out that tried to utilise the Kinect. And Alien, I think, was the one game that I think actually utilised the Kinect the best, which was that it just turned its microphone on, which meant that you actually had to be quiet in your own living room, or else the alien heard you. And it was so sensitive. Mm-hmm. Like
it was so effective, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. I mean, even if you breathed too hard, the alien would start hearing you. And me and Matt...
There is nothing like trying to be quiet when you're scared.
Exactly. And me and Matt were playing it, and we ran into a locker, and we were hiding, and Sean was just like, I'm just going to go to the kitchen to get a drink. And we were like, okay, mate, but be quiet. And then the alien literally like walked past and it was like, and then all we heard was, ding, 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 ding. And then it was just Sean in the kitchen like, sorry. And the alien just ripped open the door and was like, rah!
Oh, it was great. Because also that story is great from both perspectives. So for me, I just go into the kitchen and I knock over a bottle and just the ding, 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 ding. And there's a pause and I'm just like, sorry. And then I just hear, ah! in the other room. Ah! Sorry.
Oh, man.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
One of the few. It's like Oculus, isn't it? Where it's like, when it works, it really works, but it works for like 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
I wonder if they'll do something like that in Resident Evil Village.
Yeah, maybe. Is that going to be it? Is that going to have a...
Resident Evil Village is going to be like Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, so
good.
first person, they're going back to that.
Good.
Which I like. So they've basically got this little sub-series now, where they cleverly work in the numbers into the title itself.
Yeah.
Because Village has enough. They use the long side of the L's to make the 2 I's and then the third I in Village and V. So it's very clever actually. I was like, that was the thing I was most impressed with Resident Evil 7. I was like, oh, you finally managed to make it the title. Clever.
Well,
so impressed.
Well done, boys.
Better than at least. Yeah, what annoyed me the most was Resident Evil 4, because the way the box was designed, it goes for Resident Evil. And it's like, in the entire canon, it just annoys me, because I'm looking at my box set, and I'm like, they're all numbers, but the 4 is in the wrong place for that one. It's fucking irritating.
Capcom were just like, this one's for Resident Evil. We made this game for Resident Evil.
For Resident Evil.
Yeah, this is for you, boys. Enjoy. Bang, 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 zombie, zombie. Ooh. Great game.
Even the new games, Resident Evil 2 specifically, did a horror atmosphere really well. Because you're very useless against the zombies, especially if you play hardcore mode. It's more about preserving bullets, so you're often forced to like cap them in the legs and run around because you don't have the bullets to spare to kill them.
Yeah.
And that itself is great. It works really well. If anything, I'd still say in hard mode, there's a bit too much ammo. It doesn't force your hand enough. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just play.
Once you've played it normal and then you're going back through in hard mode, you're kind of familiar with the layout. You start planning, like how much you like do a run from a safe room, do a circuit at the police station, pick up items, then get back to the safe room kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if you're pretty conservative, like anyone with sense will be able to get through that game even on hard, I think.
Yeah. Just be smart.
Yeah. I don't know if it has dynamic difficulty, if it changes like ammunition depending on how well you're doing, because 4 is, I think, the game that invented that dynamic difficulty. Like the better you're doing, the less ammo it gives you, and vice versa, stuff like that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, so just adjust.
It's clever,
just adapts to how well you're doing, basically. Yeah,
it's a very standard thing now. I understand it's in a lot of open world games and such, but
yeah.
It's not always a good thing, obviously. You don't want dynamic difficulty in something like Dark Souls.
Oh, God,
kind of breaks it.
Yeah.
But, sorry, I'm getting off on a fucking tangent.
No, it's all right, mate. It's all good. So anyway,
horror,
spooky horror, skeletons and all that shit.
And I just want to say thank you so much, mate, for like introducing me to this film and taking me along to see it and stuff. Because it wouldn't have been, I'd never even heard of it. Tragically, would have completely missed it. But what a film! Like this. It's such a piece of art, because it's.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't do a great job in my summary. I've got to work on that. I still described it too long. It is basically just 2 men going mad in the lighthouse, potentially 1 man going mad in purgatory. But, we'll get
into that.
Yeah, it's such a simple thing, and unlike when I was listening back to Perfect Blue and editing it, I was noticing. Like, I don't agree with many of my criticisms now, looking back on it. It's funny. Actually listening back to it, I was like, there's points where I'm being inconsistent. I'm complaining about a lack of subtlety, and then I'm saying there's not enough subtlety, or I want more expression because there's not enough going on. And it's, I think it was an exercise in missing the point a bit, including like, why is it animated and all that stuff. But, I remember we debated the ending quite a lot. I say debated, you tried to make your points and I kept interrupting you. But the whole ending, because you were like, oh, maybe she is still mad, and I was like, I just don't think there's enough in the film to indicate that reality is that questionable. But in this film, it sets like a complete tone of it, where pretty quickly you understand that there's a certain hyper reality to this, or especially as it goes on, you start to realize it's not strictly reality. And I think in Perfect Blue, my complaints were basically that I needed something to indicate that, which you don't. I have come to realize it's like, you don't. It's called interpretation. You can just make your own interpretation. I don't think and yeah, I think I kind of missed the point there, because then looking at the Lighthouse, there's so much you can take away from it and think about.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to dismiss or defend myself on Perfect Blue, but it's funny listening back to it and listening to my critique, especially after watching the Lighthouse again and thinking about it. I realised again, it's like, oh, I kind of missed the point again.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I guess the thing with Perfect Blue, like you said, it's I always feel because of Perfect Blue, because of its runtime. I know we disagreed on this again with the runtime, but I think with Perfect Blue, it tackles the idea of losing your mind. It seems very quick, the descent into madness.
Yes, because it's more grounded.
Yeah,
I feel.
Yeah.
This film somehow, and as we go along, I think we'll be able to kind of better establish how.
Yeah,
but the mechanics of this film managed to establish that this is a hyper reality. This is again, it's a theatrical kind of feel to it, which I love. I fucking love it when films do that. I love that about Drive, for example. Such a hyper reality to it,
But yeah, as you said, like,
no.
I was to say, when like from the get go with the Lighthouse, I think like for me like you said, because Perfect Blue is so grounded. With this, we start off, we're on the boat, and we just see this like distant beacon with this horrible sound, this horrible and automatically you're like, it's like we're in for a bit of a ride now. we're in for a bit of a fucking shit show.
The world is far more a lot of films, because you and I were obsessed with World as a character.
Yeah, I did a whole essay on it.
I mean, Blade Runner would not be half the film without it wouldn't be 2/3 the film. Most of that film lies on the very world itself.
Yeah.
Because when you take apart Blade Runner, masterpiece, but a flawed piece of storytelling.
I think you're right.
It's not that complex, and it's actually a bit weak, especially with the unicorn edit.
I think
we'll get into that another time.
I think that's why me and you preferred the new Blade Runner, because it had the world. It had the world, but it was kind of delving deeper into more interesting territory, especially with the whole.
It used the people to tell the story effectively.
Yeah,
much more, I think, than Blade Runner did.
God, I remember watching those dream sequences with Ryan Gosling. When they were in that kind of scrapyard, and I remember telling you afterwards, I was like, this. It felt so like a dream. Do you know what I mean? These weird locations, this like. Factory.
There's a way to do that. Yeah. There is mechanics behind that. You can establish that.
Yeah, it's a dream we've all kind of had. This kind of like weird location where like nothing, and it's all weird, like and like quite mechanical.
It's almost like it's stitched together.
Yeah,
it doesn't. The landscape doesn't fit together right. It's almost like this is a patchwork of weird. Exactly. Like these things don't belong together.
Yeah, and that's what. And I know a lot of people. I think me and you are in that camp, aren't we? Where me and you actually do prefer the new Blade Runner, apart from what's his fucking name? That guy. Oh, what's his name?
Razor Fist.
Oh, 30 Seconds to Mars bloke.
Oh, Jared Leto. Does he not like the new Blade Runner?
No. I mean, I love the new
apart
Blade...
from him.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not that I hate Jared Leto per se either, even though he seems like a bit of a douche by account.
Sorry, I shouldn't swear. Sorry.
Yeah.
Beep that. But yeah.
It's his. He's not the right actor for that role.
No.
You need to get. I don't know. You need to get a Defoe. You need to get.
You do, yeah.
Someone with the enigmaticness and the. Again, Defoe's got fucking charisma coming out to his ears, like God. Bryan Cranston, or just one of those. And also Defoe's great eccentric Christoph Waltz.
Oh yeah.
You needed someone like that. Maybe not them exactly, but Jared Leto just wasn't right.
Christoph Waltz.
I appreciate he was going for something, with the voice stuff, but I'm like, that's not all there is to a performance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and the dialogue he was given was not easy.
No,
Again,
it wasn't. The script,
he was given the most flowery, abstract.
Yeah, it was very poetry, and it was
I cannot make angels, even though our legacy is. And it's like, I do get it, but not the right actor. Just a miscast, I think.
Who's that bloke, Sean? Who's in the Avengers? He's Vision. He's also in The Knight's Tale.
Yes, Paul Bettany.
Yeah. Paul Bettany.
That would have been. Oh, that's a perfect. Yeah. Well done. It's a perfect choice.
Get him in. Also, I've just realised, God, Willem Dafoe and what's his name?
Robert Pattinson.
No. Who's the other guy? You said that other big actor.
Bryan Cranston.
That's it. Yeah, Willem Dafoe and Bryan Cranston are I don't know. They feel like they're cut from the same cloth. Those two.
Get them in a film together.
Yeah.
My God.
Right.
Get them in a fucking film together. That is chemistry that writes itself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Do it. Yeah, you wouldn't even have to
see that.
Yeah, you wouldn't even have to.
You know
have
who else would have been good? Anthony
What?
Hopkins.
Ooh,
I think Anthony Hopkins would have been a choice. After I saw Westworld, I was like, I get it. That's like, yeah.
Anthony in Blade Runner? Sorry, or Lighthouse?
Yeah,
in Blade Runner
as Leto.
Yeah,
no, Lighthouse perfectly cast. Leave it as is.
Oh yeah, of course. No, absolutely. No, I agree with you. Anthony would have been good actually. A kind of like older, sagey kind of demeanor. Yeah, with his
almost that kindliness. Although I suppose if he went for that more kindly approach, like he's very good at doing, you might have had it too similar to Tyrell from the first, who was kind of. He was very much the loving father kind of character. So I get it. They're going for this is younger. Jared Leto's younger. It's like this is a younger guy, new blood, different creature. You know, this is not Tyrell. This guy does not even view replicants with the same kind of affection. He's working on them as projects of biology. Tyrell's trying to create. Ironically, for Leto talking all about angels, Tyrell was the one who was interested more so, I think, in creating angels. Leto wanted to create, just a superior human. Yeah, it's not quite. I don't know what I'm saying.
No.
We're getting too much in, because we're definitely going to get to Blade Runner 2049. I think there's a lot to talk about. Yeah. Because it's such a good companion piece to Blade Runner.
I
think it's a great study in here's how you tell the same story correctly.
Basically, absolutely,
with more impact.
Just more impact, more maturity to it. And just a great, I think, a grander sense of the kind of. Essentially, it's a bit more bolder with its decisions, especially with the pacing. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of like, we're going to remake Blade Runner, and everyone's
sorry, which one?
Blade Runner. Yeah, and everyone's kind of like, we're going to remake Blade Runner, and it's going to be like this crazy. You're going to be this crazy kind of action adventure. And no, Willem was just like, sorry.
That's marketing.
Yeah, and then he was like, nah, mate, I'm going to go even slower. Even slow. Let's get these long symphony shots.
I think, well, it's one of those. It's that Tarkovsky thing. Tarkovsky.
Yeah.
Tarkovsky.
Tarkovsky.
Yeah. Sorry. It's that Tarkovsky thing of you're not just observing the atmosphere. You're you're immersed in it. You're wallowing in it, and it gives you time to think.
I've got a great,
which I really like.
I've got a great Werner Herzog quote about that in my essay. Actually,
go for it. Tell us.
Shit, I won't be able to find it. But basically, it's in Grizzly Man. Don't know if you've seen Grizzly Man.
Yes.
Yeah. And
one of the greatest comedies of all time.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a rip roarer.
It's
a rip-splittingly good film.
It's a side split.
Meet the bear. He's a bear.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the best black comedy tragedies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't laugh, obviously, because of what happens to Timothy Treadwell.
Yeah, of course.
Also,
but anyway, there's
very much by his own making.
Absolutely, but there's a bit in Gritty Man where Timothy basically he's doing these self-tapes, he's doing these self-little kind of introductions, and then eventually he runs off because he's doing this bit where he runs. It's like, I'm off into the wilderness now, and he runs off into the trees and he disappears, and you just hear Werner Herzog's voice just like, little does Timothy know that by leaving the camera to absorb the nature, it itself has become its own star. As we absorb the nature, it becomes its own character. It's just it's so Herzog. I can't begin to describe. But yeah,
the true beauty of something is that it does not last Just like this shot.
Just like my age.
Timothy
my patient. Just like Timothy's face.
One of the dumbest fucking men I have ever known.
Oh, God. And that's the thing.
Again, I shouldn't laugh. He was clearly ill. You know?
Well, this is the thing.
He needed help.
Werner Herzog spends the entire documentary essentially teetering between having pity for Timothy and also saying, "You're a fucking idiot." You know what I mean? Like he really is.
It is. It's scornful pity. It feels like a film where a father's like sad, disappointed in his son. You know,
it is. It really is. It's just like
it is very much a character study of Werner himself, isn't it? Like it's very much.
Oh, it is. It's very,
but
it's very self-reflective. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
On that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're interested in filmmaking at all and documentaries, but any kind of filmmaking, it's worth watching Grizzly Man because it's very much a filmmaker speaking out. I mean, literally, but also just as a whole piece.
No, it's
speaking
really
out about himself.
Yeah, I had to watch it again, obviously, for my essay, and I really, I just remembered how good it was. I was like, you know, like you said, it's a real testimony to like this kind of like self-made movie maker who wants to kind of put these documentaries together in this kind of like weird tale together, and also it's just like how Herzog and his team have compiled the footage with his commentary. It's a
masterclass in editing.
Masterclass in editing, exactly. And the way obviously Herzog's got this kind of this grandeur voice. It really does at times feel like it's drifting into this kind of fiction territory because he's got this very like the way he's describing it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly that.
Bilbo did not live in a dirty hole. Thank you very much. Bilbo lived in a hobbit hole. Imagine Van Herzog reading you bedtime stories.
And it was Sophie's choice. And the fucking spider.
I would listen to that.
I would as well. Oh my God.
Mate. I know, we joke too much about the things we genuinely listen to. It's always just like, oh, you imagine if like Anthony Hopkins did a load of coke and did a painting show. I'd watch that.
Sean.
It's always just weird.
There are two types of people in the world. There's the two types of people in the world. So if you won the lottery, one person says, you know, I would like buy a mansion, buy cars, and then there's the people like us who are like, I would pay Anthony Hopkins to read children's books. I would pay for Greg Davis, the guy from Red Dwarf, to just get totally coked out of his head and to run round the Olympic Stadium
with Craig Charles.
Just I would like joke.
Craig Charles.
Like, Craig Charles.
Craig David.
Monday, took the Red Dwarf on Tuesday. We were making love on Wednesday.
I took coke on Sunday. Sorry, my friend Joe, if you don't know, at university, Joe from Yorkshire, he said, he's like, you know, if I won the lottery, Tom, I would pay what's his called, Craig James. Is that it?
Craig Charles.
Craig Charles. I was like, I'll pay Craig Charles, just get him loads of coke and get him to walk around the Olympic Stadium, and that would be the opening ceremony for the 2012 Olympics. It would just be him walking around, coked off his nuts with drum and bass playing, no lights because we spent all the budget. So the only thing you can see is him being illuminated when Sergeant Bash, the robot from Robot Wars, illuminates him with fire. and you just get this glimpse
He's
of
like
a man
flanked by Sir Killalot and Matilda, just skanking his way around the stadium.
And then you just get this glimpse of this man like sweating, like, fucking
and he's still wearing that shitty leather jacket he wore when he was like on EastEnders. And
oh my God. Oh my God! Right. Sure,
no, like you say, it's all about the experiences. You know, it's all about you got to value the experience itself because at the end of the day, we're all storytellers, and what is an experience but a story?
Exactly.
Life
is but a stage, and we're just people outside the theatre because of COVID.
If there's going to be any theatres left.
Yeah, that's true. We'll have to go back to street theatre after this, won't we? All that douchey, you know, the war is terrible. Oh God! Can I have a volunteer for the audience? Everyone fucking runs.
No, this is England. No,
yeah, get away from me.
We don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
we watch in silence and lament how it will never be as good as the Queen. That's how it works.
It's the only thing that puts me off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's all people do in the UK. We sit at home and go, I wonder what Lizzie's doing right now. Yeah. I imagine she's
I wish
well.
I could be half the woman she was.
I wish her well. To the Queen. To the Queen. To the Queen. And
Queen.
Yeah, and we do that about, what would you say, Sean? Every hour we do that about?
No, don't be silly. Every 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
Every hour. That's a bit much. 12 times a day is fine.
My apologies, because on the hour we salute Britannia, and then on the other hour we salute the Queen. I forgot. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's the saucy minx, that Britannia. She will not be ignored.
Now there's an embodiment of a nation I can really get behind.
Now there's a personification of a people I can really get jingoistic on.
Oh yes. Oh my god, we've digressed so heavily into the realm.
Yes. This is the bit, right? So timestamp everybody at this point, whatever.
Yeah.
If we can be bothered, we'll do.
Let's do timestamps. Yeah, let's do.
This is the preamble where we speak about horror. Casting choices, Blade Runner, Mad Max,
and amongst
stuff.
The Queen.
The Queen. Mustn't forget dear Lizzie.
Dear Liz, we love you, Liz.
God rest her soul. God rest her soul. Well, not yet. Oh shit! I shouldn't have said that. Even now, MI6 are on their way.
Yes, actually. Yeah,
actually, I've been meaning to tell you, Sean.
Yeah, actually, probably a lot of American viewers won't realise that. If you say it, like if you mutter it, like the Queen dead, you get people around the house. Like
they do watch for that.
They go, "Excuse me, did you?"
We're not fucking about either. Go on Reddit.
No, seriously.
There's forums.
I remember like last week, I just got a knock on the door. This guy was like, "Hello, mate, you're right." He was like, "Yeah, sorry, did you say the Queen might be dead?" And I was like, "Oh yeah," in a joke. Yeah, Don't do that again, please.
Yeah, you get one warning.
Oh, right. And you handed me the card.
Two if you're a knight.
Yeah. Then you get an official pardon. Yeah. And you get 10 galleons deducted from your weekly baron.
10 galleons. That's actual solid. Isn't that solid like brass? Do you know how difficult, how expensive that actually is now?
Yeah.
Even though a galleon is like nothing to a pound.
Oh, what's that? What's that super? Is it a Bloomensting? Oh, what is it? Oh, I've got to find out now. It's that South African coin that was actually gold. Hold on.
Holy.
It's South. Oh god, this is riveting listening, isn't it?
Oh no, a galleon is a fucking Harry Potter currency. Fucking wizards with their. Oh, we gotta talk about Harry Potter at some point. I have some problems, like their economy and their healthcare. Like they're keeping all the best shit to themselves. Yeah. Like, I've got some problems.
Oh man, let's do it.
I need to talk about the state.
Yeah,
of
we need to talk in detail about how they fucked over Ginny, the character, because that's actually the one thing I really can't stand. Like listening to the book, I was listening to Stephen Fry doing the audiobook again, and I was like, Ginny is actually interesting. She's actually a funny character.
Yeah.
She's got a bit of sass, and you can actually see why there'd be a love development between her and Harry. Oh,
well, in the films, you're like.
Oh, it's an absolute, it's despicable. Sorry, it's I'm gonna mispronounce this terribly. It's a Krugerrand.
I haven't heard it.
It's basically.
How do you spell it?
Krugeerrand.
Krugerrand.
Krugerrand, that's right.
Hang
oh god!
On,
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm looking at the phonetic alphabet, Krugerrand.
Oh, can you read the pronunciation alphabet?
Yeah, it's one of the things we got taught in Bristol when I was at the Old Vic.
That is so bloody useful. That alphabet.
So fucking useful, Tom.
So,
yeah, you have no idea.
Useful.
Oh my god, it's not that hard, mate. I've got the page. I'll scan it and send it to you.
No, please do, because it's
useful. It is so useful to learn. Yeah,
because they tried to get me to learn that when I was learning to teach English. They were like, "Oh, you're like, by the way, you don't have to learn it, but it's super useful." And now I'm looking at Google. I'm like, "It's there, the alphabet. I can't read."
Yeah, exactly. Wikipedia. It's always like by the name.
Yeah.
It's so useful.
So yeah, this coin was basically its weight in gold. That was its value.
Holy shit.
Yeah, seriously, it was just its weight in gold. It's very, it's heavy, and they are so rare and so fucking expensive now because they are literally a big old coin of gold. It's just mad.
Yeah,
and that's how rich they were. Like
South Africa with all its beautiful natural resources and minerals.
Yeah, absolutely. You know. Oh, we've got to talk about Zulu as well. So we're digressing so badly, but we've got to talk about Zulu. Yes, okay, remember that. Yeah,
definitely. Oh, we'll definitely come back to Zulu. That is a great film about men
being
loving
men, and not in a kind of toxic masculinity way. No. It's just
the antithesis of Fight Club.
Yeah, it's
men with purpose being men.
It's officers and gentlemen, isn't it? You know, he was an officer and a gentleman. It's all about that.
It's so romantic.
Yeah,
and I know there'll be some. I'm sure when we get to it, there's probably going to be some historical inaccuracies and things we'll have to address. But I don't know how.
No,
off the mark, or its representations of culture and stuff.
So yeah,
because I'd love to dissect it, because I think it's, in my mind, it seems to be very good, like very ahead of its time.
I was just about to say that actually, because
yeah.
But I did a bit of research, and so the tribes that are in Zulu were all paid, and there's 2 tribes that are in it. And it's one of for a film made in the 60s, it surprisingly shows the Zulus as a very noble people and very smart, smart, very dangerous, very good at tactics, very terrifying, a really formidable enemy. And all the dialogue reflects that as well. I remember there's a line in it, where he's like, Michael Caine, he says that, I can't obviously say it because it's a bit racist, but he says this racial slur. And there's a boar. There's a there's a proper boar.
Yes, that's at the beginning. The South African guy.
And he goes, "What do you mean, cowardly stuff? Racial slur?" And he's like, "They beat your men hand to hand, didn't they? They kicked your ass earlier on." It's like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
These are not savages just because they don't cover most parts of their body.
Yeah.
But obviously, the film itself does a great job addressing that.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's a very. Oh yeah. No, I love that film. Very romantic. In all the right ways.
Yeah. So anyway, to get back on track, we were talking.
Timestamp here.
Yeah. So we were talking about horror, especially, and also the world as well. How it's an incredibly important part of this film. The world really is its own character, isn't it, Sean?
Yes. For anyone who's listening, for anyone who cares, there'll be additional data you can find on our website that doesn't exist, where Tom's essay will be uploaded about studying the world as a character. The website doesn't exist, but when it does...
yeah, you can feel free to read my essay where I talk about the world as a character in cinema.
I'm joking, not to put you on the spot, but if you want, I think it is a great little essay on that kind of thing.
Yeah, follows The Revenant. Yeah. I'm very fascinated by that, because I feel that is one of the things that cinema and film has always had, people. Yeah, because there's always this sort of like, you have these sort of like dramas where they're just talking. It's like, oh, this could be a play. But when you have a film where it really utilizes the natural world, for me, that's like, this is why you have cinema, because you get to see the world and the natural world in in a completely different way that you couldn't do with theatre, basically.
And even if you don't see the natural world, it's sorry.
No, I was done. Carry on.
Okay, I'm trying to get better at interrupting.
No.
I've noticed. One of the interesting things about editing is it's a real self-reflection. Basically, editing yourself is a therapy session where you're like, I need to work on this. I need to improve this. I shouldn't do this. But yeah, so interrupting. Don't worry, listeners. I'm aware. I'm trying. I will work on it. I promise. Call me out when you need to.
Okay.
Oh God, what was I saying? Talking about the world character.
You can explore it more through film than theatre.
Yes. So this argument, I remember when A Hateful Eight came out.
Yeah.
And it was an adaptation of a theatre piece, wasn't it? It was an adaptation of a play that hadn't been put on, I think. And I can't remember where I heard this, but I remember someone saying about they didn't see the point of it being a film. It's like me with Perfect Blue, kind of missing the point. They didn't see the point of it being a film. Like, it was very much a theatre piece. And my argument would be, not only do you get the intimacy with a film in just a way you can't, but the atmosphere and making the surroundings the character. So in The Hateful Eight, the haberdashery they're all set in.
Yeah.
Like, it is very much staged and set out. There's literally different sections where different set pieces happen.
Yeah.
And if you watch the film, I mean, I think I'd have to watch it again, be double sure, but I think it rotates. Like, every character moves around in a clockwise direction.
Oh, okay.
And then when things change, they reverse reverse trajectory, and they start moving through the space.
I've not seen
moving from so the chairs in front of the fireplace. Sorry, real quick, the chairs in front of the fireplace. They're like that's one little island set piece,
right?
And then it moves from one to the other. But also how they all come together and inform each other and give each other scope. Like if you put a pillar in the way of just filming the corner, suddenly it looks very cramped and very claustrophobic. And if you do a wide shot, it looks completely different. And that's something you just cannot do with a theatre piece. And while I do see people the point of that person saying that, I'd still feel it's like, yeah, this could work as a theatre piece, but I think it has every right to exist as a film.
Yeah.
Only because their very environment informs their actions and almost how they behave. Again, that claustrophobia and being trapped.
Yeah,
what that does to people.
It's like you said, very well could work as a theatre piece, but what you've just described there is, that it's elevated by the fact that it's a film, that they can do these little changes and they can set these stages so precisely. I think you could even say the same. I mean, weirdly enough, I think you could even say the same about the Lighthouse in a way. It could
absolutely. I want to talk
play.
About that. I've made notes about how even when he first goes into the house. Yeah, I mean, I'll spoil it now. Fuck it. But when he goes into the house, the camera pans in a very wide, steady mid shot, so the entire layout is shown, so you know where the geography is, which I love. It's something that good action films like The Raid understand so well.
Yeah,
is spatial awareness and proprioception of where the characters are in the space.
Yeah,
and you get shown the kind of entranceway with the books and the cabinet with the logbook where it normally lies, and then Patterson walks across, goes into the kitchen area. You see the other details there. You also see a doorway leading into another room where they have dinner later, which is great because that's the only time you see that in the light. The rest of the time it's completely shadowed in dark and you never see the rest. And then the camera finally finishes with him looking at the stairs, and the stairs lead up to that small loft where they sleep, and that's all you need. Like, a stage piece obviously shows you where everything is set, and it's very static.
Yeah,
I mean that's not true. You have a moving set, but for the sake of this analogy, example, like you understand a lot of stage sets tend to be static and singular, and if they're in a space, you'll have that kind of drawing room layout with the big window, and then some chairs kind of 3/4 angled towards the audience, because conveniently, so they can be seen, of course.
Yeah, exactly. It's an art in its own right. Yeah, exactly.
You don't have much backting or anything like that back to the audience.
No, that's
you do that sometimes, like, Django Unchained has this great bit of backting that I'd love to talk about, but I won't. I'm going to get off topic. Just note that. Django Unchained, backting, Christoph Waltz, like, some great backting. So that justification, and the Lighthouse it's very much set out as a theatre piece, not as a theatre, but the way it's staged, like you say, there are set pieces and there are scenes that happen in that space that you familiarise yourself with, and it always keeps it claustrophobic.
Yes,
like again, it starts with wider shots and it just gets closer and closer as the film goes on.
Yeah.
And you only really get wide shots to then establish the space they're in again, and then it goes right back to being very close.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because watching it again, I seem to remember it being wider, but I think what stuck in my mind were basically every shot at every end of the scene. Every end of scene has a brilliant shot. Nearly every scene ends with what I can identify as a scene. Ends with a brilliant shot, and those are the moments that stay in your mind. The moment where the whole scene is summarized in that 3 seconds of silence as they look at each other. Whatever they've talked about, that's the punctuation, that feeling, that atmosphere. They've spent that whole scene building it up, and those 3 seconds is the atmosphere, that brief moment you get, and you can't get that with theatre. You can't in that way.
You can't.
I'd say there are those moments, of course, but. Yeah, I think to argue just because something's set in a closed space and has a small cast and doesn't move location, that is not a good argument to say something should not be a film.
No, exactly.
It should be a theatre piece.
I think, like you said as well, because the film, as you said, does start off very wide. We start off in the boat, chugging towards, and there's
we're in the ocean. We're in the biggest wide you can be. We're in the desert.
It's a big old ocean. We get it, but the fact that it then constricts its camera space. Again, is something that you can't. You could replicate it in a theatre. I guess you could fucking keep moving the set in. It would be a bit weird, but
it would be obnoxious.
It would be a bit like, here we go, some fancy stage direction going on here. But
there's always that moment in theatre, well, not always, but very often where you're drawn out and you're like, obviously as an audience member,
stage
you have
hands
to
have
give
come
yourself
on.
over.
Yeah.
But you have to be like, oh, here's 3 guys out of shape in black t-shirts moving the set. They're not dressed at all like Jane Austen, you know?
It's always these fat guys in black t-shirts. I know,
that is that is a very disparaging view. Technicians do not look like that.
No,
Some
they don't.
That's
the stereotype. Yeah, that's the stereotype.
That's a vicious stereotype. It's either that they're fat or that they're really thin.
Yeah.
Like
oh my god, like spiders. Like spiders cluttering out from the floorboards. Like, let me move the set for you.
Pallid ghosts that melt through the shadows.
Yeah, the spirits of the theatre. Exactly. They come out and they go, ooh. No. I had the same thing, Sean. When I first saw it, I was like, wow, this film is really wide. And I think the reason is because, for me personally, is because those wide shots at the beginning, before the storm, obviously we'll get into the storm later, but before the storm, there's a lot of outdoor scenes. There's a lot of these kind of like he's doing his work.
You're right, yeah.
And he's doing his business and he's kind of doing his coal. But even then, sure. But like as you said, like, and that's
he's isolated. He's
isolated,
alone.
yeah. But then, you've just reminded me actually when the storm comes.
Yeah.
Even the wides get a bit closer. So even though he's outside pushing the wheelbarrow, getting fucked like soaked with rain. It's closer than it would be. Like before, we would have. And got the last time
you see him
wide.
Sorry.
No, that's it. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
I was just saying the last time you see him outside with the wheelbarrow, the camera's right in his face and it's in like an extreme close-up with the top. And that's when he's babbling and like slipping and like drinking the water because he's so drunk and dehydrated. He's so fucked. But that's the bit, that's the first time he's talking to himself, like, where he's not,
cigarette in his mouth.
I think Patterson should really be recognised for like, he's not playing a character. He's not just playing a character. He is exposing his entire bestial nature. Like he's stripped down any kind of logic and any kind of empathetic parameters for interacting with other people. And it's just a man making noises just to feel good in such a base level. Like, it is brilliant.
And we'll talk about like the masturbation scene later, but like for me that was like just like
a great moment of horror again,
and also just
kind of
like
way.
Patterson, mate, like wow,
I think you'll be okay. If you keep making good choices like this, mate, you are going to go far.
Absolutely. Right. Anyway, Sean, do we want to do what we do normally, and we want to just crack on with the plot and kind of go for it beat by beat?
Yeah, I think so, because we've tangentialized so much.
Yeah, that's fine.
Even a word.
We also need to do the toasting as well.
Oh yes, do you remember?
I've got it in front of me.
Yes.
Should we toast?
Do you want to do a line each?
Yeah, go for it. Should pale death. Sorry. Great.
Oh, that could have been a beautiful moment, and you fucked it up.
All right, ready?
Hold on, mate.
Should pale death with treble dread
deign to make the ocean caves our bed.
God who hears the surges roll,
deign to save a suppliant soul.
Oh, to 4 weeks.
To 4 weeks.
To 4 weeks. I'm not watching for drinking on duty.
I don't want no trouble. You drink because I says you do,
and by damn, you'd be smiling.
You're clean because I says you're clean, and you like it because I says you like it. There's a couple of lines. I'm not too sure. Like again, I hate getting obsessed over an accent. I think you're really getting distracted by the wrong thing. Some people speak weird. Okay, don't get obsessed over someone's accent in a film.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, well, it was a bit weird on this here or that there, and so the whole performance is shit.
Yeah, it really broke down the illusions. Oh, come on, mate.
Yeah, people say things weirdly, but I always notice the line in this film, coffee will do us good.
Yeah.
It's like the way he goes, coffee.
Coffee.
It's a weird word. It's the way he pronounces it. It's very strange.
Yeah.
But again, he's a very strange man. Like, if you're worried, should you focus that much on the accent?
Yeah.
Particularly in... We'll get to it, but Robert Patterson's accent, which to me is like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I also don't know what people in Maine sounded like in 1880.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's it.
There's not exactly any recordings to go back and reference. So.
No, I mean, I showed you that video of the people from that part who still speak in a regional English accent.
Yes,
it's kind of
fucking weird.
It is so weird. It comes out. I mean, people have said it's almost slightly
not quite
Cornish.
English, is it?
It's very very Cornish with a little bit of London in there, and it's very very strange. Very 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 strange, and for some reason when you mix those two together, you get sometimes you even get a southern drawl in it as well from like south of America, from the south of the USA. Like it's weird. It's weird. I tell you, it's weird.
Coffee. It's weird. Like
Coffee
Stewie Griffin's voice. What is that baby doing with that accent in Rhode Island? Yes.
In Rhode Island.
In the fucking deal.
What is it? The spirit of America, the spirit of Massachusetts is the spirit of America, the spirit of what's old and what's new. The spirit of Massachusetts is the spirit of America, the spirit of the red, white, and blue. Yeah. Massachusetts.
Right.
You still go to Massachusetts.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. It's the spirit of America, Sean. And it's the spirit. It's the spirit of what's old and what's
Boston,
new.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Or just Massachusetts, I guess.
Yeah.
It's very much. Is it like that kind of frontier land, that unclaimed wild?
I think Massachusetts.
I'd love to film in Maine. You know, it's one of those places.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. I think me and you said like we need to go to Maine, and it's really funny because
we need to get to Maine,
talked
which is basically just like super England. It's like it's all rainy and miserable here, but it's bigger and the trees are huge.
Oh, I feel right at
super
home.
England.
I feel right at home here, old boy. Yeah.
Yeah. It feels right like old dear Lizzie's soil. It does.
But oh yeah, because I told you on the previous episode that my parents actually went to Maine for their honeymoon, which is a very weird place to go for your honeymoon. But also
the De Niro story.
Yeah, the Robert De Niro story.
Yeah, what a place to honey. I bet that was your dad's suggestion. He's like, we should go to Maine.
Aye.
We should go all the way to Maine, where it's really depressing and soulful. We can find ourselves, Jim.
Aye, we can find ourselves, and I'll tell you what. Like the Americans will love us there. You know, they'll be like, an Irishman and an English
think
woman.
we're one of them.
Aye, they'll be like, oh bless you. God, Lord bless you. My dad also, I think it's probably a joke, but he told me the story. He was like, oh yeah, when the English were trying to like bring Christianity to Australia, apparently they like landed in Australia and it was all like tropical and lovely, and they were like, oh, and all the young like priests were like, oh yeah, let's stay here. It's beautiful. Like it's fantastic. And all the older people were like, I don't know about this. This is a bit strange. I don't know about this. So then they like, but then when they got to New Zealand and it was like raining sideways, and then all the young boys were like, oh, this is fucking horrible. And all the old boys were like, I like it here. This is more at home for me. I think we should set up a monastery here. Actually, that sounds
fancy. They go halfway. All those explorers go halfway across the world just to find home.
Yeah. What a beautiful, what a beautiful thing, you know.
Yes, but without those discoverers, we wouldn't have had Lord of the Rings in the long run. When you think about, think about it,
very true.
You know, Lord of the Rings, the film, Peter Jackson never would have made it if things had turned out different.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
someone else might have, but who knows?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it swings and roundabouts. We can, you know, colonization.
Yeah, let's not get into butterfly effect and chaos theory.
yeah.
But we'll get to that.
We'll
get to chaos theory.
Yeah, we won't weigh up colonialism with Lord of the Rings, but but you know, that's not a debate to be had.
Again, that's fascinating actually, because some people see it as a exploration of colonialism, but it's also a very interesting topic about authorial intent and interpretation, and about how much you can actually interpret when the author themselves outright states what they mean or what they're not supposed to mean.
Right.
You know? No? Okay.
No, sorry. I mean, what with Lord of the Rings, sorry?
Well, like, say, in Harry Potter, someone's subjective view is that Voldemort is somehow
Hitler,
a mirror to Harry.
Oh, right.
He is. But they subjectively say that, and then J.K. Rowling on Twitter says, no, that's not what that means, that's not what I intended at all. And then it's that argument of what's authorial intent, what's canon, and what's your own interpretation. Well, you know, case in point, the new Star Wars films. You could pretend the new ones don't exist, but at the end of the day, they do.
Well, to be honest,
you can't pretend they don't, and how that doesn't affect the story.
I mean, to be honest, mate, I mean, we can go into a whole episode about J.K. Rowling, but I feel that's the mark of a good author or filmmaker they just make it and they go, yeah, you know, whatever you want. You know what I mean? I made it for me. I made it for me. But if you want this, that's fine. Do you know what I mean? Like,
some people see like Tolkien's work as a criticism of colonialism, and I think he himself has stated it's not so much that; it's a criticism of war itself. As
well,
an
he was.
But
Did he become?
It was about enlightenment and bringing culture to other. There was also elements of enlightenment and bringing culture to other races, which is obviously a bit questionable.
Yeah.
But you know, it's also looking at the positive aspects of that. I mean, in this one essay I read where they used extracts that are apparently from Tolkien. So take all this with a massive pinch of salt, obviously.
Well, didn't Tolkien end up becoming a Quaker? Am I imagining that? Did he become a Quaker?
I'm obviously not a Tolkien true fanboy. I've never heard of this.
I don't know. Then maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Maybe that was.
I'm gonna Google Tolkien Quaker and see if he just appears on a box of Quaker oats. Just his face with a pipe.
I think you should eat this. Just Tolkien.
It's like Lember spread. It's better.
9 out of 10 hobbits approve.
That's 5 wizards out of 5.
Yeah,
for me.
And the 10th hobbit was the Sackville Bagginses, obviously, because they hate everything.
Fucking Letho Sackville Baggins.
Sackville Bagginses, bastards.
Until that Grima. Yeah, see, I know things about the books.
See, we know things, Sean.
I know things. Hang on. I know we will get to the Lighthouse, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. But I've got to look up this Quaker thing. Religion. Catholic faith, significant factor. Conversation with Lewis about atheism. Tolkien dismayed. C.S. Lewis chose to join the Church of England. Tolkien, according to his grandson Simon Tolkien Sr., in the last years of his life was disappointed by some of the liturgical reforms and changes implemented in the Second Vatican Council. So it sounds like he was Roman Catholic, liturgy being the customary public worship performed by a religious group. But yeah, it sounds like he was Roman Catholic, just a bit disillusioned with it all.
Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? Because I think he was.
C.S. Lewis is the one who was an atheist who became Catholic, I think.
Oh, or Church of England.
Oh, sorry, no, I'm sorry. That's not what you said at all. You were saying Tolkien became a Quaker. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Oh, well, my bad. No, that was it. Yeah, no, you're right. He was Catholic, but he became disillusioned. Yeah, I think that was it, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything about him leaving. I mean, this is Wikipedia, so again, ladies and gentlemen, do your own research. But it looks like he was a devout Roman Catholic, and it was soon after the church had changed the liturgy from Latin to English. Grandfather obviously didn't agree with this and made all the responses very loudly in Latin. Of course he loves Latin. Fuck. I found the whole experience quite excruciating, but my grandfather was oblivious. He simply had to do what he believed was right. So I think he was Roman Catholic, just wasn't a fan of the reforms.
Didn't like
changing a lot of text.
He didn't like mass. He didn't like mass in English, basically. I mean, at that point, I'm like, Tolkien, mate, come on.
Yeah, God, he'd be pissed because by Middle Earth's time, elves have passed away. By the Third Age, when it goes into the Fourth Age, when Aragorn returns to the throne. So that elven culture and language will slowly peter out,
Yeah.
It will slowly peter out as man language and Númenorian takes over. And Tolkien would have been devastated by that, and yet he set that up.
Yeah. Well, he's obviously I think he might be projecting his own fears.
Yes, I think the elves are very much the representation of a golden time, almost of like peaceful imperialism moving on in his view. Because cut it any way you like, the elves are a militaristic nation. Sorry, I'm getting into fucking Tolkien mythology. What? But we came to talk about the Lighthouse. What am I talking about? I'm sorry.
No. I'm the same, mate. NH used to talk about Tolkien. I'm like, oh yeah, let's talk about dwarves for a bit.
The grandfather of modern fiction.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I know people say obviously the granddaddy of modern fantasy, but like everyone wants to make an epic like that.
Yeah, exactly.
What a masterpiece!
Yeah,
what an absolute masterpiece.
Yeah, we'll do it.
It's so nice to know when they exist. When you see a masterpiece and it's respected and valued as it should be.
Yeah, well, both the book and the film, I think.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. We'll get to Lord of the Rings. As I've said before, that's going to be a very long, very biased podcast. Do not come there for any kind of objective assessment.
Do not come there hating Lord of the Rings, because there won't be much for you to.
We're not here to convince you.
No, exactly.
We're not here to convince you why you should like it. We're here to tell you why you're wrong that you don't like it. All right. If you don't like Lord of the Rings, you have no sense of joy or wonderment.
Exactly.
At least no sense of wonderment. Your imagination is sorely lacking. Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna tally that up. Maybe one of the most arrogant things I've said. I mean, there's a list. I'm sure that's growing longer.
Said in good humor, but no, I agree.
It's not good humor, Tom. It's true.
Oh god.
Laughing doesn't make it better either. I mean it. Anyway, The Lighthouse.
Yeah.
Okay, real time stamp here. So, The Lighthouse. So you want to go? Shall we do the usual? Go through it scene by scene, kind of chat about it as we go.
Yeah, just before.
Is there any kind of closing thoughts on like the general summary?
Yeah, no. So the only thing I wanted to quickly add before we go into the big old beef of it, basically, was that The Lighthouse was actually originally written by Edgar's brother Max. He'd had this screenplay for a very long time, apparently. And Rob kind of came in, and I think he streamlined it, because by then I think he was working in film, and he was like, okay, well, I can kind of make it into a film. So they kind of wrote it together. And what
what was it supposed to be originally? Sorry.
Pardon, sorry?
Not to get off topic. What was it supposed to be originally? A play or a book?
No. It was supposed to be a film.
Okay.
But
Max
Max
has come in.
But Max obviously is not. I don't think he was as experienced as Rob at the time. So he'd written this sort of big piece, basically, and Rob kind of came in. So this is what I've read, anyways. That Rob kind of came in and kind of streamlined it a bit, and together they really made it what it is. They kind of
how lovely!
Yeah, which
like
is
two
just
brothers creating this thing, but that's beautiful.
Yeah, and
I'm a real sap for that.
And absolutely, that's what I kind of wanted to say. Like, it's such a warm, it's such a like a really like warming story, basically. That like these two brothers kind of just like came together and like really crafted this vision together. And
the joy of collaboration.
Yeah, and I think so much so because, as far as I'm aware,
the antithesis of the film, basically.
They always wanted Willem Dafoe in it. They just absolutely wanted him to be
perfect casting.
Yeah, to be Thomas. And basically, I think they asked him, basically, like, here's the screenplay. And apparently William just loved it, and he was like, "Guys, let's make it. Whatever. Like, what do you need?
He's
like,
a man after my own heart.
You need connections. You need like producers. You know what I mean? I'll help you out, boys. Like, we'll get this done."
So, okay, I love that as well. When an actor comes on board and they just believe in the project so much.
Yeah,
it's like the opposite of After Earth. Where an actor comes in and believes in it so much, and a little too much. Will Smith believed in After Earth a little too much, I would say. There wasn't any healthy sense of self-critique, or maybe what could be improved, or maybe other people should be taking notes and giving feedback.
Have you heard the story about how that was made, After Earth? Like, basically, it was an after party.
He approached him at a party.
Yeah, literally, just turned up.
It's just an idea at a party.
And he was like, yeah, it's like, I've got this idea, and he's like, yeah, it's like this, and I want to get my son in it, and like, kind of feels like Shyamalan was a bit like sideswiped by it, just a bit like, oh, okay, like, right, okay.
Well, I mean, I don't despise Shyamalan. I do actually quite like Shyamalan.
I respect Shyamalan.
I just don't like. Yeah, that's the word. I respect Shyamalan, even though I don't like
much of his work.
The films he's made in the last 10 years. To be honest, I don't like any of them. But there's the hints there, and obviously he made 3 brilliant films.
Yeah.
Or at least 2 brilliant and 1 quite good.
Would you count would you count The Village in that?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, see, Village is
I like parts of The Village.
Is my
the same with a lot of Shyamalans. I like parts of them, but as a whole piece, I'm like,
yeah. Unfortunately, The Village is one of my little kind of like. It's one of those films where I love, and I really can't defend it. Do you know what I mean? It's like
I think it's one of those films you love if you love filmmaking.
No, it's just one of those things where, like, I cannot defend it. Do you know what I mean? Every criticism is so valid about it, and I know why people hate it. I was watching. Me and my brother watched Dante's Peak the other day when I went back to Cornwall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we were looking at the reviews. And all the critic reviews are slating it, fucking terrible dialogue. Like, what is this shit? Pierce Brosnan, all that. And then, like, the user reviews, this one guy says, can't recommend it for the life of me, but I cannot stop loving it. And I can't help it. He's like, I cannot recommend it, but I love it.
Well, Tom, that's the joy of... Sorry?
Yeah, no, carry on. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
I was just going to say, that's the joy of guilty pleasures.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
still get to like it. Whether it's bad or not, you still like it.
And I'm going to go on record.
And you get to have that.
I'm going to go on record and say, I'm not even joking, that I have a bit of a soft spot. I have a bit of a soft spot for Lady in the Water. I actually have a little soft spot for it.
Visually, music-wise as well.
Oh my God. James Newton Howard is a fucking... I mean, God bless that man for
brilliant.
Sticking with Shyamalan throughout his career. But, I mean, his score does elevate it wildly.
He's a good director. Shyamalan is a good director. I mean, The Happening was a joke, actually. I say that. I remember some of the shots in The Happening are so bad.
I have a bit of a soft spot for The Happening.
I know, because it's like you like the hanging moment where he looks in the rearview mirror. Like those little understated moments are brilliant. That's when Shyamalan shines through.
Yeah,
because that's not.
The first hour. Sorry, like the first hour for that, I love it. I know the rest of it is absolute dog shit. But yeah, you're right.
Trash,
I do. I love those. It's trash. It's trash.
No, but I respect that. I respect that you stand by it as well, because you still can appreciate the parts of it that work. It's just that's Shyamalan to a T right now. I say again, very arrogant, but he is a fucking good director. But
and he's an ideas man. He's an ideas man,
he's an ideas man. He's like a Hans Zimmer.
Yeah, and it just
he has great ideas, and then someone can build on it and form it into something. Like, doesn't do characters well. Hans Zimmer has a tendency for characters being quite cold, because they're very logical and philosophical. It's very elevated.
Sorry, Hans Zimmer.
Hans Zimmer. Christopher Nolan. Oh my God.
Well, no, that makes sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense, because Hans Zimmer's in every fucking Nolan film ever.
I'm so sorry. Like Hans Zimmer... so Christopher... Fuck me. So Christopher Nolan and M. Night Shyamalan, they're two halves of the same coin, I think, in that way. Shyamalan goes for the emotions and the passion, but he doesn't do people very well. He makes them almost like old school Stephen King caricatures.
Yeah.
And doesn't understand the complexity and subtlety.
Yeah.
And then Christopher Nolan does also is an ideas guy, but he likes philosophy and logic and ideas and existentialism and man's place in the universe, in time, in all kinds of dream, like Memento is time, Inception is dreams and reality. Interstellar is love. I haven't seen Dunkirk, but it looks like the new one, Tenet, is going to be about time again.
Yeah.
But his characters are very cold and philosophical and more detached, because they're more about elevating ideas than they are emotions. So it's that kind of long ways about. Shyamalan is an ideas man, so is Christopher Nolan, but Shyamalan loves the emotion and the feeling.
Yeah, Shyamalan's he's the
Nolan
fairy tale
loves
guy.
the ideas and the philosophy.
Yeah, Shyamalan's very, very much the fairy tale guy, isn't he? He's the guy who wants that whimsical childhood.
Well, especially, I mean, Lady in the Water, absolutely.
Yeah.
Even like Unbreakable, like the kind of deconstruction of the superhero genre as a fiction, as a story to be told. Particularly Unbreakable, Samuel Jackson, spoilers, but Samuel Jackson making the superhero essentially by being the villain.
Yeah.
Oh dear, we still haven't talked about the Lighthouse.
Don't worry, mate. When I was watching back, when I was listening back to Perfect Blue, we got an hour in and we hadn't even done anything remotely to do with Perfect Blue. We were literally talking about... We were talking about we were talking about K-pop, to be fair, and J-pop, so that was quite...
It was a very interesting... I think it is good to have these discussions. So again, we'll timestamp it. This is the front load bit. And anyone who wants to just go to the movie itself will get there. But this is just general stuff. General ideas about film, other films, the industry, and whatever we're talking about.
Yeah. So anyway, let's crack on then. Let's go into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so The Lighthouse. I've got like rough summaries of each scene. Or do you want to introduce us?
Well, I mean, I can talk about the beginning if you want to. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think straight away, what I love about The Lighthouse is the first sort of 20 minutes of the film really does set up the entire film as a whole. And I remember actually sitting in the cinema and having this moment where at that 20-minute mark, roughly, I kind of just went, oh yeah, I'm in for a big. Like I know exactly what I'm in for now. Big treat. Mm-hmm. And so right. we start off essentially with this kind of very sort of sensual, like the senses are being overloaded. So first of all, we get the chugging of a boat, and we see it hitting the water. And then we get this sort of long distance shot of this kind of beacon, this lighthouse in the distance, in this faraway fog. And we're then introduced to a very big part of the movie, which is the foghorn, which is this very intrusive, but also very mysterious kind of sound. It's almost like...
It's a whale, isn't it?
It's a whale.
It rises and keens and then falls off again. It's a very organic
for me
sound.
It was very much like the sirens, but almost like an opposite of the sirens.
It all ties together.
Yeah, and so we get that, and then we go on shore, and all of us, we get this sort of like bleak introduction to it. Again, very wide shots.
Only time we ever see other people.
Yeah, it's the only time we ever get to see other people, and we see them for very.
And we don't even see their faces.
No.
I went back and tried to see, but one guy's head is shown, his face, but it's so dark and obscured, like no one has faces.
Yeah, and so we see them very, very briefly. They've got the box, and they pass them, and then we just have this lovely shot of them both. It's just the two of them, and they're just standing there. And they're just sort of standing there, and they both they both handle the situation very differently. So Willem Dafoe is just standing there; he's almost got a bit of a smile on his face, and Robert Pattinson, who's obviously the new guy, he's the complete stranger to everything. The horn goes off, and he winces, and he just goes, "Oh, fucking hell!" Which also actually tells us that is actually a sound within the world. It's not just a sound effect or music; it's actually a sound in the world.
Yeah, it lets us know it's diegetic.
Yeah, really exactly.
Clever. Really simple and effective.
And at this time, he doesn't react at all. Willem Dafoe's just sort of a little smile, pops the pipe in his mouth, and he goes indoors. And then we sort of go into the actual room itself. It's not cluttered. It's a very old house. It's it's quite dim, very wooden, very hard. It kind of looks like a kitchen that you might see, like your nan might have had back in the day, like. And then they kind of...
It's a surprisingly open space.
Yeah, it is. It is
From
actually...
what I remember. Yeah. Again, what we were talking about earlier with the wide and the claustrophobia, the wide shots.
Yeah, I mean, it's been left in a very good state. Like, the guys who've just left have obviously, it's been left in a very nice state. It's very clean, very orderly. Kind of walk in. And then they go straight up to their quarters, don't they? Is that right? They go straight up there?
Tom, the old one, so we have young and old, Tom goes up first. He goes up straight away. Rob Pattinson lingers. Winslow lingers in the house.
Yeah.
And that's when we get the shot where he walks across, and it's a wide shot, and he kind of looks at the whole space. And it takes its time as well, so it really helps establish. And then he looks over to the stairs, and then he goes upstairs.
Yeah.
But yes, Tom heads straight up to make himself at home, and Winslow's wandering about.
That's it.
The empty space awkwardly.
Yeah. First thing that happens, Robert bangs his head quite badly on the beam. Going up again.
Again, just more. Yeah. He's not familiar. This is new.
It is exactly that.
He doesn't belong here.
Yeah. And you can hear a kind of sound, a little bit of like a watery, trickling sound, and you're like, oh, what's that? And then you realise it's Willem Dafoe having a piss in a po pot. Yeah, he's having a piss in a metal po pot. And.
Well, you don't see him at first.
No.
I love this shot.
Him. He just walks.
So Winslow walks in, sits down on the bed. And you just hear this tinkling, and he's sat down, and then Defoe appears. He just slides out from behind the pillar, doing up his trousers and kicking the piss bucket. Kicking it, so liquid's going to spill out.
Yeah, a little bit of splashing on his shoe. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, it's great. He stood, Winslow sat. Yeah. Meaning, metaphor. He's... Well, it is, because they do a great reverse of it. Not actually that long in either, but they reverse the shot.
You're right, they do.
It's when he snaps about the seagull. But anyway, but it's a great shot. Again, just visual language. Again, what you can do with a film. Especially, this is where, I can't believe we haven't mentioned it yet, the 16:9 aspect ratio.
Oh, God, yes. So, we need to talk about that.
I'd never, so one of the things I remember saying to you, one of the first things I said when we left the cinema, when I first saw it, was, I've never seen a film with 16:9, and I didn't understand the kind of, the artsy community around it and the obsession with this restricted view.
Yeah.
And then I saw this film and how it used the framing so perfectly in every way, and everything works so much better as this concentrated square, more like a canvas than a widespread. And and I said to you, I was like, I get it now. I get it.
One of the things the aspect ratio does is it always emphasizes anything that's vertical as well, because everything that is horizontal will inevitably be cut off, because you've still got the top. So again, it really does strengthen the presence of the lighthouse in it. If everything else is cut off, you'll always see the full body of the lighthouse. It's always there. It's always like in full frame. It never gets cut off.
You could argue. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Carry on.
No, that's it. And because I remember Edgar's, when he was talking about The Witch, and again, this is something that I wrote in the essay, where he talks about the trees in The Witch, because the trees in The Witch are very much like they're very much a border. I mean, I don't know if you remember, Sean, in my film Paper.
Yeah,
there's a scene where he walks up
I was
to the
in
forest.
it, Tom. I remember it.
Yeah.
I was in the film. Don't worry. But I remember.
There's the bit where my dad goes up to the trees, and there's the big wall of trees. And again, Edgar does a very similar. He does again. He
it's
obviously
not
does
welcoming, is it?
Yeah, it's this kind of like boundary.
Well, I mean, don't compare yourself to Eggers. That's
I'm
not a
going
fair
to
comparison, mate.
No,
don't.
Not even in the same breath as him. But hold on, sorry, 2 seconds, Sean. I'm just gonna. Sorry, my TV was going into auto standby. Yes.
Auto standby.
Yeah. So and I remember he was talking about the trees, and I think he was even hinting then about the aspect ratio, because he was like saying we really wanted them to look like a wall and emphasize the vertical nature of them. And I think he was even hinting then in that interview that he was very tempted to use a different aspect ratio to really emphasize vertical shapes, that there's wall, and to really like make them stand out even more than they are. But you're right.
You know what I think it is?
What's that?
Oh, sorry.
No, carry on.
You carry on.
No, carry on.
I was going to say verticality. It's one of the things that emphasizes, again, a world so well, because when you put a human being with our molded houses and our doorways built for our sizes and everything accommodating with our dimensions, then you step out next to a tree, this natural thing that has no care for your dimensions, that towers over you and completely disempowers you in a way that's so alien. I mean, obviously you have high-rise buildings, you have skyscrapers and everything, but that's... I don't know, it's a different kind of effect. You still have doors, windows, dimensions shaped for you, but nature doesn't account or accommodate for such things.
Exactly,
you can't, when it's unmolded, it really emphasizes
that's
it.
No, like you said, unmolded, exactly, yeah. It's just raw. Carry on.
Sorry, just another thing I want to say on your verticality thing. Yeah, I mean, this is more subjective posturing, but for me, you're saying it emphasizes the verticality, the 60:9 aspect ratio. It's like, because the characters, even the characters themselves, they're always reaching upward. They're always straining. When they drink, they're stood tall, their heads are tilted back. When Robert Pattinson, when Winslow masturbates, he is straining upwards. He's tilting his head back.
He is, isn't he?
He's trying to climb the lighthouse. He's trying to ascend. It's always trying to move upward, and they never can.
Exactly. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I get that might be, and that's again the point I missed with Perfect Blue. The beauty of having the film allow you to make interpretations. It's opening the stage and saying you can conjure much more to this than even the filmmakers intended.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as you said before, Sean, I think, when you do watch this, you're always going to fall into this trap when you do a very big decision to put it in 60:9, where people are going to go, oh, here we go, he's going to be arty, is he? He's going to be arty.
Absolutely.
But you instantly, you just get it. You're like, Matt, you just watch it and you go, no, not only are we trying to create a sense that this is old, because it's that aspect ratio, it's this kind of old style aspect ratio, but just to emphasize the lighthouse and again, like the environment, the claustrophobia, you just go, no, this is, you get it. It's straight away. It's very, very it never becomes distracting after the first 5 minutes. It's completely natural after that. I feel like it's just like,
It's funny, I think for me, the moment that I was fully sold was when it was the first shot of the lighthouse ascending upwards. We see the mechanics the train upwards, we see the weights.
Probably the same, actually.
It was that shot, because up till then, the wides were kind of cut short. And I was like, I'm not too sure, I'm not digging this. I feel it's kind of taking away from the vastness of the space to contrast with the claustrophobia. Obviously, I didn't know I was going to get claustrophobic at the time because I was only watching the opening shots and how it was open and visual, but I was a bit like, I don't know, but it was the first shot that starts sliding up that tower, and I was like, it's like hands running up the back of a woman. Like there's something, there's sensuality and there's weight and it's like there's whole thing, and it's all because my eye has been definitively trained dead center.
Yeah.
And to follow up with like this sheer focus.
Yeah.
It forces you to focus on a very specific thing. I mean, that's framing 101, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'd say that is the moment I was like, I get it. Okay, yeah, I'm sold. You have me.
And just what you said as well, Sean, I think that was very, very interesting. Like, you know, I've seen the Lighthouse now with you know, I've seen it with you, I've seen it with my film colleagues, saw my brother, and you know, the thing that everyone gets is even when I saw it with my film mates, there were a few people who didn't really quite, you know, really get invested into it, because I know me and you,
of course,
you know, me and you, we dream of this kind of film. Like this is so up our alley. It's like, you know, it's down the lane under the tunnel, basically. Like
literally dream. Of this kind of imagery.
But even people who aren't really into this kind of film, I remember there's obviously like you know, there's a few international students on my course who just absolutely could not get the language, because even I struggled with the language. I don't know about you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like I watched it with subtitles this time.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to make notes at the same time. And it was imperative I knew what they were saying. Surprisingly, actually listening to it on a TV rather than the cinema, I actually think the sound was better.
More focused.
I think I understood what they were saying more, even with the subtitles. I couldn't say for definite because obviously I had subtitles on, so you know, I'm not a unbiased study group anymore. But you understand, like, so when it was on the TV, I don't know, the sound was cleaner. And that might be something actually lost in the quality that takes away from the aged effect of the film. But it made it more, it gave it more clarity for me watching it. Which is another whole interesting can of worms about subtitles and clarity in film.
Yeah.
You know, I have a personal thing about mumbling in film too much. When you don't understand what people are saying, and then impact of lines and weight is lost, and then you have to use subtitles, and then you're reading things. And sometimes when it's like, I'm your father, like you see the father first.
The punchline
to the
comes
impact.
Before.
Yes. Basically, the punchline is told before the joke is finished. That kind of thing. But we won't get into that.
No. Just very quickly, big shout out to Observer that actually has subtitles that appear with the audio.
Yes.
Just a very quick note.
Yes, you're right. Have you finished that?
No, not yet. No, I've got.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you one thing. Oh no, actually, I'll ask you afterwards.
Okay,
because I picked up on something, and I'll be very curious to see if you've picked up. I'd like to talk about Observer. Actually,
definitely. I'll be really up for that.
It's much more a film than a game to begin with, so. I think,
definitely.
Yeah, it's worth a talk.
So anyway, just to get back to your point, I think because, you know, obviously these the foreign students struggled with the language, but what they all agreed on was that because the film is very open to interpretation, it very much is a kind of like, well, you know, it's just like, here it is, like, what do you make of it? And here's the imagery. The imagery is so strong, and the performances are so. I think the performances as well are so strong that some of the times you don't even need to know what they're saying.
It's more like you're absorbed in it.
Yeah, exactly. And so even people who couldn't really understand the dialogue and it wasn't really their cup of tea, even they came away from this and were like, yeah, no, really strong film. Like, really strong film. Like, I really love the way they presented it, the way it's shown and structured. Yeah.
I think that's like the atmosphere.
Yes.
Doing the heavy lifting in that department. It's like, I don't know what they were saying, but I knew what they were feeling.
Yes.
I knew what was, like, it was visceral and it was bare. I love the raw humanity of this film.
It's very
raw.
Love
the viciousness of it all, because it is animalistic and savage, but it's also very much human. I mean, the whole... Anyway, we'll get to it.
No, absolutely.
The ascension, the guilt... the crimes, you know, there's no such thing as sin in the animal kingdom. That is a human invention, and yet it's such an important piece of this story. Yeah. Which is all about stripping out what you'd conventionally talk about as humanity, you know, civility, empathy, graciousness, decency, kindliness.
It really does look at the very thin veil of humanity, doesn't it? That very thin sort of that skin that's on top of everyone, and underneath is the animal. Yeah, and it very much scratches away at that surface, doesn't it?
Well, for me, like when it gets to it and it pulls it all the way back, it's like it's not that far. It's not that inhuman.
No,
like, this is not that different. Like this is humanity bare. Like again, all social etiquette stripped away. It's like this is what a human is, and you know what? It's not that bad. It's not that much different.
No,
it's like,
and also
you're not some savage feral creature.
And all it took, Sean, was a storm. Do you know what I mean? Like it's very much nature.
No, all it took as what's his name? Is it Jean-Paul Sartre? Hell is other people. All it took was one man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. No, you're
there's
right.
the curse of isolation, and then there's the curse of familiarity.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Anyway, so we'll getting back on to no. Yeah, so getting back onto it. So where did you get up to? Sorry, we were talking
about the verticality because
and then the ascent,
Tom walks out behind the pillar from Winslow.
Oh yeah, that's it. So
this idea, so he stood, Winslow's sitting, great shot, very obviously metaphor.
Yeah, and then we get to our first fart joke of the film, which will be a recurring theme.
Defoe... there is a lot of farts.
And you know what?
An inordinate amount of farts, I would say.
It's so funny because it's such an arty film, but it's not above a fart joke, which is great.
Absolutely.
And the farting, and again,
that's why it's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's just that, it's that very, like, and that what I can't remember who said it, but it's kind of that thing, like, it doesn't matter where you're from in the world, a fart will always make people laugh. Like, it's just so, it's such a universal thing, isn't it?
Humanity, the raw essence, we all enjoy it.
Someone cracks a fart.
It's a primordial urge.
Yeah. So
farts are funny.
So after kicking the piss bucket, Willem...
I know. You know that shit's spilled.
Of course you do. That's all over the socks as well. That's all getting in. Yeah, he lets out a big old fart, and he does a proper stretch and a haunch over, and he gets a good old crack out.
He intentionally farts, basically.
Yeah, there's no hiding it.
No, he chooses to emit gas in front of Winslow, like, specifically. I don't think the character Tom is literally thinking that he wants to put him down, but it's such a specific moment, like that. It was that urge in the social hierarchy to knock down the young blood.
It was
let
welcome,
him know.
Welcome to
I don't even know if that was a
conscious
conscious decision.
No, I think it was, because it is just like, welcome to my house. I piss in my room,
I think it's just,
fart.
There's so many little things as the scenes go on that quietly establish Tom's dominance quickly.
It's very much Tom's house, isn't it? It's very much his house.
It's amazing how quickly they also reverse it.
Yes.
It's amazing how quickly they establish his dominance, and then so quickly, I think 20, 30 minutes in, they completely flip it.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
This is a meme at this point, surely.
Oh god, I know, I love it.
For all 6 people listening.
So, we have that, and then Winslow is sat on the bed, and he pulls out. He feels something in the bed, and he gets a bit funny about it, and he starts.
Oh, sorry! Just before you get to that, Tom. So Tom pisses, kicks the piss bucket underneath the bed.
Yeah.
Farts, has a big snort, and then says to Winslow, he's like, he basically forbids him from night watch or tending to the light. He says then, the light is mine.
Oh, is that it?
And then
then
you hear the fog wail again. You hear the foghorn. It's the first time it's heard within the house.
Right.
It stops completely by the time they're walking past the other people.
Yeah.
And then the first time he introduced the idea of the possessiveness, the light is mine.
The light is
foghorns.
Mine. Yeah.
The foghorn calls. It calls to him.
Yeah.
Again, but perhaps overinterpretation, but I think it's immediate. The lighthouse is already starting to spin its web around Winslow.
Yeah,
it's immediately interjecting. But so that's the scene.
Yeah.
And then so he forbids him from tending to the light.
Yeah.
Like, the light is mine.
The light is
when
mine.
He wanders off.
The light is mine.
And leaving Winslow just kind of sat there, alone, separated literally by a pillar. He's like literally in a cell, sat on his cot, and he's just like, you're right there with him. You're like, this is miserable.
Yeah,
this is just so depressing in every aspect.
It's absolutely
the land is depressing and the company is depressing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, really, like he's probably just sat there smelling a bit of fart, just like, this ain't good. This ain't good. But yeah, then he finds the mermaid, doesn't he? He finds something in his bed, and he tries to pull it out, and very quickly, when he's trying to pull out he's digging into his mattress to pull out the thing that's poking into his arse, and it looks like hair. It's disgusting. It looks like he's put it like the mattress. It's like
I thought
hair.
I misunderstood that. I thought, I was like,
disgusting.
that must
horrible.
be cotton or straw.
Yeah, but it looks like
Yeah,
hair.
I assumed. Okay.
I just thought it was horrible. Like he's like digging into his mattress, and it literally looks like black, disgusting hair, almost like pubic.
Yeah, the
almost
worst
pubic.
kind.
Yeah, it's really horrible.
Ratty and knotted.
Yeah, and then he digs out and he finds
Pubic hair.
Yeah, no, but that's what I thought. That's what it felt like.
You're right.
Because he's digging his fingers in, you know what I mean, trying to find it, and it's just this mat of like horrible, wiry hair.
There's a lot of groping imagery, isn't there? There's a lot of like hands flexing and running over surfaces and pulling and drawing.
And then he finds a mermaid figurine, and he kind of looks at it.
Yes, he finds the siren idol.
And he's a little bit, he's a bit taken back, but he keeps it. He pockets it. He kind of gives it a bit of a look, and he just goes, okay. Yeah, and then he just pockets it. He goes, yeah, all right then. But then it gives you a sense of like what happened before, because that means that the previous position hid that, basically. So you kind of get this kind of sense of like, oh, like why was the previous guy hiding a siren idol?
Yes, that's interesting, because I have a different take on that actually, but it'd be better if we came back to that later.
Oh, okay, we'll put a note on that then. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my memory helped me recollect, Sean.
How long have we been sitting here talking shit? 2 hours? 6 weeks? Help me to recollect.
For anyone who cares, ladies and gentlemen, we're a real gas.
We're real gag here. And then does it go on to the first night? Like he does a few duties. He does a few chores.
Cuts. So the light is mine. Finds the idol, and then it's the first dinner scene, and we hear the horn go off, and that's when Tom gives his toast. It's fucking great toast.
Yeah.
The one we did earlier, but yeah. And Winslow says he doesn't want to drink, and then Tom kind of presses the issue. And he basically drinks, and he presses the issue and says, well, it's bad luck to leave a toast unanswered.
Yeah.
And so Winslow goes to get a drink of water. And then Tom basically laughs because Winslow then takes a drink. It turns out it's full of filthy water from the eddy that's got into the system.
Yeah.
From the estuary of the island.
Yeah.
And Tom laughs, and he's easygoing, and it's just like a joke. And Winslow's clearly not amused.
Yeah.
And that's when Tom again forbids Winslow from tending to the light. Winslow's like, I thought we get double shifts. Do I get to see the light? And Tom's like, no, the light's mine. You'll be busy with all the chores and stuff. Yeah, so in my brief cliff notes there, I love it's just their front faces lit, the front side of them as they're sat at the table. And the darkness is so encroaching, and it's so thick and viscous. It like wraps around them, it makes them look very small, even though there's quite a lot of space in the shot between the two of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is where I was just like, you just turn French with how good it is.
The blacks and the whites, it's very good.
But yeah, it's a great bit, and that's when he talks about, again, the light is mine. And we kind of established that Winslow doesn't drink, finds the idol, and then it cuts to Winslow stoking the furnace.
Yes.
And as he's stoking it, and it looks boiling, it looks hot. Like it's bright white. It's such a jarring colour in the grayscale black of the film. This bright white heat. That's again very much the only other bright white is obviously the light. But like the belly of the beast, he's stoking it, and then he gets deafened by the foghorn.
Yeah.
And then he kind of like goes, fuck. And that's when we get to see the lighthouse interior for the first time. And that's the crawling up shot that I was talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And the music starts, and it slides in.
Chimes.
It slides very subtly in. It's very creeping.
It's the chimes,
menacing.
isn't it? It's just like wind chimes, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it becomes this like heartbeat, and then it starts menacing, and then the music becomes almost like angelic and fervorous.
Yeah.
And then you have the wine glass sound that... anyone who's played Ocarina of Time will know it as the teleport sound. But whenever you get into those blue crystals. Anyway, but yeah, and then that's when you see Tom sat possibly naked. He's at least topless.
Yeah,
we know later he's definitely nude,
and he's in another world.
Drinking.
Isn't he, mate? Yeah, he's drinking.
Yeah, he's drinking and staring into the light, and we get to see the light for a brief second, which is weird. The one thing that surprised me is that we get to see the inside of the light, and it's just a light. I was like, I don't know if you should have shown us that. To be fair,
we didn't see inside of it. We just see the Art Deco glass, don't we? That kind of.
No, we see the light itself. We see the glass. The lantern.
Turning, but we don't actually see within the glass, don't we? Because that's.
Oh, I suppose not.
No, we just see the art. We see the Art Deco glass.
The thing's closed, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Sorry, ignore me. You're right.
No.
Pointless point. But anyway, so Tom's staring into it, drunk out of his mind, and he just holds up the bottle and he's like, "To ye be beauty," and he looks so reverent.
Yeah.
He's not just. It's almost like despair, but there's a quiet fervor and joy in it.
Yeah.
He looks so reverent when he's looking at that light.
Absolutely, and
that's again the point where you're like, oh, okay, this film is going to be.
I was going to say it was at that point that I was like, I'm going to enjoy this film. I was like, There's we've had the siren, we've had this light, we've had Willem looking at it in an almost zealous way. I was like, we're in for some weird shit. And I'm like, and I'm totally down for that.
This is going to be some soul-bearing shit.
Yeah, and maybe like supernatural, I don't know.
I mean, it's the first night and he's already naked and drunk. It's like, come on, mate, build up to it.
I know. But and I remember when I saw him naked, looking at the light, I did get this very, it's just this sense of, again, dread. It was like, he looks so, like you said, he looks so content, lost and wistfully at it, but also a bit sad and a bit and it really
the longing
and there's just something about I don't know maybe it's a personal thing, I don't know, because obviously my dad used to drink a lot, like he was but obviously because when he was a young man before I was born actually, but he was an alcoholic, and there's just something about seeing like an older gentleman shirtless drunk. It's very hard to watch sometimes. It's very it's just
that's
something
not what grown men should behave
do.
Like. That's what teenagers and 20-year-olds do who make mistakes and
it's
laugh
tragic.
About it.
Yeah,
you're not supposed to be that age and be that falling apart.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very it's very tragic, and it kind of hits it for me. It hit me a lot, and I was like, it gave me this very, very, very unsettling feeling. Having this kind of who's supposed to be the head wiki, do you know what I mean? He's supposed to be this authoritarian figure.
This is our we've just been shown this is our authoritative figure, and this is him in front of the light. Yeah,
and that, like you said, like a teenager, like pathetic, exactly, pathetic. Like a drunken teenager longing over, like a stoned teenager looking at a fucking. Like poster on the wall, do you know what I mean? Just like it was something...
Well, it's almost in a way where it's like you look at it not with contempt as you would when you're judging, when you're thinking someone's pathetic and they're not, they're making bad choices and they're not taking control as they should, but it's almost like pathetic in a sad way where it's
it's almost shameful. I shame for him. I don't feel shameful, but I shame for him. Like I feel shameful for him. I'm like, God, like I feel embarrassed.
We already empathise with this guy. He's said 2 lines, maybe. We care about him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. Fucking great. No time wasting here.
No. But great little introduction.
Yeah, and again, that was like we said, that was the moment when I just knew. I was like, this is a film that I'm gonna enjoy.
It is. Yeah, it's so clearly the prologue.
Yes, it is. You're right.
It's so neat. And what it sets up and establishes, I do love me a good prologue the first 15, 20 minutes.
And it's so neat.
That whole kind of like, this is the tone,
yeah.
This is who we're with, and this is what we're going to be doing.
No, absolutely, you're right. It's very neat.
It's such a masterclass.
Yeah, it really is.
Efficiency. It's like, this is how you do it with like minimal dialogue.
Yeah.
Minimal scenes, even.
Yeah.
Everything. I mean, this film only clocks in about 1 hour and 40 minutes. It's very careful with what it shows.
Yeah, and you know
it's
what?
Very precise.
Our let's get the runtime. 109 minutes. My God, it's astonishing, that runtime, actually, because it feels longer, and not in a bad way either. Not like I got it dragged on.
It's one of those films where you don't notice the time. Just as it's coming to the end, you're like, how long have I been here for now? Like, every good film, you do get that where you're just coming up to the end. And you're like, how long have I been here for? And then it's like, oh, this
5
is the
days,
end.
6 weeks. Help me recollect.
Well, actually, that's not true. Some films you don't even realise. Like Bladerunner, I didn't realise the runtime. I really didn't feel it.
No, same. Not at all. I wanted more, Sean. I wanted more.
Yeah. I could have happily eaten another half hour. But
Easily,
But I actually appreciate that about the film.
Yeah. Actually,
and it could have, and that might have been shit.
No, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like that half an hour, you don't know if that will drag. You'd never know, don't you? Like, it's better to leave wanting more than to have that half an hour and for it not to pay off than to be
always.
like Wolf of Wall Street,
like Star Wars.
Yeah, like Star Wars. I was gonna say Wolf of Wall Street. It's like, up to that point, I wanted more, and then when Scorsese gave me the extra half an hour, I was like, no, I really didn't want this, actually. I'm really bored.
Yes. I thought you were going to be like, it's the same. And I was like, I'd say it's the opposite.
No,
that's
opposite.
What you were going for.
Yeah. I was like, I really didn't want this, actually. I really wanted this to end.
I love me Scorsese, don't get me wrong. But I just never feel that they're work
valid?
great as complete films because of the pacing. But there's so many good scenes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think you're right. Unfortunately, his extra... And it's always very noticeable, his extra half an hour. Do you know what I mean?
Like the lewd scene. Yeah. Everyone knows in Wolf of Wall Street, right? Like everyone, I think when you were watching it, you were like, this is pointless but brilliant.
Yeah.
Like you definitely don't need the lewd scene at all overall, but it would be a shame to take it out.
Yeah.
Oh, it would be a shame to take it out.
Yeah.
But pacing, so, make your choice. I don't think that makes Scorsese's film bad. It's just this is a thing he does.
Yeah, exactly. You've not seen.
For me personally, it's a long. It can be a bit taxing by the end.
Did you see The Irishman? Sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I actually watched it all in one go as well. I make a point to watch a film in one go. I really do.
Well done, man. Yeah. Did you felt that dragged?
Yeah, definitely. Didn't need the intro sequence about him being young, meeting him. When De Niro's aged to look like 40 and
he beats
up that guy and it looks terrible. Everyone agrees that he should have just kept it in the store, keep it a long shot, get this stunt double in, but whatever. But you don't need that much, because there's not that much to him as a character. And I feel those kind of intro things of establishing him, we didn't need to see that much. You could have cut that out. You could have cut out a little bit of the back and forth about the early Union days, I think. I don't think you needed to cut anything out with Pacino. I actually think that was exactly the right amount of scenes between those guys to establish that relationship. I think it was great. But when I think about scenes like he's going, "It's my union! It's my union!" And De Niro and Joe Pesci are having a chat about it. It's like, you gotta let it go. It goes on too long. There's bits like that. And I get it, because this conversation flows beautifully naturally. Yeah. It feels like two real men talking about it.
Yeah.
De Niro's not a great conversationalist. He has that stammer, and he struggles to express himself, which is, I feel, one of the things about Irishman, is it's a man who's emotionally stunted.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a man who he can't express
and how
himself,
it's cost him with his daughter, with his friends.
And how he's been dragged along, basically. Because he can't express himself, he ends up getting dragged along, doesn't he?
He's a good person through and through. He does bad things, but he's loyal. He does things for all the right kind of reasons in a personal way or a familial way, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just padding, and the driving. I get the driving sequences when they're driving to the place and their wives stop for a smoke, and it's kind of nice for a breather. But when you have everything else in there as well, it's no, this is not really helping me. This isn't a breather. This is a drag.
Yeah, I mean,
for me,
no.
Again, I say for me, this is. I don't think Scorsese is someone who should be dismissed lightly.
Oh God, absolutely not. No. I think that's. I think for me, I agree, because that's always the problem. Because when you've got Pesci, Pacino, De Niro on the same table and they're having these conversations, you don't want to cut. You know what I mean? You just you want to let them breathe and you want to let these scenes come out. But obviously,
you want to let them act.
You want to let.
That's one thing I love about Scorsese. He appreciates the process of acting. He is an actor's director. Sorry.
No, absolutely. But that's it. But at some point, you do have to make a decision. But that, and in a way, that's why I do love Scorsese, because he's he's very unapologetic. He's just like, dude, I'm making my film. Like, I don't care. It's 3 hours. I mean,
he's one of the few that can make like Tarantino, where it's like, I'm making this fucking film and it's going to be crazy, and the producer's like, okay, well, I mean, you're always successful, so here's money.
I was just going to say actually, but then when I compare Scorsese to Tarantino, who also has these long conversations, which some of them are about nothing. I mean,
but he just doesn't have as many.
Yeah, but that's it. And
his characters tend to be more bombastic and exaggerated. So I think their complexities aren't as great, or they come across much quicker.
Yeah, I mean, we watched Inglourious Bastards the other day.
Fucking masterpiece.
Absolute brilliant. And all the conversations.
I can't decide if it's his best, but
all the conversations. You're just riveted by them. You just need to be in the room and watching them. The strudel scene. Like the strudel scene. My mum, I was watching it with mum because she was like, "Oh, why have I not watched this?" And I was like, "Probably because it's a bit gory." And then she watched it, and then we watched the strudel scene. And at the end when Christoph Waltz walks away, and I can't remember her name now, but the French actress, she goes, like my mum literally did the same thing at the same time. She just gasped for breath, and she was like, "Oh my god, that was so tense." And I was like, "Yeah, exactly." Like every word you're hanging. That's
brilliant.
Yeah, you're hanging on every word, and it's so precise. Yeah, even though it goes on for ages, like it's a really long conversation, but like it's just, it's great. Yeah, I don't think it's his. I agree with you. I don't think it's his best. I've still got a very big soft spot for Pulp Fiction, but I think it's up there definitely. I think it's up there in his top. I think it's his top 3, maybe top 5.
That's the great thing about Tarantino. I find he's a very flavors kind of guy. Sometimes I want chocolate. Sometimes I want strawberry. Like, I can't settle on a magnum opus of his.
And you know what?
He has a varied catalogue.
I absolutely adore Django Unchained as well. I fucking love that film.
Yeah, last half hour was a bit long.
Yeah, true.
The shoot-up was great, but yeah, I don't need the prison escape scene. Just get rid of it.
I haven't seen Jackie Brown yet.
Neither have I.
That's on the list, isn't it? That's on the list, isn't it? I forgot.
It's on the list. Jackie Brown is, yes, but we haven't seen. I haven't seen Kill Bill either.
Oh, have you? Oh, Sean, you'll love it.
I'm sure I will.
You know what?
As a big fan of the Yakuza games, I have a feeling this film will be right up my alley.
I'm gonna say right now, I'm gonna say it. Kill Bill is my favorite Tarantino movie. No, it is.
Okay.
No, it is. I just fucking love it, Sean. I just fucking love it.
Style incarnate. I know that much.
It's just God, it's just everything about it, mate. It's the music, like it's so well edited. The music, like Uma Thurman is just so fucking badass in a really good way. In like it's a proper strong female character, not done to pander. It's just a proper fucking.
Well, she's a strong character.
That's exactly it. She just
happens to be female.
Yeah, she's just a really strong character. And I just bloody love it. I love the absurdness of it.
Yeah.
I love the absolute ridiculousness of it. It's just brilliant. Yeah, I love.
Yeah, you can do it without making it. Yeah, sorry.
No, yeah, like you said, like you can do it without it being cheesy. Like it's just.
Well, yeah, I mean. Yeah, and you can do it without dismissing femininity. Like I think Ripley is one of the best characters of cinema, and it's brilliant because they explore femininity and motherhood. Through her and the aliens themselves. Like the themes tie in with the monsters and the characters.
And Geiger's
it's
artwork.
Fucking neat.
Yeah.
Yes, it's so fucking neat.
Yeah, it's Ripley
1 and 2 again, just like brilliant case studies. Particularly 2 more so. Even though it's the action one.
Yeah.
One's more about, I suppose, the horror of it.
Yeah, no.
But again, I'd still say one is more a lot of linking to traumatic birth and life is pain.
And Ian Holm, rest in peace.
Ian Holm, rest in peace.
What a legend! What a fucking legend!
Rest in peace, Frodo.
Yeah.
What a fucking legend! Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Bilbo, Frodo, and Bilbo. What an absolute G.
I know both, and he fucking sold them. For anyone who cares, the BBC Radio 4 adaptation of Lord of the Rings, the radio play they did back in, I want to say the late 70s or early 80s, fucking masterpiece of audio theatre, of radio play. Like, do yourself a favour, check it out. It holds close to the books. they structure it more differently. So don't go in expecting something closer to the films. It's close to the books, and they're all brilliant.
Yeah,
all of those are brilliant. And yeah, this is just brilliant. And Ian Holm is Frodo in it. And it's brilliant again. And yeah, a great. They should have Oscars for voice, but
mate, you know what I always say, like, you know, that us Brits, you know, we you know, we're not in terms of like, you know, pop culture. I mean, we're pretty good at music, like, and all that sort of stuff. Cinema, not really so much. But one of the things that I always feel is overlooked is our. Well, the thing I think that's always overlooked is our radio, which is a real kind of like niche. But I feel, I
agree.
I feel,
absolutely agree.
I feel we've been very devoted to it. Like, if you ever come to the UK, you'll notice that we actually have a channel devoted to drama and sort of radio plays, BBC Radio 4, and it's a testament. It's like the Lord of the Rings is a very like Old Testament to, like, you know, British radio, and what
the joy of imagination.
Yeah, what you can do with that medium. And it's like, you know, I always try to get people to listen to, especially international students, always kind of get them to like, I'll listen to a few radio plays.
Because there's a bit of culture that maybe not as well. They might have their own version, but it's a very English. It's a lovely piece of our culture.
Yeah, and we still do it, you know, and we still bang them out.
Well known. Yep. A lot of them. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say one of the most popular shows in the UK is The Archers, which is a radio play. It's still going.
Yes,
it's still
really,
a little phenomenon. Really popular. We're still very much devoted to radio and what it can do. We're still very much devoted to it. Hello, Sean. Are you there? Sorry, I heard the.
Yeah, I'm there.
Sorry.
Yeah, same. I heard a bit of a lag there.
Yeah.
No, it's all fine.
Yeah. Well, that was a nice tangent. I quite like that. Let's big up the UK radio scene.
Yeah, mate. That's what this is all about. Yeah. Again, for anyone who cares, you're probably realising at this point that this is not a concise podcast talking about just a film.
No.
They're kind of an open discussion,
just me
and we could use the film to go into different points. But isn't that the joy? Isn't that the joy of a piece of art? It's not just about what it is; it's about what it could be in all aspects.
Yeah, if you are an international viewer, you can actually listen to BBC Radio 4 through BBC Listens. I think you can actually access it internationally. Or
you guys could get yourself a NordVPN service. Rady Shady here, guaranteeing you a great 3-month plan with NordVPN, $7.99 per month. We're not sponsored by NordVPN, by the way, but I've used them before and they're pretty good.
But Nord, if you're out there, we would very much appreciate it. I mean,
we'd very much appreciate it.
Yeah, we're very broke at the moment, both of us. So
yeah, it came in handy when I went to China. But sorry, yes, as you're saying, you can listen to it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some great radio plays, some absolute bangers.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry, you didn't finish saying where you could actually go listen to them.
Oh yeah, I think BBC Listens might be available internationally, but if not, I literally think you can just there's always those radio sites, can't you, where you can listen to international.
You can buy the radio play of Lord of the Rings at the very least on iTunes. That's accessible in like most countries. So do yourself, not do yourself a favour unless you're into that. Then do yourself a favour.
And I know. Let's plug it as well. Why not? What's that other brilliant radio play that me and you love? The comedy, Grave Expectations.
Oh, Bleak Expectations.
Bleak Expectations.
It's a kind of pastiche of Dickens's work, but also set against a weird. I want to say it's like Austin Powers set in Victorian England. I really do.
Yeah.
Maybe less sex jokes, but it's got sex jokes. Don't you worry. But it's that kind of vein, but set to a Charles Dickens backdrop.
Yeah. And.
You have Mr. Gently Beloved. Again, another Oscar-winning performance from Anthony Head.
Oh, Anthony Head's a fucking G, though. He's an absolute
Mr.
G.
Gently Beloved, who is the main villain, by the way. He's an absolute bastard.
Yeah.
That's the kind of show you're dealing with. It's great.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe. Yeah.
Yeah, they perfectly...
It's absurdist and Monty Python-esque.
They use the medium perfectly as well. Like, they really take advantage of being a radio show. Yeah, which is fantastic.
Yeah, for example... Like, for a quick example, like, there's one joke. Don't worry, there's plenty of better ones. There's one joke where this woman is saving these 3 kids. She's like, "Quickly, children, on the horses! Yeah!" Perhaps we should have got on the horses. Yeah, perhaps we should have. It's just great. Just the idea that she just rides off and they just stand there.
Yeah, you get these really unique punchlines with it, which I love. Yeah,
you can only do that with radio. Yeah. You couldn't do that with any other medium.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So anyway, God, where were we?
We were just on to Ye Me Beauty, and then it's back to. Shall we go back?
I mean, do you want to start from
refocus?
the first? Do you want to start from the first dinner scene? The first time they have dinner.
So after Tom walks off, when he's like, "The light is mine," and he leaves Winslow sat there in the bed when he kicks the piss bucket.
Yeah.
Then it's the first dinner scene, and we hear the horn go off, and that's when Tom gives his toast. It's fucking great toast.
Yeah.
The one we did earlier, but yeah. And Winslow says he doesn't want to drink, and then Tom kind of presses the issue, and he basically drinks, and he presses the issue and says, well, "It's bad luck to leave a toast unanswered."
Yeah.
And so Winslow goes to get a drink of water. And then Tom basically laughs because Winslow then takes a drink. It turns out it's full of filthy water from the eddy that's got into the system.
Yeah,
from the estuary of the island.
Yeah.
And Tom laughs and he's easygoing and it's just like a joke. And Winslow's clearly not amused.
Yeah.
And that's when Tom again forbids Winslow from tending to the light. Winslow's like, "I thought we get double shifts. Do I get to see the light?" And Tom's like, "No, the light's mine. You'll be busy with all the chores and." But yeah, so. In my brief cliff notes there, I love. It's just their front faces lit, the front side of them as they're sat at the table, and the darkness is so encroaching and it's so thick and viscous. It like wraps around them, It makes them look very small, even though there's quite a lot of space in the shot between the two of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is where I was just like, you just turn French with how good it is.
The blacks and the whites, is very good.
But yeah, it's a great bit, and that's when he talks about, again, the light is mine. And we kind of established that Winslow doesn't drink, and he doesn't want him to. So after he goes to Ye Me Beauty, Winslow's smoking, looking up at the lighthouse, and he's walking along the beach, and he sees logs starting to float in the water.
Oh God, sorry, I completely forgot
Music
about this.
starts to swell. Yeah, sorry, it's important.
Yeah, it's very important.
He starts seeing logs drift in the bay. So he starts, and they're getting closer, and more start appearing. The music starts to rise, and the music's great. It sounds like it's underwater. There's a lot of it's the way it's kind of it definitely sounds. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to sound like it was underwater. Yes,
high pass. Or
yeah,
low
that
pass.
kind of shit
Low
they love
pass,
to do in the
sorry,
Matrix soundtrack. That high pass effect. You're right.
Was it low pass? I think it's low pass for underwater. Can't remember. One of the passes.
One of the passes. They gave it a pass of varying inclination, and he wanders out to it. And Patterson again, great expressions here, like the terror on his face and the horror building up. Yeah. I was right there with him.
Yeah.
And as he gets closer and closer, wading out, like he's up to his neck by this point. If you've seen the trailer, you'll know the shot. Mm-hmm. And he's looking at this thing, absolutely rattled. He's literally shaking. And then the body is revealed, and it's this body starting to turn towards him. And as it turns, it's like floating. Its head in the water, its back's on the surface bobbing. As it turns, he gets dragged underwater, Winslow. And as he gets dragged underwater, we see one of the best horror imagery, one of the best horror sequences I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
So he's underwater, and then there he sees in the foggy, murky distance the mermaid/siren swimming towards him, and that's when the shrieking starts.
Yeah.
And it's quiet at first. The first shriek is this kind of lower keen, but again, it's a keening sound. It's a wail, very similar to the Lighthouse foghorn.
Yeah.
There's this wailing. We talked about Patterson masturbating later. Like even that ties in, but we'll get to that. But yeah, that.
Yeah. Well, can I do my?
It's almost.
Can I do my impression?
The way it keens off at the end. Sorry.
Can I try and do an impression of it badly?
Yes, absolutely. Did you just play something? I didn't hear that at all.
No. I
didn't come through at all.
I think I peaked. That's why. Yeah.
Oh, try it again. Yes. Yeah. Not quite like that, obviously. A bit less like. But it was, and that was. I remember saying to your fellow students. So I got to remember to not say names. I remember saying I was like, to one of them, I was like, yeah, that's when I realised I was feeling terror. Because it was that creeping dread of me, and I felt that weight underneath, that kind of almost like something is gently, like a fingers are gently wrapped around your heart. They're not crushing it, it's just holding it.
Yeah.
And you feel that rising under your diaphragm.
Yeah.
And then as she screams the second time, and the moment she swims closer, I was like, oh my God, I'm terrified.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is horror. Like, it rose up in me. Like, it licked it drew out that emotion.
No, as you said, like, the first scream is almost like, again, it's in the distance. By the end, she's screaming in your ear.
So much louder.
She's literally
I think she only screams twice.
Yeah. For me, it reminded...
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, for me, it reminded me... so when I was very young, do you remember the Scary Maze game?
No.
So basically, it was a game on the internet where you had to sort of like put your mouse through a maze, and basically you get to the end, and when you fail, this scream happens. It's like, and you see this horrible face, and it was kind of, for me, the reason why it scared me so much. I also had a very similar experience when I watched Lady in Black, when the woman at the end just flies towards him and grabs him and screams in his face.
There's a great shot in that film. Sorry, just a quick. You know, when he looks down the corridor and it's a long shot, but then we just see her walk out the shadows. She like melts out of the viscous darkness.
So no, that's it, Sean. It's that unescapable dread because it's right in your face, and even though she's in the distance, the sound is right in your ear.
And he's in the water. We don't belong there. He's not going to outswim that.
It really felt like I couldn't get away from it. It's such an impenetrable... Yes. It's like she's grabbing you by the head and she's screaming into your face. And I can't even describe, because she's not. She's in the distance swimming.
Yeah.
But it really reminded me of that terror when I was young and I was in that maze game. Because when the face appeared in front of the screen on the computer, I couldn't move. I was shocked. I was literally locked with fear, listening to the scream.
That flight or fright, and that moment of fright.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't move, and I just felt this hot flush over me. It wasn't as bad, I didn't get the hot flush, but like the feeling that I couldn't get away from it, and I feel like at that moment I really did get that feeling when she was screaming, and then it just went loud, and it's brilliant. It's fantastic. I haven't felt that way in a long time, and again, weirdly, like Women in Black, not a great film, but that moment,
not a great film. It just has some moments.
Yeah, that moment when she comes out of the darkness and screams in his face, probably like that. I got a hot flush watching that bit actually, because it's that unavoidable horror that in your face. It's flight or flight, but I can't move. Yeah, I'm totally fright at this point. Yeah. Oh,
it's excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
But
Yeah. Sorry, carry on. No, carry on. Yeah,
you carry on.
No, because I'm just gonna go over the same points again. I'm going to go over the same point. So, yeah, carry on.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
I know it.
Well,
I know it. Yeah.
So the scene crescendos with a shriek, and then Winslow awakens to Tom coming off night shift.
Yeah.
Winslow awakens in his bed immediately after this. So immediately you're like, oh, a dream. But is?
But is it?
Dream or is? But yeah, and then Tom's just like, you got to do your duties, clean the sweep the floors, clean the cisterns, fix the roof shingles, and then it's and then that's a point where we see Winslow just doing his duties, and then he's fixing the roof shingles.
Yes,
and he looks through a hole in the roof, and he looks down to see Tom. He seems to be on his hands and knees. You can't see his head, but you can see his lower body and his butt kind of sticking out, frustrated. In almost like a kind of prayer fashion, but it looks like he's thrusting slowly.
It looks like he's fucking the bed. Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
And that basically, and that horrible sound effect comes in, that...
Yes.
Which obviously isn't the horn.
Also, the quiet mutterings in this film are some of the worst, some of the most horrifying.
You're right.
Oh, we'll come to that, because there is a great bit later on.
The gentle wet mutterings are just absolutely spine-chilling and revolting. Horrifying. Revolting, aren't they? They're revolting. It's disgusting. Yeah.
Was that sense where it's like, that's a human and something else. Something that isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, that scene really... that shot... Sorry,
it's a very quick moment as well. It's only like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think for me, that was the first time I got... I know we had him previously in the Lighthouse, and I was like, oh my god, I feel so much shame for this character. But that was the first time I got this kind of weird sexual vibe.
Yes. Definitely.
Yeah.
I'd agree.
And
the first one, you could argue when you see him topless, he's just drunk.
Yeah,
and
he's
looking
just,
at all.
exactly.
But this then, it definitely takes a decidedly sexual turn.
Yeah.
Just after the sirens appeared.
Yeah, and there's just something, and again, there's just something about it. It's just a bit, it kind of creeps in this kind of sexual sexual angle into it, and it just, it just gets a little bit uncomfortable, because again, he's a bit of a voyeur, isn't he? He's a bit of a voyeur. He's a bit of a spy looking into this guy. What kind of feels like he's masturbating, and it's just like, Jesus Christ! And he can't look away either, can he? He can't look away.
No.
He's kind of transfixed upon it. It's very strange. Like, but yeah, sorry, carry on.
It all ties in again. It's like the horror, the wanting to know things you don't want to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or what's the light? What's up there? You don't want to know, and you don't want to know, but you really do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, so he sees that, and then Winslow encounters the gull, the fucking gull,
the gull.
Yep, and
just a quick note: me and Sean are from Exmouth, so we're from the seaside in England. We already have a fine hate of gulls. I'm quite biased of gulls.
Slowly procured over many years.
many
years.
Because
they are the most mocking creature next to crows in existence.
The
sounds they make. They do jeer. They don't just call; they jeer.
Very quickly. I was in St Ives the other day with my family, which is in Cornwall, which is very fitting. I saw a lighthouse as well. Actually, I've taken some pictures on my film camera of a black.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I know. I was like, black and white film, like lighthouse, mate. Let's do it. And he went to St Ives, and I'm not even joking, because of COVID, there's no tourists, so the seagulls are getting a bit desperate, and they literally bombed this little girl and took her ice cream, and she screamed and cried, and these about 15 gulls just descended upon this ice cream.
Fucking nature's
and
evil.
Started oh man! But it was really funny. Like, at first the girl was crying, and what was really sweet was the dad just came over and he was like, you blasted gulls, like in a Cornish accent, like, you blasted gulls, like, what are you doing? And just gave the girl a hug. He's like, we'll get you a new one, don't worry about it, sweetheart. And she kind of cheered up. What was really funny was there was the little brother, and he was about 8, maybe 7, and he just kind of looked over, realised his sister had her ice cream nicked, and just kind of looked away very kind of suspiciously, and just eating his ice cream well, I'm not fucking sharing it.
In that moment, you saw horror. The kid realised. He's like, oh God, I'm next.
I'm next. I'm not sharing.
Trying to eat and getting brain freeze, going back and forth between panic and brain freeze. Just, you
have to stop, child. I can't. The gulls.
I can't. The gulls, sir. They come.
They come for the strawberry.
Another lad lost his cream to the gull.
I saw you eating some raspberry.
Wouldn't be the first lad.
Aye. I saw you sharing some ice cream with the gull. Best leave him be.
Pay me no mind, lad. Best leave him be. But yeah, so he encounters the gull, Winslow, and another nice undernote of foreboding. Yeah. And the gull won't move out of Winslow's way. He's trying to get the wheelbarrow into the furnace shed, and the gull won't move. So he throws a rock at it, and it flies off. And as it flies off, we get to see Tom. The camera follows Winslow's view to look at the lighthouse, the direction the seagull flies off in, and we see Tom on the walkway at the lighthouse looking at him, having done that.
Yeah.
And that's the end of that scene, and then Winslow enters the lighthouse for the first time, and he's dragging the huge heavy metal barrel full of the oil with the lantern.
God, yeah.
Drags it all the way to the top of the stairs. At the very top, he's standing on the walkway just below the light itself. It's like a hatch that leads up.
Yeah.
And he goes to open the hatch, and then Tom appears in the first jump scare. So Tom appears, and he just stops him, and then he just kind of criticizes him, and he's like, yeah, you didn't need to drag the barrel all the way up. Here's a little canister you're supposed to use, and he hands it to him. And then he tells him, and then he gets out the keys and locks the hatch and leaves Winslow frustrated. He's like, get back to your duties. Don't pay attention to the
light. Are you a dullard, lad? No, sir. Yeah. Could have fooled me.
Fool me. Boof. Great note.
Yeah.
And then So at the second dinner scene, Tom toasts again, and he's being friendlier. This is the first time he's actually being friendly, like his tone and the way he's behaving. Well, the first time he was kind of friendly, but this time it looks like he's kind of making an effort to reach out to Winslow. And he toasts and he's like, you should start drinking, because he talks about the madness of boredom and claiming that booze is... booze? It's like booze, but posher. Booze is the only way to stave off the madness. And Winslow dismisses it sarcastically as to keep the men dumb.
Dumb, yeah.
And then Tom laughs, and then the tension eases a little between them. And Tom talks about his previous partner going mad. That he thought the light was St. Elmo's fire, and that the light was salvation. And he was raving about sirens and mermaids and omens. Winslow's again dismissive, but you can see in his face he's a little troubled because he's found the mermaid idol and he's had that vision of the siren already. And then Tom changes the topic again and warns Winslow. It gets a bit more serious. He's like, don't harm the gull. So you best be leaving that gull.
He
claims it's bad luck.
Gull. Best leave
Sorry?
the gull. So he's sparring with the gull. Best leave it be.
Best leave it be.
And then Winslow's again dismissive, and he's like, nothing but tall tales, fairy tales, nonsense. And Tom lashes out of nowhere. He lashes out and sends the table flying at Winslow, who then stumbles back and stands up, all shocked and angry. And then Tom's face is furious, and then it slides to aggravated and apologetic. And he's like, "Oh, don't be minding me. Nothing but ramblings of an old man, sailor's talk. Some coffee. Some coffee is what we need." And Winslow's shocked and clearly angry. And this is the point where it's pretty obvious. It's like Winslow has a deep-seated rage in him. Yeah, there's a very thick layer of darkness. There's a lot of anger in there. It's already been building up all this time, but it's a great shot. I love this shot. This is the reverse of what we saw earlier in the room where Tom's pissing. Yeah, he stood up over... so Winslow stood up over Tom, and Tom sat with his head bowed, his back's in shadow, Winslow's lit, and he looked very powerful and very intimidating. Again, metaphor! But again, it's just a nice little thing. And so quickly they've turned the tables of authority again, and it just keeps bouncing back and forth. But yeah, it's a great little scene, and a nice little... build upon the first.
It's very unprovoked, the attack. It's very,
it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's very light-hearted chatter, more tall tales. Just bang, smack, right in the head. And
ruins any chance of them growing a proper friendship.
Yes, it does. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very much
and it's Tom that does that.
Yeah.
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 Very telling, I think.
Yeah, God, it's horrible. Yeah, and he just instantly drags up. Yeah, he instantly delves into apologetic. You can see it in his face. He's almost a bit shocked by his own actions, isn't he? He's like, oh, shit. Yeah. Should not have done
He knows
that.
he's crossed the line already.
Yeah. It's more like 2 days in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, fucking hell. Gosh.
And then it's, but after that scene, it cuts to Winslow in bed reading. Then the gull appears at the window and taps at it. And Winslow shoos it away. And then the idol is shown, just to remind us. Is that the head of his bed now?
Yeah.
He's put it there. But that's all that is. Not too much about that. Nicely framed again. Window in the middle. Nice contrast of light and dark. Winslow's in the dark. Gull's in the light. Mm-hmm. Could argue maybe the gull's enlightened because the previous guy died. And anyway.
Yeah.
And then we cut to Winslow wanking in the shed. And
is that then?
Yeah.
I thought it was much later on. I thought that was when the storm happens and everything's gone to shit and
no, that's the other wanking. He does it and he can't bring himself to climax. But this one he's just wanking in the shed. It's absolutely pathetic. He's hunched over, it's really lonely, water's dripping down on him. And then he finishes and goes and exits the shed and he's looking up at the lighthouse. And it's a great distant shot of the light sliding round, and it looks like Tom is naked with his back and ass pressed against the glass. Mm-hmm. He's backed right up. And then it goes back to Winslow looking, and then it goes back to the lighthouse, but now Tom is suddenly on the walkway, and it looks like he's putting clothes on and looking back at Winslow. You can't quite see, which I love. I can't tell if he's facing front or back.
Yeah.
It could be either way. So he's either been seen or not, but it looks like he's robing. again, he's putting on clothes.
Yeah.
And then Winslow has hidden from his sight. It shows Winslow's hidden around the corner of the shed. Even if he was, front-facing or back-turned, Winslow hides.
Yeah.
And does that bit... Any thoughts on that, or keep going?
No, not really. I mean, I guess for me, that whole bit where he gets out and you see that kind of figure of Thomas kind of like getting illuminated by light. Yeah,
that's confirmation. It was like, okay, he was naked last time.
Yeah. And again, I agree with you. There's this very sort of sense that everything that Winslow does is kind of being watched. Like, even though he feels like he's got away with having a bit of a wank in the shed, it's just...
Yeah.
There's a very... I don't know, there's a sort of feeling that, like, Tommy knows what he's doing. He's kind of keeping it to himself. And
yeah, to me, Tom is... no, maybe I should get to that later.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry. I'm just eating a biscuit.
No, I interrupted you.
No, I'm just eating a biscuit. Hold on. Right.
Okay. Gotta get that biscuit in.
I know, hold on. I'm just going to eat it very quickly. And done.
Riveting stuff. So the next scene, Winslow's struggling with a wheelbarrow of coal. It's clearly really hard work, and he's all alone between the rocks, and it falls over. Like, Tom's clearly not helping him.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to Tom accusing him of shirking his duties. Like, straight away, it cuts to Tom, like, berating him and saying he doesn't clean enough. And Winslow begins to argue back, insisting that he is. Mm-hmm. And then Tom basically shuts him down. And it's... The great bit about this film is that all the best monologues and rants are about the most banal things. They're about nothing. Yeah. And this is like one of the first. There's the best one comes later. You know what that one is.
Yeah.
But you know it. But but that's the whole like, you'll clean because I says you will, and you'll like it because I says you do. And if I don't think there's one spot left that hasn't been cleaned by your tongue, I'll get you down and I'll make you lick it like a dog, because that's what you are, boy, a dog. And it's just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's horror. Yeah, it's so specific.
You really feel for Winslow.
Yeah. It's so it's so horribly specific. It's just the way he
the dog thing.
Yeah, how he has to he wants to like take apart every single nail, every wood, and he's like, and then at the end, like, because you're a dog, and then at the end he's like, and by God you'll do it smiling, because I says you like it. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, it's a horrible belittlement, and like a very much like again another little power play.
Him.
Yeah, it's absolutely humiliating, and such. And then at the end he's like, contradict me again. I'll dock your wages. And it's just like, and again, at that point, you're like, Robert Pattinson's character can't win. Like, he absolutely cannot win. Like, there's nothing that even if he tried to like bootlick him, do you know what I mean? Even if he tried to kiss his ass, it wouldn't work.
I
mean, maybe it would a little bit if he had really gotten it. Like, if he had lied and said like, I love shanties and I love all this shit, but it just feels like, at this point, there's not, like, his best isn't good enough, almost, like.
It's about, I think, it's a measuring, it's a test he fails.
Yeah.
Basically, throughout, he's being tested to go beyond himself and not think about just his needs and what that leads to.
Yeah.
And he fails it again and again and again and again. Probably a bit early, but I think that's what Tom is. He's essentially Charon. You know, he's there to... or he's there to judge him.
Yeah,
he's part of his atonement process, and Winslow doesn't atone. You know, he can't bring himself to unless he's blind drunk to confess what he did. But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But so I think that is the thing. Like, I don't think he's supposed to win. I think he was, it's a test.
Yeah. It's always
he can't do that.
Yeah, and again, we'll get into kind of like more about. Again, like, well, we'll get more into it. I know. You know what I'm about to say about like the duality of it all. But we'll get into that a bit later. But
I mean, they're called young and old.
Yeah, exactly.
They're both called Tom. But
it's just very, and again, it's very like Tom's character. These very violent, very abrupt outbursts that really come out of nowhere. Like you very again
deranged.
You said like there's no chance of them having a real friendship, and it's like scenes like this where they really solidify it, because You just can't. When there's someone like that who will just get furious over nothing, over the most minor detail, and not even just like a little bit, but like completely challenge his character and belittle him. It's very, very intimidating and just almost like hopeless for...
You can't reason with it.
No, exactly. Yeah. Exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah.
sorry. This is the one awkward thing is I'm never too sure if I should like carry on or if you want to say something.
No.
I don't want to be rude. And,
No. I think that kind of sums up the scene, isn't it? It's just another, like you said, another test, another very strong test of character, and the test of their friendship, and the test of the whole situation.
at the very least, their relationship.
Yeah.
I think anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Yeah, and again, it just establishes this very horrible hierarchy, this very horrible power position that's happening within both.
And you are in Winslow's shoes, like you say. He can't win.
Yeah, and you're very much on his side as well. It's like you can see the hard graft he's doing. It's horrible graft. It's horrible, and the fact that it just doesn't even...
I work hard, I do.
Yeah, I do. I work hard. I work hard.
I work as hard as any man.
And hard as any man. You know?
Have you met my father, Daniel Plainview?
Daniel Plainview.
I'm an oil tycoon.
Yeah. Have you met my father, Daniel Day-Lewis? Yes, he's very good.
It is I.
He's also very good at acting. Yes. He loves an accent. Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, Tom shuts Winslow down horribly, as you're saying, and then we show Winslow cleaning under Tom's watchful eye, like watching him closely.
Oh
so
god, he's like in the book. He's like writing in the book.
Yeah, Winslow's struggling with the wheelbarrow in the storm. You know, they're eating dinner in silence. The music is slowly rising to a maddening cacophony.
Yeah,
throughout. It's like this little montage of the repetition.
That's another thing as well. It's the first time we kind of noticed that. We do at the very beginning, like Thomas, Willem Dafoe's character, is kind of keeping a log. He does it at the very beginning. He kind of writes down something, but this is where we kind of notice the fact that he's not just keeping a log. He's also logging Winslow's actions as well. He's kind of keeping a log on him. And as you said, it's at that point where you first start to notice the actual score of the film, because a lot of the time there's not much score. It's more sort of like it's more kind of
it's to punctuate, not to underscore.
Yeah, exactly. You get a sound, the and the like
foghorn constantly coming in and out.
Like you said, like the bit with the siren for the first time. It's very much gentle. But this is the first time we almost get a bit of a montage, don't we? Like,
Yeah, it's the first kind of little montage.
Yeah, and you're right. You get this kind of like and again, it's very like the ship. It's that kind of like chugga 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 chugga.
Yeah, that throbbing.
Yeah, the endless machine going by, and poor Winslow is just the fucking cog in it, and he's just getting stressed and tested every like.
Yeah.
It's very horrible.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great analogy.
Yeah, it's very horrible. And then I guess that it climaxes when he's pulling up the lobster cage, is that right?
That's later. That's another montage.
Oh, is that another one?
This then hard cuts to them painting the lighthouse.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah, oh,
Yeah, so that montage, it ends with them eating dinner, I think, and then it cuts to Tom helping. He's again up high on the walkway of the lighthouse outside the light. Winslow Patterson is hanging from a pulley system, a plank, and he's trying to paint the lighthouse white. And Winslow's like, "Be careful! Like, I'm gonna fall." And Tom's like, "No, have you stop swinging around?" He's like, "I'm not swinging." And Tom's like, "Yar!" He goes, "I'm not." And then it snaps. The pulley system snaps. It's great. Patterson's little shriek. Like, it's great. It's so genuine. Again, and that brief little cut of blackness because he's unconscious, and then he wakes up with the gull pulling at him and pecking him, and he has to like shoo it away.
Yeah, I mean, just very quickly, that whole exchange, that whole exchange in the when he's like hanging from the pulley. I love that scene because you get a very quick sense of their relationship. Again, Willem Dafoe is trying to be nice, You know,
yeah, and he's like trying to encourage him and be like, "It's God's work."
Yeah,
like, it's good
this
work.
is great, isn't it? We're out painting, and you can kind of tell Robert is very, very trying to kind of get into it. He's like, "Oh, you know, I like painting it," and then it's clearly Thomas William Dafoe's character that is fucking up with the pulley system.
See, that's the thing I can't quite tell, which I really like, because that's definitely a doubt that would have played in Winslow's mind. He's like, "Fucking drop pulley on me, probably." You know?
Yeah.
It's like a little thing, but later on when he becomes more paranoid, he thinks that's what happened rather than that's probably not what happened. But you think it was Tom definitely fucking with him.
Yeah, I kind of got that
which also makes sense, like the whole testing thing we were talking about.
Well, not even
earlier.
testing, just that he's just old. He's like, "I'll drop you down." It's like, dude, it's swinging, and he doesn't respect Winslow's judgment at all. So it's like, dude, it's swinging.
I think Tom's playing him from the beginning. I think straight away he's starting. I think it's a whole process. I think everything he does is very intentional.
He's gaslight-housing him.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
He's lighthousing him. Yeah, he's lighthousing him.
Sorry, in my mind anyway.
No, yeah, no, absolutely. But I think you're right. That's the whole point. It's like it's the doubt, isn't it? It's like you really do. You really struggle to tell if it's Winslow being a fucking idiot or it is Tommy just being a. And sorry, I shouldn't swear that bad. Or Winslow being just being nasty for the sake of it. And I always get these moments where like I feel like it's almost as if Tommy's character is just so inept, like he's just so
he's a mess. He's a drunk.
So his opinion, like, I'm doing a great, like, no, it's you who's swinging, and it's just like, dude, you're probably drunk now. Do you know what I mean? You haven't got a clue. Like, Paul Patterson's just there, like, swinging, like, dude, I'm not flailing, but again, he is though, isn't he? He is kind of flailing. You're right. He is actually.
Yeah, but it's hard to tell if he's just trying to recenter his weight by shifting around, so he's trying not to flail. So he's either doing it and moving it, or the movement is making him do it to correct. It's great. You can't really tell.
Yeah.
I think anyway.
But yeah, then you're right. Yeah, he wakes up and the fucking gull. Oh, the gull is back.
Fucking gull.
Yeah, and it starts going for him, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like pecking and pulling at him. It's mocking him. He's constantly mocking him.
He's clearly awake, but it's going for the scavenge. You know what I mean? It's going for the. It's trying to get his like flesh under the socks. It's horrible. Like he's clearly awake, but the gull. It's almost like the gull knows his way, but he's still going for the flesh. He's still going for that scavenge. It's horrible. Like it's just
especially a beak, this blunt protrusion.
Yeah,
blunt knife to the flesh. Ugh.
Yeah, it's horrible.
But yes. Sorry.
No, carry on.
Well, after that, we see Tom filling in the logbook again, as you said, was shown before. Previously, he was saying that he was giving Winslow high marks, is like doing good work.
Yeah.
And he's filling it in now, and the music's very menacing, very throbbing. And then at dinner, Winslow requests his name from Tom, and this is actually the first time Winslow speaks his name.
Yeah.
First time we get to hear it as well. But he asks, he's like, "It's been 2 weeks. I want you to call me by my name, Winslow."
Yeah.
And Tom keeps slipping in lad, but Winslow keeps correcting him, so Tom eventually relents.
Yeah.
Then uses Winslow's full name, so he does know he was already fully aware of Winslow's name. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah.
He uses his full name straight away afterwards. But a nice little detail again, I think.
Yeah.
But he was already aware of it. He was choosing not to. He was
call
intentionally.
Him lad.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you could argue he's just trying to be fatherly or affectionate or friendly, but also Winslow's clear disdain for the use of the term is quite apparent. But yeah, so then Tom asks Winslow what brought him to this place, and Winslow says he was a logger and he had enough. His overseer was always getting at him, so he just packed off and went to find work. And then Tom kind of goes on a tangent, talks about himself. He keeps interrupting Winslow to bring it back to himself and talk about him.
Yeah.
It's very egocentric, and he laments his past sailing days.
And about his leg.
And he resolved to be a wiki. He mentions his wife left with the kids.
But the thing is, his interruptions are very clever as well, because they don't feel like interruptions. They feel like he's he's getting in with the conversation. It really feels
like it's an appropriate tangent, very much like what we're doing.
He's like, I know that. My leg myself, actually. And then he goes off on a tangent. But you're right, like he does actually completely suck away the conversation. But he's doing it in a way, that it's very natural.
Yeah, we'll see later on because I'm pretty sure he does it more forcefully. Like, it becomes more apparent later.
Yeah,
but I'll have to see if that's in my notes because if not, I can't really claim that. So that's kind of maybe.
Yeah,
but yeah, and then so Tom gives a brief yarn about his wife leaving with the kids. Like 13 Christmases at sea. She never forgave that.
Oh, and that great line, isn't it? Sorry, he goes. He's like,
yeah,
I'm a wiki, and a wiki I am.
Yep.
I'm a wiki, and a wiki I am. And she's been a better, quieter companion than I'd ever had. And it's like, you married there, 13 Christmas away from the home. She never forgave it.
She never forgave it.
You never forgave it.
Yeah, and then he asks. So Tom asks Winslow why he wanted to become a wiki specifically. He's like, "Why a wiki, lad? Of all the things." And Winslow then gives this kind of speech. I feel it's very much a speech. It's like a rehearsed speech.
Yeah.
Because Winslow's not great at communicating. Again, he doesn't talk very well. He's a bit surly. He mumbles. He's not articulate. Tom is literally the polar opposite. Can't wait to talk.
Yeah.
Speaks quite eloquently. Spins long stories, but Winslow suddenly rattles off this quite sounding kind of rehearsed speech. I mean, maybe I'm looking too much into it, but he talks about being a drifter, and he's like, well, I want to save money and earn. Sometime I can get a spotted lad, be my own man,
yeah.
And no one will tell me what for. And he just, I want to work and save money, and that's all. And that's it. And it feels so much like it's a rehearsed speech.
Right.
That's a story he's told himself again and again.
Yeah,
and
of course.
And it's the first time he speaks in a long period. You know?
It is.
Again, he does that, and then he has that farts rant later, I think, but he doesn't really speak much, No. So there's that moment. And then it's that's all. And then the edit cuts to them a bit later on because they're in a different position. And they seem more relaxed.
Wait.
Asks,
there's the line. Sorry, he goes like, I just want a roof over my head, and that's all. And then it cuts to Willem, and he just goes, "Same old boring story, eh?"
Yes, you're right. Yeah,
and he just goes, "Well, you asked." You know what I mean? It's just
you're right. A nice little joke.
Again, it's just like, I just love it. It's just again another little like, great. Fucking well done, mate. Yeah. You're nothing. Yeah, again, you're nothing special. Like, yeah. Like your tragedy is not something to write about. But again, like you said, it does feel very rehearsed. So maybe Defoe's character just sees through it, just like because he actually interrupts him a few times. He's like, I just want to drift from he's
mocking
from
him.
place to place. He's like, you're an outlaw, you're a criminal. He's like, no. Can a man just want to start again? Can a man just want to, have a fresh start? And he's like, and you can tell, like, Tommy's a bit like, okay, you sound like a fucking criminal. Do you know what I mean? Like, you sound like a drifter. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
No, that's all right. But yeah, it's a great bit. And then, so a little bit of time has passed, and then Winslow asks why it's bad to kill a gull. And Tom claims they contain the souls of dead sailors who met their met their makers.
Aye.
And he asks, and then it's the first time he talks about faith. He asks if Winslow has faith, and very tellingly, Winslow says he's a God-fearing man.
Yeah.
I don't pray as much as I ought, but I'm a God-fearing man. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
And Defoe's face is just like, yeah, of course you are.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You don't believe in redemption, but you do believe in punishment.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
This is all about.
Yeah, it is. Like, again,
Sorry.
like a god, like you said, like he's a God-fearing man. Like it's the very base. In one way, he's saying, he's got the most basic of faiths. You know what I mean? He's not one for
the terror of retribution, punishment.
He's not one for the kind of he's not one for that kind of for the deeper side of religion. You know what I mean? Like you said, like redemption,
love, faith, community.
Yeah. He's just, I'm a God-fearing man, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He doesn't believe in salvation. He believes in punishment.
Yeah.
That's why the Lighthouse becomes it.
Yeah. Exactly. I always love that line. He's like, I'm a God-fearing man, if that's what you're asking.
It's just very telling, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a very...
Because he's saying the same thing Defoe is saying, but not.
Yeah.
He's saying the opposite.
It's almost at that point...
They're both talking about God.
I almost at that point, I felt like he was about to say that he's an atheist, you know what I mean? He's like, I don't really believe in it, but he's almost saying I'm a God-fearing man just to keep just to keep Tommy's character happy.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? He's just like...
Which could be. It could just be that he's saying something ironically without knowing it, maybe. Yeah, unless that wasn't the intent at all.
I think the first time I saw it, I felt like he was about to say, I don't believe in that shit, because he's already, like, tall tales, say the tall tales, and then he goes like, then he's like, I don't pray as much as I like to, and then he's almost like throwing it in as a token to him. He's like, well, I'm a God-fearing man, if that's what you want.
Yeah,
fair
enough.
Oh, well, I'm religious if that's what you want, if that will get you off my back, you know what I mean? But he's but again, like you say, he's almost slipped. He's kind of slipped to William, like what he actually truly wants to say, which you're right, is that?
I think so. I think, again, this is a man who can't express himself. He's emotionally, not just stunted. I don't want to, emotionally stunted. And not to be offensive, I was going to use the word retarded, but I think that's actually much different kind of thing. No. He's stunted.
Yeah, he's stunted. He's just one of those men that never, he never really got a chance to think outside of himself. Do you know what I mean? It was all about work.
Yeah.
It was all about graft. And for me, it's like, this is a man who's just that has literally taken up his entire life. He's obviously never had an education. He's never had a chance to kind of explore literature or anything deeper.
Well, maybe he can read.
Yeah, he can.
And it's back in that era. He reads the logbook. He can read.
But maybe that's the thing. Maybe then he just chooses not to. He just chooses to have this kind of simple life. Like
it could be anything. He could have been basically educated and still had no opportunities afterwards, right?
Yeah, or never wanted it. You know what I mean?
I do get the sense very much that this is a guy who never got a good hand.
Yeah, or you could even say, like, he was the kind of man that he was educated, but he just never wanted that difficult kind of, like, life that required him to think and be a character.
He's no scholar. He just wants to earn money.
He wanted the hard graft.
He wants to work and save money.
He didn't want all that shit. He just wanted the hard graft and money. You're right. He just wanted, the simple kind of way of doing it, which is just hard graft.
Again, a very kind of bestial nature, isn't it? It's like you're not aspiring to anything.
That's it, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly
it. You're just living.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Surviving.
For me, Winslow comes across the sort of person that isn't. Yeah, he's not aspiring. He's
very
much.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't really want to aspire. He's just kind of killing time almost. It's quite tragic. Yeah, in that kind of sense. It's very tragic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great juxtaposition. It's that old paradox. What happens when an unexpressible man meets a overly expressible one?
They get drunk and eat lobster. That's what happens. That's the only.
Surely you like me lobster. I seen you.
I seen you. You're fond of me lobster. Say
lobster. I don't have to say nothing. Damn ye! We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that scene because. Yeah, again, my brother saw that and he was talking about that with me afterwards. It was fun.
Shivers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oscar.
Oscar.
There's always those moments where you think, Oscar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
unironically.
Absolutely.
But, so scene ends with Winslow saying he's a God-fearing man. That look from Defoe, from Tom. And then it's Winslow standing in the dark looking up at the lighthouse. And that's when he's in the dark and then the light sweeps past him and he's briefly illuminated. And he looks already obsessed. Yeah. He's fervent at this point. He's staring up at it with such desire.
Yeah.
It's just a brief little thing. And then it goes to Winslow doing more duties, Tom filling in the logbook and locking it away. Just a brief day montage. And then it's Winslow in bed and he can't sleep. And then this is where he climbs up the lighthouse.
Oh, God, yeah.
And he can hear Tom speaking indistinctly and moaning. And it's, again, this is what we were talking about earlier, about the horrible, but it is it's very much this. It's like you can hear him swallowing, the smacking of his tongue in a dry mouth.
Yeah.
Like,
it is, it's one of those
with
sounds.
With a slithering.
It's one of those sounds that is so specific that I imagine everyone
know exactly what it is.
Everyone in the audience at the same time knew exactly what that sound was. It was just like, that's the sound of a man wanking.
It's almost like
Yeah,
you know that like swallow and lip parts before a kiss happens.
Yeah,
especially for one of the first times that breed. Yeah, those kind of distinct. It's like that's only that noise.
Yeah, it really is, and it. Oh my god!
It's horrifying.
Fucking horrible. Yeah, it is.
And that's when Winslow walks right up to underneath the lighthouse walkway where the hatch is, and he's looking up.
Oh god!
And he's looking up, and you can just see Defoe's like
feet, the
feet,
soles of his feet. Yeah, the soles of his feet. Yeah,
filthy, craggy soles. And then this slime or semen probably drips down. And it just avoids his face. He's like, what the fuck? And he looks up again, and you hear this chittering, this kind of... And then this huge tentacle rides like over the top of the walkway. And Windsor's like, oh my god! And then he wakes up.
Yeah.
He's just in the morning. And it just cuts to the stairwell, actually. And Winslow comes into the kitchen to get a drink. And then he pumps the tap, and filth comes out, and he realises the cistern is dirty again.
Just a very quick thing. Sorry, when
sorry, I carried on a bit.
When the could be tentacle slime, could be jizz, but when it first came down the first time I saw it in the cinema, I heard a woman in the audience literally go, "Oh God!" You know what I mean? Literally, because it was.
You said this was a romantic film, Derek.
You said this was a comedy.
It is.
I swear they fart. I swear. But it is. It's just. It's so repulsive. It's so repulsive.
Again, in that primal way.
Yeah.
Like it harkens back to him masturbating on the bed and the thrusting and the.
Yeah,
slow building.
Yeah, masturbation is quite a big theme in this, isn't it? I think it's quite a, and because again,
I think it ties into expression,
shame.
And literally he can't come. He's unable to express himself.
Yeah,
it even gets so bad it becomes a physical problem. You know.
Yeah, but William's character can. He can wank.
He's like again the polar opposite. He's naked, flailing about, wanking regularly. Smells of jism. At the end, he's like, "You smell of jism," and it's like, he probably does.
Probably does.
Wanks a lot.
All the time,
that implies that he must be dirty and getting semen on him at a regular basis. You know, you don't need to think much further. Yeah, you know what that means.
Exactly. We've all smelt it. Well, you know, if you've ever been to a festival, you can just smell it at all the toilets. It's disgusting. Yeah, and I think it also harks back to a lot of, like you said earlier, like there's a sense of shame as well with the masturbation. There's all this there's this real sort of like sense of shame, like whether he's like looking at Thomas do it, or he can't do it himself. There's I don't know,
that revulsion and longing, both to be able to do what Defoe does and not want to do it. The revulsion and longing for the light. The revulsion and longing for the mermaid. There's a lot of conflict. Yeah. There's a lot of powerful desires of opposing nature, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's you like it's very weird to say it, but like masturbation in this film is used incredibly well as a tool to express that.
Absolutely.
It really is. It really makes you feel like, you know, it's
the opposite of Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful moment.
Yeah, it's the opposite of American Pie, where like they're all masturbating. It's all like flowering as young adults. This is the horrible, shameful masturbation that makes your skin crawl. Yeah, like it really does. It's just. It's the real sort of stuff you really, like you said, you really shouldn't be watching, yet you can't stop because you're so intrigued. But you really know you shouldn't be. You really shouldn't be watching this very, very personal thing that's happening, because it is it. I think for me, like it's one of the most personal things they do in it. It's like, you know, when they think they're alone and they can get out, and they're trying to get out their truest desires, which is to masturbate, either to the siren or to the light. It's a real, like a real exposure of the, like, it's what, you know, what they would do if they knew they were alone. And again, it's kind of, it's a real like soul bearing thing that they do in this. And it's just, very, it feels like you're watching a very taboo kind of, I don't want to say sacred, but it's kind of like a thing that you should really not be watching this level of like soul searching, basically, which is so weird because it's masturbation. It's so weird to talk about like that, but it is. It's like,
but it's again, it's stripping away society and buildings and environment. Everything is about stripping it all back, and like now you just have two men alone exposed with each other, and they're seeing things. Yeah, you shouldn't see. You shouldn't perhaps be that intimate with someone. On these kind of levels, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's disturbing. It is. Disturbing. Again, this film was great at disturbing you with stuff like that. Just this long-lasting kind of, it's just unsettling and unpleasant. Yeah. It sticks with you.
Yeah, bit of jizz.
So yeah.
Bit of jizz.
Old jizz.
It's a great cinematic tool, jizz. Classic.
A very powerful cinematic tool. Ever since Alien, jizz has been a very powerful
tool. Yeah.
Yeah. All that drool. All that thick, white, viscous drool.
And then he steps in the jizz and he says, "Icky ghoul," because it's bad.
and he steps in the pool, but he doesn't realize it at first. And then he takes another step, and then he looks down. Okay, so he looks down, and he sees that he stepped in pool. And he's like, "Oh no!" And he realizes he stepped in pool. And he does a little hop. You know, you do that. Yeah,
and then he goes,
I think I can, George.
Yeah, and he goes, "Icky ghoul," because you know it's bad, you know.
Yeah. Thanks, George. I think I got it. Don't you worry, mate.
That really like
you hired me for a reason.
That
buddy.
really like buff stun double the black guy. He's just looking at him like, "Can I act now? Can I just can I
do my job? Because you clearly can't do yours.
Can I just act?
Zing!
Oh my god!
Fuck you, Lucas. You had something beautiful and you wasted it, and you know you did.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So
yeah, the next scene is Winslow just cutting to Winslow getting a drink, and the water's filthy again, and he hears a gull cawing. So he goes to investigate, and in the cistern there's a half-dead gull. It's half drowned inside.
Yeah.
And then the gull appears, the one that's antagonised him. We know it's him because he's got an eye missing.
Yeah.
Very telling, very important detail. He's got an eye missing. And for me, what we were talking about earlier, this is on the phone before we recorded. This is the only shot in the film I don't like, is the use of playing the seagulls frames and then reversing them to make the shot last longer. I think it lands and looks at Winslow, and it has its neck tucked down, its shoulders, wing equivalent shoulders raised, and then it stretches its head up, caws, and then looks to the left. And it's like cawing that, laughing at him. And then it reverses and does the exact same thing, but smoothly. Like, you can tell it's reversed.
Yeah.
And I feel it's like, just cut the shot, just play it forward. And if you wanted him to call longer, just cut back to Patterson, use the sound, just to show him looking at it, laughing at him, you know? It's a very minor nitpick. It's the only part of the film I'm like, I don't know why. I don't know
why it stands out. But I guess because now it's been.
But
very,
it's such
very
a small detail.
Yeah.
Because to me, it looks quite unnatural. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean,
I don't know. It depends. Did you notice it? I mean, it's just something that really stuck out to me. It's such a beautifully crafted film.
To be honest, all the scenes with the gull, It's funny actually. All the scenes with the gull, and actually the bit afterwards where he does the thing, are where he does the bad thing. That if I'm going to be honest, like even though I know, like this is very contradictory of me saying this because there's a fucking CGI tentacle in it. But for me, that's very like fantasy. Do you know what I mean? That's very kind of like dreamlike. But for me, most of the scenes with the gull actually do take me out of it a little bit because they're clearly CGI. They've clearly taken away the eye. I think there's a bit of, like you said.
It's a trained gull.
Sorry.
They have a trained gull. It was a real gull.
Was it really? With
it was trained.
With an eye missing though.
Maybe they did their makeup.
That's what I mean. I don't know what it is about it, but
okay. Fair enough.
It's something about like I don't know.
Could be wrong. I thought it was a trained gull.
No, it probably is, but I don't think it's got an eye missing, and I don't know. I don't know. I find a lot of the scenes with the gull because I think it's the most use of CGI in it, or like you said, a little bit of trickery. it's because of course you're working again, even if it's a trained gull, it's still going to be quite
you're working with a fucking dinosaur.
Yeah, exactly.
This tiny brain.
Yeah, and again, I always felt they were a little bit stilted. The scenes with the gull, they're just a little bit.
Well, the
stilted.
shot is very flat and front facing. Obviously, like the first shot when it's in front of the shed, it's a very dull shot. Yeah. Probably because that's as quick as much as they could get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And look, I'm sure the whole crew are aware of it. I'm sure they are. Like, you know what I mean?
That's the thing. You know they picked up on that.
And again, it's such a minor nitpick because I absolutely adore this film.
Absolutely,
it really is. It's for me. I know. I totally agree with you, Sean. I actually didn't notice what you pointed out, but funny enough, I just felt there was something a bit off with the gull, not in terms of like, it's off, it's a bit creepy, but just off as a bit it's kind of not fitting in with because again the tentacle, the CGI logs, they're all at night and they're all kind of dream sequences,
and they're out of focus and the lighting works, it's black and white, like it does a lot,
and you can get away with that, and that's kind of justified.
The tentacle is a wet looking thing, that's fine in CG,
but it's also justified as well. Like, it's a fucking, you know what I mean, it's going from weird to very weird, but the gull is supposed to be reality. It's supposed to be a goal that's a bit you know what I mean? It's supposed to be this like real thing that doesn't quite make sense. And for me, like, that just lets it down a little bit. Doesn't throw me out of the movie, but I did know I could tell that there was, like you said, there was some kind of trickery at play with the goal in terms of like the restriction of the shots and the way that it looks like they've CGI'd the goal's eye off.
Yes, I also think the eye is on the wrong side to later when we see.
Oh, really?
We'll get to that, but I think the eye's the wrong way around.
So there's continuity issues as well with it.
Yes, I think because if that is the case, that is actually a serious problem because that affects the interpretation. Of what's shown. It's like you're giving us bad information. That's not fair now. Yeah. But again, go back and check, people. You'll know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And the lobster pot thing and the seagull's eye.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to hark on too much about technical aspects because me and like.
Well, mate, this film is this is a technical masterpiece. That's one of the things we love so much about it. So I don't think it's wrong to talk about the technical aspects.
No. Just as I'm very sure that the crew were aware of it. That's all I was going to say. Sorry, I'm just I'm very sure like. I'm sure Edgar's watched it at the end and was like, fuck.
I'm sure there was many hours of chin rubbing and squinting and seeing if he could make it change somehow.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure everyone was there in the editing suite going like, fucking hell, like, it's just, it's not quite perfect. Yeah. But yeah, God, the whole film, the fact that the goal looks a little bit off. It's an absolute...
That's the biggest critique.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Work on the goal. 2 out of 10. Oh, shit. The goal completely took me out of the movie.
Would not watch. Would not recommend.
Would not Netflix and chill.
No, I'm sorry. If you're even the slightest fan of aviating like creatures, like birds in any sort of sense,
if you're a fan of ornithological delights,
that's it. Ornithology, yeah. If you have any respect for ornithology in its entire formality, stay very clear of this film. Stay very far away from this film.
I warn you now.
I warn you now.
And why do we warn them now, Tom? Because Winslow
loses his patience and decides, you know what, Gull? I've had it, mate. I've had it. Come here, you little devil. And he grabs it, and he doesn't just rip, like I always thought
he doesn't kill it. He destroys it.
Yeah, I thought he was going to wring his neck. No, he doesn't. No, he mashes the poor thing into a bloody.
It's so violent. It's like such an explosion of rage and passion. Yeah, you know he's been bottling up. It's climax. It's horrifying.
Yeah, it's a climax, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. That was the first time my brother actually went, "Oh my god!" I was watching it with him, and he just went, "Holy shit!" Like fucking hell! Like wow. Yeah, it is. It's a great payoff actually because it's a proper climax, a proper release of tension.
The last time he properly gets to climax.
Yeah, basically.
Oh no!
No, actually, no. Later on. Yeah.
Ignore me. I'm talking shit again.
Yeah, and it is. It's a very, very brutal scene. There's also There's also a very horrible scene before that. When he actually looks into the water tank and he sees the dead gull just going like...
Yeah, the half dead flapping in it, yeah.
And it's just, oh my God.
Stygian abyss this gull is drowning in. Because he's the gull!
Yeah, he's the gull.
That's his fate!
Do you not know he's the gull? Come on, people. But yeah, he does that, and he has a little look around, and he's almost certain he hasn't been caught doing it. Do you know what I mean? Like, he looks around, he can't see Thomas anywhere. And he kind of sort of like, he kind of like looks around a bit ashamed, like, oh, fuck. Because I think he's very aware he's being watched all the time. And so he gets he's very self-conscious. So this is a very big outburst. He's actually quite shocked that there's no one, that they got away with it. He's like, oh, fuck, like, no one's here. So he hurries off very quickly. And then we get a very, very beautifully choreographed shot, which I do love so much, which is just this fantastic...
Great. And the music immediately kicks in. Immediately it's threatening.
Because we know, like the audience, we know he done fucked up. He's done something that's really, like, he's very much tipped the scale of the supernatural here. Mm-hmm. And we get this very...
Oh, we get in Supernatural Town now.
Oh, baby. Welcome to Spookville.
No, like you say, it's great because you do know. The film does a great job of already setting up. I mean, with the siren vision and stuff, the tentacles, you're like, okay, this isn't just reality. This is like, there's extra layers here. Like, there's things seeping through. So you know the goal was true.
Yeah.
It was 100% true, and it's 100% a mistake that he did that. He should have listened to Tom. Even though you don't trust Tom.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, that moment of you fucked up. And sorry, you were saying about the shot.
Yeah, and
continue.
You just get this great shot, and you don't... I mean, the shots in this are great, but they're very static. We get these very beautiful...
Or very weirdly slow pans.
Yeah.
Do you think they'd be quicker and jerkier with the characters? But no, there's always this serenity to the cinematography.
Absolutely. That's it, isn't it? It's very picturesque to it. It's very much a,
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's almost like looking at a series of paintings. But it's at this point.
There's literally a point where you're looking at a painting.
Yes.
You picked it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yes. I would be surprised if you didn't.
Oh yeah. At this point, it utilizes a dolly. So we get this dolly shot where we zoom across to the base of the lighthouse, and then it just rises. So they must have literally got a dolly, put it to this point, and then lifted it up on a crane, and it just lifts the camera. It goes all the way up the lighthouse.
Yeah, there's probably a little edit cut there.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's just seamless.
And it goes all the way up to the lighthouse, and this one smooth take, and then we just see the wind at the top, the wind dial, as it just sort of flickers, and then it just goes whoom, and then it flicks north. And
it Oh yes, sorry, it does.
It's and it flicks north, and it's just it's one of those moments. Yeah, again, it's like the first time. I think it's the only time actually we have a proper a shot like that. You know what I mean? Like a very kind of like technical, fluid shot.
I think it's the only time we're in the sky.
Yeah, and actually that it. I think it's one of the few.
I think it's the highest we ever get.
I think it's the few times it actually just breaks. It kind of, because at this point the camera's very grounded within the characters. You know what I mean? Like,
and the environment is dark. The ground is dark. There's a lot of shadows, and suddenly you're up in all this clearness and brightness.
Yeah, the camera is always like it. Well, we call it sticks, so it's always like it's on a tripod on the environment. It's always on the environment, like looking around. If it's a high shot, it's either on you're looking down from the lighthouse or looking up at the lighthouse. But you're always on something. You're always on the ground. And at this point, we don't. We actually lift.
You have no anchor point.
Yeah, we actually lift. We fly up to the top of it, and it's a very for me, it was a very telling point that the supernatural aspect is really creeping in now. Like, this is a very very big deal.
And the kind of mythological aspect,
yes.
The western winds associated with warmer and milder currents.
Yes,
and it's like a favourable wind, but the northern wind. Obviously, anyone with a brain will know, just looking at it, that it's obviously a worse wind. But the northern wind is, associated with cold, various allegories to good and evil in mythology, not just bad, but also about evil and judgment. There's Yeah, there's some stuff. I want to say Zootropolis, like the ancient Persian religion.
Okay, yeah.
But there's stuff about it being a weighing scale of judgment.
Well, the northern wind, yeah.
Yeah, which again makes me think it ties into the judgment thing, but it's not concrete. I mean, there's lots of versions of it being both good and evil. But I like the fact that there are so many interpretations of it being both good and evil in mythology. I think that creates that kind of balance idea.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
again, maybe reading into it too much, but worth a thought.
I'm just because I'm sorry. This will probably be completely wrong, but I'm just trying to think of when I used to sail. So, I imagine if you're going from Europe to the New World, a westerly wind would mean that the wind was at your back, and therefore you could have the sail. You basically, when the wind's at your back, you have the sails out full, and you don't do anything. You just let your sails out full, and you just let the wind take you. But when you have a northerly wind, it means it's coming across the face of your ship, which means that's when the ship starts tilting. You go really quick, you go really fast, but it's also quite terrifying because it's strong and it bends the ship down, it tilts it. If you're going to the New World, again, I'm probably rambling on a bit. I mean, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but maybe that's why. I don't know, Sean. The wind is going. Yeah, who knows? I haven't sailed in a long time.
No, but maybe. I mean, they're in Maine, right? So what would that mean? So the wind would be coming at them.
No, I mean. So if it was a westerly wind, it would mean that if they were coming from Europe to the New World, it would be a very gentle sail. Like if it was an easter, so they would get to the New World very easily. But if it was a northern wind, I mean, it's probably to do with the jet stream. I imagine a northerly wind means that it is more likely for hurricanes or something, or storms.
The colder winds push rising air upwards.
Yeah, so that's probably it then, isn't it? Yeah, the northern winds probably do cause much harsher storms.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what creates hurricanes exactly.
Yeah, we're not meteorologists, are we? So
I also want to say I was just trying to look again for this mythology aspect of the northern wind, and there's all kinds of stuff. But no, I was talking bollocks about the Persian thing. Like, there's nothing specific about the judgment, but it is in Egyptian mythology. It is linked to one of the people along the River of Death, one of the gods of death. It's in oh shit, I've lost it. Yeah, it's in Inuit culture.
Yeah,
Norwegian.
Indigenous people.
Ancient Egyptian. It's referenced in the Bible, in the Song of Solomon.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of that. But it's used, again, it is used for aspects of good and evil, but the thing about the judgment, I'm not seeing that. I think I was thinking about the Egyptian guy. Sorry, I just want to say. I don't want to misinform.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, so to me, it's... I was like that idea.
Yeah, it's a very...
But yeah, as you were saying, it's...
yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah, like it's a very bad omen, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
and you can kind of tell that from the shot that happens. Like, something has been disturbed. The beast.
And it's cool that you have a personal connection to that actually as well. That's just a nice little extra caveat.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I remember sailing in stormy weather. I actually did a sailing competition, and it was a very strong northerly wind blowing in Plymouth, and we had to wear helmets because it's really, really strong. And that was when I had to, because I was steering, and Phil. Oh, sorry, I can't say the full name. Beep that out. So I was piloting the craft, and Phil was he was manning it, so he was doing all the ropes. He was my second hand, and we had to jive round this buoy. So usually you
do a waltz, but we were feeling a bit more frisky. Sorry.
So I think I'm right. In saying that you go about is when you turn left. So that's when well, basically what it means. So when you go about, it means that you go with the wind when you turn. So what happens is that you'll when you turn so you have that kind of horizontal beam going over the ship, the sail. That will when you're going round, that will sort of gently go over your head. So when you're going left, you push forward. If I'm right, no, pull. Yeah, so you push away, and then you kind of slowly go over to the other side of the ship because you have to swap. You have to swap over. You have to go over to the other side because then obviously the wind's on the other side of you, so you have to be on the other side to weigh it out. But when you jive, you go into the wind. You actually turn right. You go right into the wind, and that's really dangerous because for a second nothing happens. The sail just goes dead. It goes dead, and then it catches, and the horizontal beam just goes whack.
The boom, right?
The boom, yeah. It just
that swings,
zooms over, and we jived into it, and it hit me and Phil in the head, both of us. It happened so quick, and we both fell into the water, and it capsized the boat. And
what a turn!
I know. Remember, we just looked at each other, and we were just like, Jesus. Fucking hell. Jesus, sorry, random sailing story, has nothing to do with the film, but there you go.
Well, I don't know, sailors. So there we go. There's a connection.
Who are you?
Everything's relevant.
Let me go. Let me go.
Okay.
So yeah, it goes back straight to work, doesn't it? It kind of just goes.
Yeah, well, we
go
to them being inside, and Tom comments that the wind's changed while Winslow's working. Yeah, I think he's at the Lighthouse. He's working, and Tom's comment that the wind's changed from west to northeast, which is the worst wind, apparently. Yeah. That is like the dread one, the northeasterlies. And he warns they must prepare. So Winslow's clearly a bit disturbed and distracted, I think, at this point. That was the impression I got.
Yeah,
He's a bit kind of half listening. He's very troubled at this point. And Tom's like, "You're all right." And Winslow's like, "Oh, it's just that, I could do with a hand." And then it cuts to them fixing the house and fortifying it, and then dragging in lobster and crayfish in the pot together. And it's kind of a moment where it's just like, you think Tom's gonna like not help him, but he does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which leads to the next scene where everything's lighter, and Tom actually convinces Winslow to have a drink on their last night.
Yeah, and that for me actually, that was the first time I was reminded.
It's the last time.
Yeah, it was the first time I was reminded it was the last night, because then you don't really know, and then it's like, oh, actually, it's the last night tonight, and you're like, oh, and then instantly I was like, oh, it's the last night, is it?
Oh, is it?
God.
And is it?
Oh, and the wind changed, did it? Oh my God, yeah. But you're right. There's a bit of camaraderie because like all of a sudden the wind's changed, and then Thomas is almost like, camaraderie. Let's fix it up. Like I use the hand. Like, yeah, don't worry, I can help you out with it. Like, let's get the lobsters out together. Do you know what I mean? And then it goes on to the like you said, the dinner sequence where he actually drinks.
Yeah, he convinces him to drink, and they get drunk. They get proper trashed, and they're singing about being homeward bound. Tom's telling stories, and they're kind of getting a bit closer. And then Winslow asks again why he can't man the lighthouse. And again, it ruins it. Tom's immediately angered, and they begin to argue really loudly. And then, like, there's this pause, and then tension breaks, and they start laughing.
Yeah.
And then they toast to leaving the island. Tom's like says his name, and I don't know if that's the first time Tom's mentioned his name.
I think it is,
because obviously names are important.
No, he does.
But I think it's the first time he mentions his name as Tom.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's Tommy and Thomas.
Time we hear it.
Yeah, it's Tommy and Thomas now, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, we don't know that yet. We still know him as Winslow.
Yeah, that's it. But then he says, doesn't he? Yeah. What's your name? Tom.
That's a few scenes later when they get trashed again later.
Oh,
on.
is it my?
Oh, that's all right. But yeah, it does tie
that's
into
it.
that.
Yeah, no, that's it. But that's when you find out William Dafoe's name, isn't it? Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's when so they toast to leaving the island. Then Winslow awakens. He's clearly suffering the mother of hangovers. He's on his back in the floor, which is cool because we see that mirrored later when it's flooded. But right now he's just lying on the bare, dry floor.
Can I
And
Oh no, sorry. Can I just very quickly go back to that scene where they drink? Sorry, for the first time. Mm-hmm. I was just going to say it's such a relief for not just the characters to drink, but also for us as well. It's such a relief because like he finally has a drink and they just keep pouring shots. They just keep going.
They hammer 3 down.
Yeah, they just bang it, and it's obviously such a relief for both of them to finally let their hair down. But again, like as an audience member as well, I was like, they're having fun. You know what I mean? They're finally having a bit of a drink together and having a song together. Like you were so desperate for it. You were so desperate for this, even though it's a really shit. And again, gaslighting. You were it's such a shit relationship. You're so happy for these little good bits. You know what I mean? You were just so relieved.
Yeah.
And you want them to be
when
friends.
you're starved, you'll eat all the crumbs, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And you just want them to have this relationship, even though it's terrible. Like, they should never have a relationship. But you're so relieved that something is happening. It's just like, it's... Again, gaslighting. It's horrible. It's really horrible. Yeah. So,
it's Sorry?
No, I was going to say,
Okay.
That's all I wanted to say about it. The relief.
Yeah.
Relief.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head there, mate.
Yeah. It's fucking...
Yeah, like you say, it's just relief for us. Yeah, you know, a crumb's a feast to a starved man. We're just glad for anything at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's the calm before the literal storm, so...
Yeah, it really is.
Again, there's a lot of, like, literal metaphors in this film.
Yeah.
You know? It's just very neat. And it's never, you know, out in the forefront. Anyway, sorry. So Winslow awakens with the mother of all hangovers. He goes to the shit can piss, but they're both full. Those pots they piss and shit in, they're both full of shit.
God. Yeah.
So Winslow staggers out to the sea, salt water spraying, and nothing, like half naked in just that coat, to empty them. And then he throws them out, and the wind blows them straight back into his face. And as he does, the girls laugh very loudly. They all jeer, and it's a great another moment of just raw agony from Patterson, just going. You know, and then it cuts to him stoking the furnace, and he's walking the wheelbarrow back, and then he sees something on the rocks. He sees the woman.
Oh my God!
So straight after he sees this woman lying on the rocks, and the foghorn is heard.
Yeah.
And then the diegetic sound completely drops away.
Yeah,
the
everything
sound of the wind and the sea.
Melt.
It does it again whenever the siren's about.
Yeah.
And all the world like drops away. And then Winslow goes over to her and he removes seaweed from her face, and it shows that it's a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
And then again, I was talking earlier about the fingers clutching and clawing. Like his hands, it turns sexual. You can see quickly how it transitions to start being sexual. He starts fondling her sides, finds the fins down by her like hips. Yeah. You know, realizes that she's a mermaid, and then she wakes up. Her eyes are those strange. You know, they're probably red or amber. They're a strange colour in the grey of the film. Yeah. You know, in the black and white. But they're piercing, and she starts like laughing. She's clearly laughing, but the shrieking is coming out. Yeah. But she's clearly laughing at him in his face. Then Winslow like runs away.
And again, it's right there in your ears, that scream. It's because again there is nothing. His face when he's fondling her is so desperate. It starts off like he's trying to help her, and then he just completely gives himself up to this woman, this body, and again he's just his face where he's going over it. He looks so desperate, and
I think
he's quivering. He's quivering, isn't he? Literally, he's like.
I think they've nailed like the desperate fervor. Yeah, that sense of awe, reverence, and pure desperation and need. Yeah, like they both have just nailed those looks.
And again, the scream of the siren is so piercing, and again I got that hot flush again because it's so intrusive. And she's laughing right in his face. It's a really big close up of her face. She's laughing like ah, ha, 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 ha. And he just runs, and you can see her tail flapping. In the background, and it was honestly
in that horrible dead fish way.
Honestly, mate, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. It was so intimidating and so and really really horrible proper horror. Yeah, it was just
dread and discomfort and anxiety all turned up to 11.
And like you said, so very like existential horror. Like it's a very weird like a mermaid. Do you know what I mean? And you get that sense that like. This is a beast, do you know what I mean? This is a demon, like a creature.
And that, which again, looking at just her being generally humanesque, it's like, so there's something else out there that's sentient. Yeah. But it's not human. It's a disturbing thought. You know, the one comfort to humans is that we're alone. I mean, we don't truly know, but, you know, we don't have a competitor. You imagine if you suddenly realised there was a whole race of sea people that are just as clever as we are. Yeah. You know, and suddenly you realise in that moment there's a whole world of them out there. It's like, oh my god,
I know. And like the thing is,
like your place in it all.
You know, she's out of focus, but she's basically just out in the open, which I also felt was very disturbing because like there's no hiding it.
Yes,
she's just there, like flapping, like you said, like a dead fish, and there's no hiding it. Oh god, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah,
God.
And it's great. And it ends with him. So Winslow bursts into the house, and Tom's just there. He's like, "What are you screaming for? Oh, come on, you got chores to do." Like he clearly hasn't heard Winslow screaming or that shriek.
Yeah.
Or if he has, he's pretending he hasn't, which is also possible. But yeah, and it just looks. Winslow looks again just like shocked and frightened and confused.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to them waiting for the relief ship. It's just them standing at the cliff, staring outwards, and the weather's literally getting worse in front of your eyes.
Oh god, it's absolutely
and becoming like a full-blown storm.
Yeah, we get a lot of shots of the waves then, don't we? That black churning, rolling wave. That's just horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, very intimidating.
And then it cuts to so they're waiting. Then it cuts to Winslow stoking the furnace, and there's booze there, and he resists the urge to drink. He reaches for it, and then he puts it back. And then Tom appears and tells him that the damp's got to the provisions.
Yeah.
And Tom says they'll have to ration, and Winslow's like, it's only been a day. And Tom claims it's been weeks. That's the first time.
Yeah.
This is the first real moment where you're like, hang on, we're being fucking gaslit. Is this real?
Wait,
what happened to time?
About? Yeah.
But yeah, so Tom's like, it's been weeks! You're losing it, Winslow. And he's like, we'll be stuck here for a while longer.
And what does he say?
And then
he's like,
it's not the how long have we been here?
No. He's like, and I saw you doing something like.
Oh, he blames him for the gull.
No. No. That's it. And he's like, it's been weeks, and you've been saying every day, like, where's the relief?
And muttering over that idol, right? Like the charm he has.
No. He says something. He's like, it's been weeks, Winslow, and every day you've been telling me, where's the relief? Where's the relief? And it's like, what?
Sorry.
And he's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Like every day I've been saying that? Do you know what I mean? Like what? Like, and like, and every single day you've been bugging me about the relief. Like, where's the fucking relief? And it's like, yeah. And does he talk about the idol then? I can't remember, but it's just like
maybe not. I just kept saying things and thinking I was right, and you're like, no, not that one.
and he goes, like, it's fine. We slept in, like we must have missed it. We missed the relief. We missed it. And the guy's like, no, we didn't. And and that's when he says, like, we might be marooned. And he's like, oh, it's fine. We'll wait till tomorrow. And he's like, the last person who was marooned here was marooned for, 6 months.
Yeah.
Like half a year. And you think about that, like nearly half a year.
That's a terrible time.
And then you just see Winslow's face just like, what? Like, like the real like dread of it sinks in. Like he could be here for the rest of his life. Like, yeah, it's horrible. And then he's like, oh well, anyway, let's check on the provisions.
Yeah, so then Tom drags Winslow outside to dig up a chest, and it's like they're being battered by rain, they're digging like maniacs, and Winslow opens the crate, he finally gets out and they're exhausted, he opens the thing. Of course he's doing the harder work.
Yeah, of course.
And he opens the chest lid and it reveals it's just full of booze. Yeah. And Windsor's like, provisions. I was like, aha! Another laugh. But yeah, you can just tell Windsor's like, like we got booze. And that's when Winslow, has just gives up. Because the next scene is them drinking and Tom's recounting being shipwrecked. And how scurvy damaged his leg when he was eating grass. Winslow, for the first time, calls him out with the inconsistency. Because that's when he's like, you claimed it was from falling while escaping a nunnery after a fling. Like when they were first drinking.
Catholic
something
nuns
like that.
and such, yeah.
And then Tom's like, you must have misheard.
Yeah.
And then it's Winslow wasted, recounting his previous overseer being an asshole. He's like, always ragging on me. Like you. Always calling me a dog. And Winslow calls out more inconsistencies again, where he's like, how'd you eat grass if you don't have any teeth? That fell out. He said they had.
Yeah.
And Tom's like, oh, how do I do that? You rip the grass out with your hands.
And you swallow it.
And then, you swallow it. And you swallow it. And Windsor's like, and then he just kind of sits down. There's a pause, and they don't say anything. Winslow just breathes out through his nose. And Tom just goes, what? And Winslow goes, what? 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 And it like, until they're yelling at each other. And then Winslow like snaps. You know, he's doing the no, yeah. I want a steak. If I had a steak, I'd fuck it. You got away. No, that's later, but yeah. You're painting a pretty picture there.
It's funny, actually. You know, when he's talking about the grass, this happens a lot in the film, which I thought, it's so weird because it's very tragic, but you shouldn't feel tragic about it. But he's talking about the grass, and you can tell that Willem Dafoe's character, Thomas, at this point is like trying to make a bit of a joke out of it. And he looks at Patterson and this like sort of like smiling, kind of like, yeah, and I rip it out and I swallow it. And he's waiting for Robert Patterson to laugh back because he's trying to make a bit of a joke. And Robert just goes, nah. And
because you totally don't trust him at this point, surely, you know.
But God, the look on Thomas's face when he doesn't laugh at it, it's so like, it's like a little kid he's
a bit hurt.
Yeah, it's like a little kid who like
it, at least.
He's been embarrassed in front of the class. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible. And again, it's just that man-child in him. You know what I mean? That like.
Well, it's you putting yourself forward emotionally, and then someone slapping it down.
Yeah,
like, it's a very
Yeah, and it is.
Yeah, and he's expressing himself.
It's so.
And he's trying to like extend a hand, and Winslow's slapping it away.
Yeah, and it is ridiculous because like he's a twat. This character, you know what I mean? Like we've established, like, but you just God, like these moments.
We've established we shouldn't trust him, and yet
we want, again, and you're just desperate for these little like laughters and like.
It helps because he's more likable than Winslow.
Yeah,
Winslow's not likable.
No,
he
he's not.
Really is.
Yeah, exactly. He's the janty seaman with the weird tails, and it's just very tragic. It's just very tragic when he doesn't laugh at it, and of course that happens later on. Which we'll go into later with the other scene, but like it happens again. Like it's even more.
You mentioned about grass, eating grass.
Yeah.
Later on, there's some imagery.
Yeah, there's the eating grass, but then there's the lobster scene as well, where he's kind of like, it's even more tragic, isn't it? He's like,
this is it. This is the same thing.
Oh, is it?
So Winslow, so they do the what, and Winslow's going, no, that's the problem. He rants about the steak. And Tom's like, you wouldn't know what to do with a steak. And he's like, well, I'm sick of your fucking cooking. And Tom, you know, all I eat is your cooking. And Tom's like, no, you like my lobster. Tell me you like me lobster. And he starts pleading, and that's the bit you're talking about. He's like, I seen it. Yeah. I seen you eyeing it. Tell me you're fond of me lobster.
I've seen you eyeing it. You're fond
of me Winslow
lobster.
Doesn't want to. And Winslow just doesn't want to lose this time. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. He just doesn't want Tom to tell him what's going on.
What he likes. Yeah, exactly.
He's not even saying he doesn't. He's just like, I don't have to say nothing. I don't have to say nothing. And it's great. This is the best scene in the film.
Yeah.
Defoe rises. Tom goes, damn ye! Damn ye! Hark, Triton! And he calls upon Poseidon. And it's a fucking 3.5 minute epic monologue where Defoe doesn't blink once, where he rises up so slowly, and then he leans in so slowly again, and the camera keeps him perfectly in focus. The lighting moves perfectly with him. He's lit up. He looks like the Poseidon he's calling upon. He looks
his eyes are
terrifying and judgmental and powerful. His eyes are white lights in his head, almost sockets, and it's nuts. And then, after he's finished cursing him to a watery depth, and his face transitions. It goes from like rage to fear to pity. Yeah. Like he's angry with Winslow and he's cursing him, and then he's afraid for him because of the consequences of what will happen. And then he's pitying him. Where he's like, "There's been nothing left of Winslow, only the sea." You know, when he's talking about Winslow being torn apart utterly and being scattered into nothingness. The look in his face, it's almost like either it's happened to him before, he knows of other people's fate. Well, he's seen other men like Winslow. He's seen this happen before, and it's tragic for him. Right there, he's thinking like, you're failing the test. You're failing. Yeah. Like, I'm trying to help you in his tricky bastard way. Yeah. I do think ultimately he's there to test him, but it's supposed to, obviously. But yeah, it's great. And Winslow, after a long pause, Winslow just goes, all right. Have it your way. I like your cooking. It's the best joke after such a tirade. And again, about nothing, about something so banal. That he curses a man to an eternal watery brave.
He condemns him to nothingness. He condemns him to even lose his name, his memory. Like he condemns everything to be washed away, and it's so vivid. It starts off with such a horrible, vivid description of rot and disembowelment, and
it's like the Poseidon rising. Well, it goes from like Poseidon rising up with his foamy tentacles and barnacle crown, and then he sweeps down on Winslow, and Winslow swept into the sea, and then becomes a part of the sea, and
it is an absolute. It's
an existential nightmare.
Vivid. I did notice though. Actually, he doesn't blink, but he does that like eye scrunch, doesn't he? Just before he gives it, doesn't he? He goes like, "Rah." And
he does blink when he's going hark. His eyes are closed.
Yeah.
He's probably getting them all. He's getting them moist and ready.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right,
he's
here
like
we go.
Getting ready for it.
Don't fuck this up.
He's like, I'll pucker up eyes, get ready for this bad boy. He's like, you thought Elijah Wood was good at not blinking. Get ready.
Right, for Frodo.
Yeah.
Frodo of the 9 fingers and the unblinking. Son of Drogo.
What was I going to say? But,
sorry.
Oh, no, what was it? Shit. That's it, yeah. So there's a bit in it as well, which I love it. I love it so much because you can just tell it's because this performance is kind of like going off on its own tangent, but there's a bit where he leans in and he's obviously taken the camera operator and the DOP by surprise because he goes out of focus.
Yeah. Yes.
And the cameraman obviously he can't refocus because he's got his mark. So he's just got to pray that Willem goes back into his focus line, and he does. Luckily, he goes back into his focus line.
That's what I was saying earlier about like beautifully in focus. In the scene, because that little thing happened. I thought the camera actually did move back slightly.
I think I think you're right. I think he tries I think he tries very subtly, but then William goes back.
Just a moment of that's the actor and the cameraman working together. Like they're both aware of the problem and just quiet synergy. They're like working to correct it.
It's brilliant. And again, for me, I was just like,
what a performance!
It's like breaking the fourth wall in the perfect way. It's like the performance has gone so hard that even the crew are kind of like recalling. They're kind of like they're even there, kind of like, oh shit, what the fuck is, you know what I mean? Like everyone is kind of engulfed in this moment. Very interesting to see if actually that was done deliberately. I bet it wasn't. I'm sure it was just him, but
I'm sure it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a very, very nice touch to it. That even
those are always the best moments.
Yeah,
like even Brando playing with the glove along the waterfront.
Yeah.
Just those little thick moments, those little mistakes, or just moments of nothing can sometimes be great.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a very, very, very brilliant moment in it. I just loved it. Yeah, even the crew were just like. They couldn't keep up with him. Yeah, this curse. Yeah. That's it. That's all I've got, mate.
Yeah. Well, and a great shot it ends on with Defoe standing over Patterson. Patterson's looking up at him on the ground. Again, the weight has shifted. The power balance has shifted again.
Yeah.
Exactly. And all right. I like it. And then it's
it's great though, isn't it?
And then it's another scene.
Sorry, that smash of humour again. Just like the Lighthouse is not afraid to crack a joke after an insane monologue like that. You know what I mean? Like, crack a little joke. Yeah. Brilliant. Sorry, carry on.
Well, then it's Winslow looking up at the lighthouse again, and he's obsessed. He looks menacing this time. Like you can tell he's at absolute breaking point as he's looking up at it. And then it's the morning. And Winslow sneaks up to the lighthouse and tries to use the lockpick.
Yeah.
And then it breaks. So he uses it then to unlock the cabinet to find Tom's logbook, but it's not there. So then he creeps over to Tom to get the key, to get the book on his chest. Then he sees the keys by his head, so he goes for them. Then he pauses and pulls out the lockpick, the broken lockpick, which is now essentially a blade, and brings it right to Tom's throat. Tom wakes up. And the camera is an extreme close-up of his eye. His eye widens, narrows, looks to the right, and then flickers back. He knows exactly what's happening.
Yeah, he's caught the knife.
And Winslow's Winslow's kind of hidden the knife at his side clumsily. But like you can tell, just in that expression, Tom knows, but he doesn't say anything. And he just sends Winslow off to do his duties again.
Yeah.
Just leaves it there, this kind of question. And then it's into another montage.
Yeah,
and that's when Winslow's like drinking the wheelbarrow and battling.
Is that when he does the second masturbation?
Yeah, sorry, is there anything you wanted to say about that?
No, yeah, it's the same what you were saying. It's very well done, the little eye flicker. Yeah, everyone knows he's realised it, and he just keeps it so casual, doesn't he? He's like, I just didn't want to wake you was all. He's like, well, he's like, thank you, tend to your duties.
And he farts. He farts to send him off. No little fart joke.
Off you go. As if it's pushing him out the door.
Yes, exactly. That's
out
great.
The door. So, oh my god, that's all he's got left to defend himself. The fart.
So this is the lack of climax, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It's a montage of Winslow. So this is the point where he's just muttering derangedly as he's like trying to drink the rainwater. And then it's like intercut with him trying to wank desperately, and he's all strained upwards, and he's trying to. And then he's get images. He's shaking his head, and there's images of like logs floating, and then a body, image of the mermaid laughing, then image of his log overseer, a girl with blonde hair and a mustache, we see for the first time. Maybe not the first time, but yeah. So it keeps flashing in and out, and you can see it. He just becomes overcome, and he just releases this horrible broken wail.
Shriek.
I'm not doing it justice at all.
No,
but he drops to his knees and he's completely cowed, and he like throws the idol across the room and breaks it. And then in the meantime, he's also and then he's sobbing on his knees, and he looks over and he starts crawling towards the idol, and he starts stabbing at it with the lockpick, trying to stab it. Then it cuts to him. Sorry, so this gets a bit quick, so I'm just going to rattle through it quickly.
Yeah.
It cuts to him pulling up the lobster cage. When he opens the lobster cage, he's on his own this time. He opens the lobster cage. There's a rotting human head, and it's missing one eye.
Yeah.
Like the gull.
Yeah. Like the gull.
And then it's interspersed with Winslow and Tom drinking excessively. That's when they're like, the camera's really close. They use it in the trailer, and the bottle. You can see the bubbles. They're like glugging. They're singing, dancing. They're snapping back and forth from rage to joy, is what I wrote. Like, they're going between, like, yelling at each other and then laughing and kind of like, you remember Patterson when he's dancing? He's like, and then he kind of calms down again.
Yeah.
And they're kind of seesawing, and then it cuts to, and then suddenly they're holding each other, and it's all calm, and Tom's singing gently, like, and Patterson stops him, like, leans away. So it's Winslow that engages this, but he kind of leans away, and he kind of starts to lean in a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Tom looks like he leans in just a little bit as well, and then Winslow pushes him away and kind of raises his fists for like, and they kind of catch themselves and laugh, a bit of homoerotica. Yeah. And then it's great, and Windsor's got his fists up, and Tom's like, ha ha, yes.
Yeah,
they just start fighting each other. They just start punching and like falling into the furniture. It's very sexual.
Yeah.
I feel like it's homoerotic. They're punching their feelings into each other.
It's very it's very Greco wrestling, isn't it? It's that kind of
they're rolling and tussling and writhing over each other. Yeah,
I'll always remember it. They go and they kind of lean in for that kiss, and then they push his way, and you can just hear you can just hear what you call it, Willem just go, "I," when he's got the fists up, he's just like,
"I." It was great. Again, nice bit of humour.
Just very quickly, the masturbation scene before. Just big up to the art department for creating a mermaid vagina, because I never knew what that would look like, but now I do. So thank you very much to the art department of the Lighthouse, because now I know.
Yes, I should have mentioned actually, because that has stuck in my mind.
Yeah.
The mermaid Fanny.
Fanny
of the deep.
Fanny of the deep. Minge of the water.
But no, like you say, because it's like, it's like a vagina, but not. Oh,
yeah, and it's
like
cold.
a fish.
It's cold, don't you? It's not warm at all. That's got to be a very cold thing to have sex with. I say that jokingly, but no, props to the art department. It's incredible. Like, it really is. You're almost like, whoa, Jesus, Fish vagina? Yeah, like what?
Is that Ariel? Ariel, put away your panty, you bumper clut.
Put away your vagina, girl. You'll never get a man showing it off like that.
You'll never get a man up with your fanny out on display like that. Have some respect.
You're gonna have some decency in your girl. Some courtesy. You can't be a tease like that showing your fanny. Ariel and
okay.
Love me, Charlie. Starfishes, love me, Charlie, in the ocean blue.
In the ocean blue, starfishes love you.
Catfish love you.
Starfish love you forever, love me, Charlie. In the ocean blue.
Oh man.
Sorry, right.
Almost as good as Lighthouse. That Charlie.
Almost. I mean, Charlie the Unicorn is a companion piece. I feel.
Yeah, actually, they do say
it's about rebirth.
Before we watch Lighthouse, see Charlie the Unicorn. Kind of like marries onto it. Kind of like sets it up. So.
Yeah, it's almost like the rebirth stage afterwards.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they fight and they beat the crap out of each other. And then it cuts again to them like lying, like Tom's head is in Winslow's lap, and that's when Winslow reveals his name as Thomas.
Yeah,
as well. And Tom's like, "I'm Tom." And he's like, "No, I am Tom too." And it's almost like that, both that confusion and the gaslighting again of being like, "No, you're not who you say you are."
There is a very big sense then that these might be the same people. The duality in it, that they've got the same name. They are almost like two sides of the coin. And for me, I sort of, I kind of felt it before. Do you know what I mean? There's always that lingering doubt in your mind that this might just be the same person, but it's just kind of when he said that, I was kind of like, right, so they're both called Tom, right? Okay, so this is kind of solidifying that this might be the same person, basically. Yeah, and sort of Willem Dafoe's character is this, like you said, this testing side of the same mind. It's the kind of, it's that kid that kind of wants
humanity.
To get out. Yeah.
Empathy and understanding.
Yeah.
Communication.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's fucking with him. He is pushing him.
Yeah.
He's testing him. So yeah, I do know what you mean about the same person. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but that's. I mean,
I do what you mean about the same person.
Yeah, I mean, it does get a bit stronger later. I think it solidifies a bit that doubt later, but I think for me that was kind of the first. I was just like, wow, because they got the same name, and there's a lot of duality between their performances as well. Like you said, there's the mirroring of the shots. You know, there's the fact that they, you know, the blocking and the staging, they kind of mirror each other a lot. And so, there was always that niggle in the back of my mind. I
think that's definitely one interpretation.
Yeah,
absolutely. I don't think.
I don't think it is. I'm not saying I don't follow that theory. I don't believe that the Lighthouse is about one man. But it's just very. I think there's a doubt in Winslow's mind, or Thomas as we should say now. I think there's always that doubt, isn't there? There's this kind of And even if they aren't the same person, it's, I think, definitely on a metaphorical level, they are kind of the same person. Do you know what I mean? It kind of, for me anyway, it felt like, I mean, it's not like they actually are the same person. They're not like, you know, it's not a projection, but definitely as characters and metaphorically, the way they kind of bounce off each other, they're almost like each other. Like Thomas is Willem Dafoe's character when he was young,
struggling with the human one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all metaphors, Sean. You know, it's the two snakes eating each other's body. You know, it's all.
See, I do think it is that balance, but to me, I've always felt. I say always felt. I feel that Tom is an outside force, and he's the opposite of Winslow for a reason. I know what you mean about two aspects of the same man, but I think he's what Winslow is lacking.
Yeah.
That's why he is conjured up in this specific way. That's why he's part of the scenery, almost. But again, I don't think this film is about one single man specifically either. It's a wider allegory. What you were saying.
No, that's it. But that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I do think it's definitely that it goes on that wider sense of things. But I feel just for myself, I feel like Willem he's almost like he's like that character deep down within Winslow. Like he is that like deep down in Winslow, he has Willem Dafoe's character like as that kind of a personality that's dying to get out. That kind of that, like you said, that human character who just wants to engage and talk, and express himself. And the same with like Willem, like he has this like he's so overexpressive that he has this Thomas is almost the kind of dark brooding side of him. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Like
I get. Well, I think again for me, I know what you mean, and it's probably just me splitting hairs. To me, it's like so Tom is the reflection of Winslow's lacking qualities, what he needs to, like you say, because especially in this scene following straight after, because Winslow's like, I trust you. When he talks about his real name, he's so desperate to trust him. He's opening up. And what does Tom do? He rejects him. He's like, I don't want to know. I don't spill your beans to me.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's I think it's sort of like it's just kind of there as a kind of a maybe. Do you know what I mean? Like
absolutely. I'd agree with that, especially after again the Perfect Blue debate.
Yeah, and also there's a line that comes up later, which we'll obviously talk about later, but it's like, oh, you could be freezing in the woods. Am I just a figment? You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
So that's obviously
you could be wandering about.
Yeah, it kind of delves into it a little bit more, but no, yeah. So anyway, sorry to get back on track. Yeah, he reveals his name. Sorry, and then he wants to talk about something, doesn't he?
Why'd you spill your beans? Slow.
I know it's Tom.
Tommy, yeah. Why'd you spill your beans, Tom?
Why'd you spill your beans? Yeah. So he tells him. He basically Winslow. So he's like, I trust you. I'll tell you something. Winslow, no, I don't want to. No guilty conscience plaguing me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to know. And Winslow recounts how he killed his foreman. He was considering killing him at the logging place in Maine because this guy was always going on at him, calling him a dog, always chewing at him, and always putting him down. And then this guy has an accident and falls into the river with logs. And Winslow could save him, but he doesn't. He just watches him drown and get crushed and sucked under by the logs. And he saw him go down, and he thinks first thing that came to his head is, I could use me a smoke. Which is cool because that comes in later.
Yeah. But
yeah, and then as soon as he says that, Winslow calls to Tom, and Tom's apparently sleeping. Which again, I don't think. I think he might be feigning it, but he could be sleeping as well. Again, that element of doubt. It's always nice.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the elements of the supernatural are very much creeping in, aren't they? It's
yes, because this is them. He goes, Tom, and then the diegetic sound drifts away, and we get a long shot of the hallway. We get that creeping. Why you spill your?
I had such a dread when that happened.
Shiver.
Because it pans the door.
It was horrible. It's the quiet.
Yeah, it pans the door again. Like you said, the diegetic sound.
You're expecting something.
Yeah, because every time the diegetic sound has gone, we've had the siren. We've had this horrible. So I'm looking at the doorway and I'm expecting something to happen, but then you just get, like you said, this angelic kind of. Then the camera again, it starts to drift again. It starts to do these sort of dolly shots, which kind of drifts through the house. And it's
almost like the whole environment is pressing down and looking down at Winslow. Again, when he's saying, why'd you spill your beans? Like they're standing in judgment.
Yeah.
Everything's looking down at him.
It is like judgment. Like an angelical judgment. Very much is, isn't it? It's kind of like the voice of God almost, why'd you spill your beans? And the light in the rooms moves. I swear it moves, or the way that the camera moves, it feels like the light is drifting around.
From the lighthouse, like almost slides in.
That's it, the light, and it starts like drifting through the house.
Very Eye of Sauron.
Yes, exactly.
Through it.
And you just...
through the empty house. And then...
It goes up. That's it. Then it goes through the corridor leading up to the lighthouse, and then we get this beautiful shot where it just looks up the spiral staircase, and we see these, we see the dangling metal, which is almost like wind chimes, and they're kind of jangling very gently, and it just slowly rises up this spiral staircase.
Very alluring.
Yes, it is. And again, it's very, again, like the voice of Thomas is very, very much like God, isn't it? It's just like it's up in the towers, judgmental voice coming down on him, and it's at the same time it's an absolutely beautiful scene because it's so angelic, and again the movement of the camera is so calming, but again it's very, very scary. I felt it was very scary as well. Like
it was very
very tense. Very threatening.
Dread. Very dread.
Dread.
You know.
Dread. It's dread. We love dread.
Oh, it's not the law. I am the law.
Wrong dread.
Wrong.
Wrong dread. Wrong dread.
Wrong dread. Get him out of
No
here.
sale.
You called citizen. Hold your pants, sir. No, that's RoboCop. Sorry.
No, yeah. But yeah. So you're right. Those beautiful shots. And there's that mixture of beauty and menace again, which this film just fucking nails.
Yeah.
And then it shows Winslow standing outside, and he looks around the corner of the building. I'm not sure if it's the shed or the lighthouse. Doesn't really matter. And he finds a body, and he turns over. He reaches forward and puts a hand on its shoulder to turn it. And when he turns it, it's himself. It's his own face in the same shot. Then another hand snaps on his shoulder. And he turns, and that's when the jump scare comes in, and Tom is standing there, towering over him, all in shadow. And then we get this wide shot of Tom clutching Winslow's shoulder and looking down at him, and beams of light are coming out of his face, out of his eyes, and piercing right into Patterson's, and he's bollock naked, one leg tastefully covering everything from the side shot, in the rain, on the rocks.
It's very Renaissance, isn't it? It's very...
Well, it's Sasha Schneider's Hypnosis.
Ah, there you go.
Who's an artist who was recognised as his work based. Hang on, I have it written down. I don't want to misquote, but yeah, basically his body of work is seen as a early documentation of gay art,
right?
And like very proudly, kind of in that vein.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's a lot of implications of homoerotica and the male form and desire.
Yeah.
And kind of stuff, and yeah, that is a. I mean, you see it on the Discord server, but I posted it. Like, if you look at the painting itself, it is a shot-for-shot, practically, recreation. Obviously, reference to that. It's nothing too specific. It's just a nice little reference, nice little note, and it looks gorgeous. It's an amazing shot.
Yeah. God, it's great. It's fucking great. I mean, yeah, it's... yeah, and again, the sound as well. Like, oh, man.
And like you say, very Renaissance. Like it is very...
even the posing, you know what I mean? Like the leg tastefully covering the genitals and
I agree. It has that kind of, angels and demons and man.
It's very Greek. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's very Greek. Very kind of like the posing,
Yeah, so it then goes from that, right? This is where it gets to really interesting. So it goes straight from that, and then it cuts to Winslow running, but it's the daytime now. Yeah. And he's trying to escape with the lifeboat. So he runs down to the shore and he's pushing the boat out to water. And then you get this another sting of music as the figure of Tom appears behind him wielding an axe. He just screams, "Don't leave me!" And starts like destroying the lifeboat, hacking into it. And Winslow like runs away, runs back to the house, and Tom starts chasing. And it's weirdly hilarious as well as horrifying. As like Winslow's scrambling over the rocks, shrieking like a little boy. And Tom's running after him with a gimp leg and the axe, dressed in this like yellow raincoat kind of sailor thing. It's just, it's both horrifying and fucking hilarious.
Yeah. And he just gets into the house, doesn't he?
Yeah. He rushes in, right? And then Tom comes in and claims Winslow is mad, saying it was him that destroyed the lifeboat just now, and he chased Tom with an axe.
It just happened. And
he sits down, and you don't see where the axe is either. He doesn't have it in his hands. You don't know where it's gone. And Tom sits down, and this is how long have we been on this run? 3 weeks? 6 months? Help me. Now, who are we? Help me to recollect. And that's when he proposes that the whole thing's in Winslow's head, and Tom's a figment of his imagination, and Winslow's just walking naked in the snow somewhere in Maine, gone mad.
I mean, which is
some kind of persecution.
Yeah, which is something I think everyone has always had that fear of in their life, haven't they? The fear of like you're just naked in a factory somewhere, and you just wake up. Do you know what I mean? And it's
we've all seen The Matrix.
Yeah, we've all seen The Matrix, yeah. You know.
But yeah, no, that horrible thing. What if... Remember the dream you had about the morale officer?
Oh, yeah.
And the slicing tentacle creatures?
Yeah.
That kind of thing?
He was like... He couldn't... He was the morale officer, and basically he couldn't die until he was relieved of duty in the spaceship. They were having this fight. And he's like, yeah, because he's like, it's his religion. He was like, I can't pass unless I'm relieved. And the guy's like, well, I relieve you of your duty. You can go. And then he dies. And then as soon as he dies, he wakes up in this tank. And it was all like white, very Geigerous, but very like white. And there was just these sort of squids. And they must have had like 1,000 tentacles each. But they were almost like tissue paper. They were very fluttery. And they were all just ripping people apart. And that's when he
weightlessness.
Yeah, and that's when he realized like his life was a lie, basically. Like he was
some nice existential dread.
Yeah, they were there to feed to these creatures in the afterlife. Yeah, that was all they were there for. Was when they die, they were there to feed these squid monsters, basically like bacteria coming out of a jet at the bottom of the ocean. Do you know what I mean? Like you finally get through, and then some fucking crab eats you. Do you know what I mean? Like, boom.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Fuck a doodle do.
Yeah.
Very Lovecraftian. This is what he dreams of, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
These are our
these are my dreams. And sometimes I fly in my dreams, but not all the time.
Most of the time I'm running, I'm afraid. Most of the time I run.
Most of the time I run, but I can't run. And it's really frustrating, because I'm like, come on, you fucker.
I know how to do it, why can't
you do it? Oh God.
But yeah, so we're kind of getting close to the end of things now, so this is where it all starts to really... But yeah, so Tom's like, help me to recollect. And Winslow says, could use me a smoke. And Tom says, we're out of drink.
Yeah.
So that's a very telling sign. One, that Windsor's indicated he wants to smoke.
Yeah.
Which he smoked. When does he want to smoke? After he's killed.
Yeah. And
or obviously when it's...
something terrible has happened that he can't come to terms with.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're out of drink, which, as Tom warned earlier...
it's the only thing that stays off the madness.
The only thing that stays off the madness. So they've... You know, because even though you're looking at them drinking and being like, oh God, by this point, you're actually starting to think like, oh God, maybe this is their only way. Like, oh shit, now they're out of booze. That's a bad thing.
Yeah, no, it really is, because it is. The booze is the only time they actually get along. And they don't even get along, but they half get along. Do you know what I mean? It's the only time they even come close to a normal relationship is when they're absolutely blind drunk. Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible. And this is when, the absolute dirty thing happens, where Winslow's like, well, Tommy, sorry, now he's like, oh, don't worry, I can fix this. And they go into the lighthouse, and he mixes a clear sort of viscous gel. They make ethanol. Yeah. They drink diesel, basically. It's fucking, and they both, and the way they retch when they drink it, it's not just like that's disgusting. They literally like grab their head, and they're like it's like it's going straight to the head. It's like getting punched in the face, basically, drinking this. And then there's just this shot looking down from the lighthouse. They're just at the bottom, banging their chests like apes with this fucking canteen of diesel. And like the camera just sort of goes like looking down on them again, quite judgmental from the lighthouse, looking down. These like apes, basically, banging their chests.
Yeah.
And then I think after that it just cuts.
The windows break in.
Oh, that's
and the water rushes in while they're sat on the floor afterwards, and then they're just like screaming and yelling and drinking. And the water breaks in, then there's that brief black cut again. And then they awaken, and the house is a fucking wreck. That's the...
Yeah.
You remember you were describing about like, oh, that is like the worst morning after a rough night imaginable. Just like the absolute agony they must be in, just wading around in this filthy water. Everything's wrecked. Yeah. The house is a complete state.
It's
flooded.
Unfixable. Yeah, it's completely unfixable.
Winslow gets up to have a piss, and he immediately throws up, and his face even splashes with the water where he's just been pissing.
Yeah, he's aiming for that. He's aiming for the pot. He's aiming for the pot.
Yeah, and it just floats away eventually. Yeah, and it's like, oh God, just filth. And then as he's Sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. Just there's a very real moment where they both wake up, and Tommy goes, "This place is a sty," and then Thomas goes, "Morning to you too."
Yeah,
it's a very like we've all had that conversation hung up. You know what I mean? Like that morning, morning to you too. It's a very real little moment.
Yeah, again,
there.
that brief thing of them getting on.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
God. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so after he's finished throwing up, something floats by his face, and it's the logbook. It's old Tom's logbook. So young Tom Winslow, picks it up, starts rifling through it, and you see the rage in his face. You know that there's nothing but bad news in that book for him. So then he confronts old Tom, and he's like, what? Slacks on his chores, recommend docking pay, and he's absolutely livid. And then he starts ranting.
Not even docking pay.
Recommend suspension.
Yeah, without pay. Yeah. And he was like, he's delusional, like dangerous.
Yes, yeah, all this stuff. And obviously we've been following Winslow's perspective, so we're still like, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's absolutely furious. He's like, I've had enough. I've had a fucking enough of you tall tales and your stupid accent. You sound like a goddamn parody. And your farts. Oh my God. And yeah, you just go, you stink of cum. You stink of jism. Old dick and rotten foreskin. Oh, such vehemence and passion. Again, it's Patterson beginning to have the big climax now. It's all starting to come out. He's starting to really express himself.
Yeah.
This is what young Tom really is. It's a fucking great rant.
Yeah.
And again, another great punchline afterwards. In the pause afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Old Tom just goes, "You have a way with words, Tommy."
Such a
great zinger. Hey, you have a way with words, Tommy.
Oh, brilliant. Again, joking right at the end. Bit of a joke.
Yeah, but and Winslow's then, as a young Tom, is insisting that he works hard. I work hard. I work as any man. I do. And Tom keeps contradicting him, keeps disagreeing, keeps interrupting, like you were saying earlier, like he keeps cutting him off. It's more prevalent than ever. Yeah. And he keeps cutting him and saying, "No, you're mad. You haven't been doing this. You haven't been doing that. I can't get you to do anything. You're always yelling and threatening me." And Winslow just breaks and he just begs to see the light. He doesn't care about the accusations or the pay or anything else. He just begs to see the light. And old Tom refuses.
Hey, look at you.
And he,
he's pretty as a picture. Born with a silver spoon in your mouth with a whore's cry.
Strutting like a whore in the stage with a silver spoon that should have been yours.
Yeah.
Resentful. You're an open book. A picture, says I.
And, so he blames Winslow for bringing misfortune, calls him a dog, obviously. He's doing it deliberately. Winslow's already stated the whole dog thing. It's clearly it's when he's talking about his foreman from before, it's clearly like a thing that really gets to him.
Yeah, and he reveals that he knew about the gull.
Yes.
Yeah.
That when he blames the misfortune, yeah.
Yeah, but it was a big thing because, like, it's right, that happens quite, well, not early on, but, like, he's kept it a secret.
Exactly half an hour in.
Yeah.
Exactly halfway, half an hour. It happens exactly halfway through the film, sorry.
And it's only now he's just like, I know what you did to the goal. You know what I mean? He kept it a secret, though. Like, he knows what he did, but he kept it a secret. Because, again, he's testing him. He knows he's done it. He wants him to admit it. He wants him to say. And he's trying to push him, and and it's horrible when you I know what you did to the goal. I know what you did. And it's like, you twat, you knew, and you didn't say anything, and you just, it's horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's it, and he calls him a dog, and then young Tom fucking snaps. And that's it, and they struggle. They start to fight. Winslow starts hallucinating as he chokes. Young Tom hallucinates as he chokes old Tom, so he's on top of him. And then he sees like the logger, Winslow, his foreman. Then he sees the siren, who's like starts reaching up to him, and he's like her fingers go in his mouth, and he's like leaning into it, and like overcome with the lust suddenly. And then it cuts again to a tentacle strangling him. And it goes back to Defoe, to old Tom.
Yeah.
And he's encrusted in barnacles. He's Poseidon.
Yeah.
And he's cackling madly and wearing a crown of barnacles and like it's choking him. And Winslow freaks out and starts punching at him. And it's great. This is a great bit. I had where you're just punching him, blood's coming up. And then you just hear this pitiful, "You're killing me!" And it's great. And then it's over. And young Tom just gets off old Tom. And then they stand there for a moment, a nice long pause. And then Winslow commands Tom, young Tom tells old Tom to bark like a dog.
Bark like a dog, yeah.
And he insists, and then finally beaten and broken old Tom complies. And then, I'm not sure if this is looking too much into it, but Winslow tells him to roll over. I don't know if he fucks him. I think he might rape him. I think that's the implication. Because in the next scene, when Winslow's leading him on a leash, I think Tom's in his dungaree things underneath his normal clothes, which means he's lost a layer of clothing. Yeah. I could be wrong.
There was a very dreadful way the way he says it, like roll over.
Yeah, no, roll over. And he doesn't just stand over him, he literally steps over him.
Legs,
and his hand goes to his belt. It clutches at his waist.
Oh, God.
So I think he rapes him.
Fuck. Jesus Christ, when it couldn't get worse, you know what I mean? I think there's a very heavy implication that it does happen. Especially with, like you said, the positioning of his feet. He's not just standing over him, he's got each leg over him.
Mounting him.
Yeah, basically. He's basically
especially the roll over, because that means his butt will be so close. Where he's lying, it's like, well, if he rolls over, his ass is going to be raised right up at his crotch.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty, yeah.
God. Jesus.
Again, great shot.
Yeah.
Great scene. Looks beautiful as always. I think we said, we said it so often, but bears repeating. Fucking looks great.
Yeah, oh God, yeah.
So much of it looks great. The sound, everything. Yeah. But yeah, so carry on.
Yeah. So then he leads him out with a leash.
Yes.
And the scene goes on for a very long time. I do remember. It goes on for a very, very long time. There's a very slow, drawn-out sequence.
You can tell how horrible it is for old Tom, to crawl on the ground like a dog. It's all stony and rough, and it takes him ages because it's hard to do that. It's really awkward for him.
Sequence, and he leads him out. He leads him out to the pit where they dug up the booze.
Yeah,
and and he just goes, get in there, and he kind of resists.
Where you belong.
And then he does. He falls in. And then, without even hesitation, he just picks up the shovel, doesn't he? And he just starts...
Young Tom,
just starts burying him alive.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's an incredible shot where it's just a very, very, very slow zoom on old Tom's face. And at first he's kind of not reacting, but then he starts to talk, and he starts talking about Prometheus's light. Because he knows young Tom is obsessed at this point. He knows that's all he wants, and he's saying Prometheus light, it will blind you, and it'll do.
Well, like you say, it could be, he's testing him and it's failed the test because he is also Tom. It could be he's stuck in a cycle.
Yeah,
and he's trying to save his young self, and he just keeps making the same mistake.
Yeah.
And this is him once again looking back at it, because he even says, he's like, "You wanted to see the light? My old partner did. The Wookiee before you did too. And that was the end of him." And like you say, there's allusions. He starts cursing him, and there's allusions to Prometheus, to Davy Jones, to Fiddler's Green, which is an afterlife for sailors who serve 50 years at sea. Which leads me to think you're onto something with them being the same guy and maybe trapped in a cycle. Because Defoe served at sea. Old Tom has. Young Tom hasn't.
Yeah.
But old Tom claims he's been at sea.
Yeah.
I know he only says 13 Christmases, but again, maybe worth a thought.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a great bit.
Yeah. And then
the mud going into his mouth. And
God.
He's chewing earth because he ripped up grass and ate it.
Yeah.
Again, he's back to chewing earth.
I mean, he really does get a full mouthful of dirt, and you can see
he keeps going.
He keeps going. Yeah, he's trying to spit it out, but he doesn't. Yeah, I mean, great acting there. He really does take a full face of mud right in the face, in the mouth.
He's spitting earth.
Yeah, literally. It's horrible to watch. That was the bit that really got me when it went in his eyes and his mouth. I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he just goes out, doesn't he? He just
you just assume he goes like, oh, did he die? I guess. And then Winslow But yeah, he
panics.
warns Winslow.
Winslow
panics.
He
Yeah,
panics, and you think he's going to save him.
What he's doing. Yes.
You think he's had a horrible turn of fortune. He's like, oh my god, I've just buried this man alive. But he runs in and he scrambles, and then he gets the fucking key out. He's not trying to save him.
He doesn't check the head. He goes straight for the key. He doesn't even pause.
Yeah, he was just screaming because he thought he needed the key. Like, he doesn't. Yeah, it's horrible. And then that's it. Yeah, he's finally got what he wanted. He's now gonna finally go and see the light. He goes back into the house, and he goes right.
He goes to get a cigarette.
Yeah, he goes right up to the stairs, and he's just before he does it, he goes, no, I'm gonna go back. Hang on, leave me a smoke. So, always got to have a cigarette.
So he goes to pull out a cigarette. Oh, that's great.
And then
another great jump scare.
Yeah.
The light is mine.
Yeah, Willem comes in, axe, bang, right in the shoulder.
Right in the shoulder with this horrible thud, this horrible squelch. Yeah. Like, you can tell it goes right in there. That's ligament. Ooh.
Yeah. And then before you know it, over in a flash, punches him in the face, grabs the axe, and just hammers it down on his face.
Young Tom. Yeah.
Yeah. Done.
Yep. And it's great. I had a note here. Great moan from Defoe. Just before the axe comes down, there's this little... It's almost just like a pathetic kind of sob. It's not even like fear. Again, it's almost like resignation. Like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Again, I might be thinking too much.
No.
I love that little moan.
No, absolutely.
And then poof, blood spews up, and then young Tom goes, lights a cigarette, takes a drag. It's a great moment. And he toasts him to pale death, treble dread.
Yeah.
Going to make the ocean caves our bed. God who hears the surge's roll.
Is to save our supple soul.
Very appropriate.
Yeah, no, you're right. Those little details, like the little cries before he does it. It's just this pathetic little attempt to resist. You know what I mean? The last, this little, like, he's so far gone. There's just this tiny little quail of a little resistance. It's so futile. This little pitiful resistance, and then just kill. You know what I mean? Then they just slams it on his head.
It's very. It always makes me think of. Oh shit! I've forgotten his name. But This Is the Way the World Ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper. Who is that poet? From obviously it's a translation of it's Heart of Darkness, and it's used in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
Anyway, that poem. This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper. But yeah, just that kind of pathetic end.
Yeah. Just a little an horrible. Should I find out that poet is on This Is How the World Ends? The Hollow Men?
The Hollow Men, yes.
Yeah, there we go. T.S. Eliot.
T.S. Eliot. I was going to guess E.E. Cummings.
Cummings, eh? There's a little cum in this movie. A little jizz and coming in this movie, mate, already. No need for more Cummings, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, so it kills him, has a smoke, toasts him, and then finally, Winslow. So this is, again, it's horrible. So we're in the lighthouse, and we just see Winslow slithering upwards, young Tom slithering upwards out of the dark. He's crawling up the lighthouse stairs. He's writhing his way to the top.
His wound is pulsating.
He's covered in oil and blood as well. He's obviously had more to. I think he's had more to drink of the ethanol, maybe.
Yeah, and his wound.
He's absolutely pitch black at this point, covered in sin.
His wound is not like spurting blood. It's just gently weeping blood on the side of his shoulder. It's very horrible.
Oozing.
Yeah,
like everything about him is oozing at this point. The emotions, the desire, the fervor, his bodily fluids, everything has to come out.
Yeah,
and and he unlocks the hatch and he climbs up, and then we see the light itself. We see a mid shot of him, and then we slowly see the mirror glass opening. You can look into the light itself, and then it's great. The camera goes to a what would you call it? Front shot.
Yeah, it's just a frontal shot. Yeah, because we have that wide beforehand, then where he crawls out, and the window just opens by itself. Just swings open very mysteriously by itself, and then it just cuts to the sort of frontal mid close up shot and it's very of young Thomas, and it's very stalkerish in that sense that we never need to see what he's looking at, but his face just slowly builds from this awe to absolute horror, basically.
Yeah, I've got smiles, cries, sobs, screams in ecstasy, and then in pain.
Yeah, it is such a horrible spectrum of emotion, because it truly is like he's looking in, like it. There's always
like terror.
Yeah, it reminded
Terror.
It reminded me of this scene. Have you seen Martyrs?
No.
So at the end of Martyrs, so the whole point of the whole film of Martyrs is that they torture these women, because if you torture a woman long enough, eventually they see God, basically. And if you take a picture of their eye,
you told me of this. Yes.
yeah, if you take a picture of their eye, you can kind of see this glimmer. So at the end, they do it to this woman. They skin her. She's just muscle. She's just got her muscles. And the old woman who's the head of this cult, she whispers into her ear, and you just see her face. You can't read it, and then she kills herself. Do you know what I mean? It's like, was it good or bad? But for me, it felt like terror, like a lie, or like something you just could not conceive. Again, it's like, waking up and finding that there were these squid monsters. You know what I mean? It's that horrible realization of just overwhelmingness of, like, again, very, very existential horror. Yeah. And it's incredible, like the light shifts. So again, because they're using black and white.
What is this effect? So, yeah.
Yeah, they I think what they were basically, so red looks very weird on black and white. Mm-hmm. The color red looks very weird on black and white. It's how there's a very famous scene where they did a special effect where this guy changes into a zombie, and basically all they do is they change the light from white to red. There's a scene, I'll try and send it to you, but there's this really famous scene where this guy's like, hello, and then he changes into a zombie, and everyone's like, how did they do that? It was filmed in the 20s.
Hello. Just that. Hello. I'm a zombie now.
Actually, fooled you, a zombie.
Delighted to meet you, Mr. Zombie.
May I chew your ear? May I nibble your toe? Just a bit. Nosh. Nimnosh. So yeah, but basically, and it was, how did they do it? And basically, the guy had red face paint on, and so what you do is when you change the filter to red, you get this very strange. You basically see the red light, and it changes, and I think that's what happens at the end of Lighthouse. Like it just shifts, doesn't it? Like almost it goes negative. It's almost as if like
it looks like that color inversion technique.
Yeah.
It's basically an effect you can get on, like, Photo Booth, on the most basic of phone apps.
Yeah.
But there's much more quality and texture to it.
And he's screaming and his eyes start blazing, but the one thing that really disturbed me the most is that his mouth becomes white, and his screams are so loud they muffle. They start muffling.
Also, so that's something I thought. His screams distort into a mechanical foghorn-like sound.
Yes,
I think it becomes that keening whale sound.
Very much so. Yeah, it becomes this mechanical. Again, like you said, like the foghorn. It's that, like it's just, It's absolutely, it's terrifying. Yeah, and
it's horrifying. It was so upsetting. It was just one of those moments where I was almost wanted to sob. I was like,
yeah, same. I think my mouth was just open the whole time, and I just
almost a brief sense of despair.
Yeah, and I really did at that moment. I just felt so much pity for him. Do you know what I mean? Whatever this man. Yeah, it for me. I don't know. For me, it's a sign of it wasn't worth it, or it was too much. You know what I mean? Like what he saw, even what he committed, it was too much. He was never like.
Yeah, for me, it's the light is
him, like looking into his soul.
He thinks that he can aspire to a thing, getting to the light, having his own land. That will make him complete. But he doesn't look inward at himself, down on the ground, people, about being friends with Tom, about expressing himself. He aspires for. Yeah, and it's Icarus and Prometheus. He aspires with the knowledge of the gods, and it burns him. Like he wants to be greater than he should be. There is no humility. It's pride, arrogance. The sins of men, right? Yeah. Wrath, lust, envy, greed, pride, sloth, and being late for work. I can't remember the last one.
Yeah,
gluttony.
leaving your coffee out is the last sin.
Not finishing your tea.
Yeah, farting in public.
That's a capital crime in this country. I can have you know.
Yeah. Again, the guy's just, excuse me, mate. I heard you left your tea on the side. Oh yeah, I did actually. Yeah, don't do that again, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and then he just goes like, "Call it off, boys," and just like 50 people in the street that look like they were just walking by, they all like stop and look at you at once, and then they all leave.
Yeah, they all
He
carry
just
on.
stood there alone in the street in London, like, what? I'll never leave a tea again.
Oh god, like
But
John
yeah,
Wick,
so this horrible scream, and again, I think it distorts into this mechanical wail, much like the foghorn, and then he falls.
Yeah.
And he falls all the way down the stairwell.
Yeah, cuts
all the way to
very
the
sharp
bottom with a
cut.
solid thunk.
Yeah, it's back to reality.
Yes.
The sound is back. Diegetic sound is back. He just tumbles down. And then he cracks his head, doesn't he, at the bottom, and then you get that very long shot as it goes down the spiral staircase again. And then it cuts to black, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
All the way down.
Yeah.
All the way.
Just very so again, like, so just talk about like Winslow's kind of plight, you know. I mean, for me, it's one of those moments that I just love. Again, like I talk about Stalker, you know, when he finally gets to the room, and you just have that long shot, and you see the rain, and it really reminded me of that because it's just like and again, you're just working off the actor's emotion, and it's like it is almost indescribable, the kind of feeling, because, and again, at the end of Martyrs as well, it's those moments, isn't it, where you are talking about something just so much bigger. Like Winslow, it could be simple, you know. He could even just be looking at himself. Like the light could just be his soul. Do you know what I mean? It couldn't be, but then at the same time, it could also be the secrets of the universe. It could be the horrible, horrible, cold truth of the universe. Like, it's everything, isn't it? It's just everything at once. And again, for me, those are the sort of payoffs, you know, I'm just so happy for, because, you know, me and you talk about the end of True Detective, where we go like, you know, they fucking went for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, they went for it. They went for the black hole at the end.
Season 1.
Yeah, season 1. Yeah, God no, we're not. Yeah, we're not talking about Vince.
Don't give away too much either for anyone who hasn't seen that show. For anyone who cares.
Yeah,
that's what I did there. But yeah, no, it's a great show. Fucking season 1. Do yourself a favor, check it out. It's one of the best pieces of TV I've ever seen. Such a good,
definitely,
piece.
Yeah, it's
absolutely
for me.
Incredible.
Yeah, for me, it's the best TV show I think I've seen. I think so. Just because it's almost like a film, isn't it? But it works as a TV show as well. Like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But for me, it's those kind of brave payoffs where they just kind of, well, to put it in a very unsophisticated term, they just fucking go for it, and they just, you know, they really just take that leap into the complete other, basically.
I think that's a bold choice, and it's great because this one works out. You know, it's awful when someone goes for it, and you're like,
oh God,
you know, I think you're a master at seeing that, where you're like, I can see the potential here. I know what they were going for, but like this, like you say, where it's just like fucking went for it,
and it's
like, they went balls out.
Yeah, and it's so earned as well. It's just, by then it's a complete climax. It's the purest of the climaxes of anything. He's at the top of the tower, at the top of the big phallus, and he just climaxes, and it's fucking too much. It blows his brains out. Yeah, and then anything to add on the final bit with the staring into the light?
No, I don't think so. No, it has given me a thought, but I'll link that in actually at the end itself. Okay. Kind of what I think, because I'm sure we'd like to talk about what we think the greater meaning overall is.
Yeah.
I'll get a bit more subjective, but yeah, no. I think you've pretty much worded it perfectly.
Yeah.
It's a great sequence. It's earned in every way. Everything's been building up to this.
Yeah.
You know, everything we've waited for just to see this moment. It was absolutely worth it. It was absolutely earned. It was absolutely as long as it needed to be.
Yeah.
It absolutely sounded exactly like it needed to sound, and it absolutely ended exactly when it needed to end.
Yeah. And so, do you really quickly just want to talk about the very last scene when it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because I think that will bring it all together.
Yeah.
So we have it falls all the way down.
You go for it, mate.
No, it's all right. You can go for it. Let's go for it, man.
Okay. So Winslow. So we hear this cawing, and then we see grey skies and mists, just like at the beginning. Yeah. And as they slowly start to clear, we see this barren rock in the middle of the sea, and Winslow awakens, and he's covered in wounds, and he's lying on this rock with his guts hanging out, and he's being pecked by gulls. And as the camera pans out more and more, you see more and more how he's surrounded by the sea, and there's thousands of gulls everywhere. Quite appropriately, his guts are hanging out on the left side where the liver would be, where the birds are pulling at it.
Yeah.
And then again, the noise he makes, just like so like old Tom, but just pathetic, broken and lost, completely swallowed up. Yeah. Nothingness, and then we pan out and we fade to white. Yeah, and then we have fucking jaunty sea tune.
Yeah, and then it's
for the credits.
There will be blood. I'm finished.
One last punchline. It's funny, after all that and that horrifying sequence, it still goes out on a punchline.
Still goes out on a punch, yeah, absolutely. Goes out on a fucking janty.
It goes out with an appropriate sense of irony.
And it does. I
was saying earlier, that song has allusions, I think, to the script and things that happen in it and lines they say.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But I remember when it ended, and that song came on, that song almost does slap you back down to earth again, and everyone's just kind of like looking around the cinema going like, what? Like,
yeah. One last bit of violence from the film.
Yeah. I swear his eye's missing as well. Am I correct that when he's lying on the rock, his eye is also missing?
I can't remember. If that's the case, that's very important.
Yeah, I think his eye is missing.
Is there...
God, he's covered in seagull shit as well. I remember seeing that again, and I was like, oh man, he's covered in shit.
Yeah.
Plastered in seagull shit. It's disgusting. Are you looking at a picture? Are you trying to get a picture now?
Yeah. Yeah, because I rented it, so I can't refer back to it.
Lighthouse. Film. End. On the rock. Oh man. Oh, there's Prometheus on the rock. Yeah.
Oh no, it's not good enough quality. Yeah, actually, it does look like there's a big gap. Yeah, he probably is missing his eye on his right side, like the gull.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's missing his eye.
Yeah, that sound he makes as well. Also, it just, for me, the idea of being pecked alive by gulls is just something that like. It's almost unfathomable. Like I cannot even like begin to imagine.
It harkens back to the Cave of Mouths.
Yeah, to have the sensation of your innards being pecked. I think I don't know how Robert's done it, but that sound almost is just perfect, isn't it? Like it's just so helpless, so helpless. And again, like you said, it's very 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 fitting because it is the same climax sound that old Tom has, isn't it? When he's climaxing on top of the lighthouse, it's bloody disgusting. Oh, here we go. Got a picture. Here we go. Actually, got a picture.
There's definitely a gash there. Don't know if there's a. Yes, and his head's tilted back. But I think there's enough weight there to say that's not pointless speculation. I think there's worth a thought.
But anyway, Sean, that was the Lighthouse. Well done.
That was the Lighthouse.
Well done. It's only 2:15 in the morning.
No. We started at 8:30.
I know, mate. Oh yeah. What are we on now?
God,
nearly 5 hours. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Oh, it's not as long as I thought.
No. No.
5.5. Well, I mean, some people do 8 to 13. That's
true. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So that was The Lighthouse. I think me and you agree it's definitely going to be in our top 10 for a long time. Yeah, I
Absolutely.
remember. I mean, I told you. I mean, when I finished this film, I was just riding home on the bus, and I just had this overwhelming sensation. I was like, because I remember I was working at this really shitty cafe, and it was taking a lot of time. It was taking a lot of time away from my studies, and I just had this moment. I was like, am I ever going to make anything like this? Anything like this? Anything that's good? I just had this sort of like existential crisis, which is very fitting because the whole film is about existential crisis. But then again, I think I sort of came round and I was like, yeah, I need to quit my job.
It's given you it gave you aspirations.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
aspiring aspirations can be a bit scary, can't they?
Exactly.
They require
sacrifice.
Grab you.
Yeah, they require sacrifice. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, a fantastic film. Well done to the bros for doing this. Because it's a very big collaboration between them two and Willem Dafoe, and to pull it off the way they did.
And Robert Pattinson as well.
Yes, let's not forget Robert, because just thinking back to that last scene where he's screaming, and even the masturbation scene, like he's managed to convey a huge amount of emotion with very little dialogue. And I think the reason people really remember Willem Dafoe is because he's got all the best lines.
Yeah, of course.
But Patterson really is the silent.
He's the interesting. Yeah. Well, he's the charismatic one.
Yeah.
They're both interesting.
Yeah, but Patterson.
I mean, before we do a general kudos and wrap up, looking at the film overall, like obviously there's so much we talked about, and so much of what it means and what it could mean, this, that, and the other. But do you have an overall kind of summation of what you feel it's about to you, or what that ending means, what it leads to? Because I mean, it's going to be one of those where everyone's like, what does the ending mean? Because people we like are certain canon answers.
Yeah.
But yeah, so to you, what do you feel? What do you take away from it overall? Why do you think it was shown, and what kind of message do you get from it?
Well, again, like I said at the beginning, I feel like The Lighthouse is very much open to interpretation, but
you.
Yeah, but so I think for me, it very much is a tale of essentially not so much conflicting with the inner demons of like your soul, basically, but again, for me, it's more about that. It's about taking humanity, stripping it down, and almost for me, it's kind of like the significance of religion, but not just religion, but spirituality, and how desperate humanity tries to cling on to this idea of salvation. Basically, this idea that there's something that can save them. Their shortcomings can be saved. This animal brutality can be saved by this angelical force, and this submission to it, essentially. I do think a lot of the film is also, again, to do with the duality between. I know we may not have the same agreements on this, but I do feel Winslow and Tommy are very much kind of almost the same man, not the same man, but the same mindset, kind of trying to deal with each other, trying to deal with themselves. Yeah.
I mean, just quickly on that, I mean, I think I came round to agreeing that, like, because there's even hints that, you could say old Tom it's almost cyclical. Again, he's trying to help a younger version of himself.
Yeah.
He's going through that same process. So I definitely, I definitely think there's weight to that.
Yeah. And, and again, the force of nature, the unrelenting force of nature that just seems to care not of the plight of men. It's just there to, I mean, that's a very light point of it. Don't worry, that's not like a huge point of it. But like, again, I always felt like watching The Lighthouse, I do get a sense that these men are very much at the mercy of nature, and the natural world very much acts as a stage to expose their rawness. Basically, it very acts as a catalyst to just completely strip back. It's like the wild winds basically strip back the bareness of them and essentially expose their souls. So for me, it's about this kind of redemption arc between the two men trying to sort of save each other, but again, like this mindset trying to battle itself, this one mind split into two trying to battle itself. But again, I think because it's the third time I've watched it now, I do now get also the sense of this absolute desire for spirituality, this kind of ascension into for something to save them, basically. This submission into a greater power.
We want a greater power to look after us, to take the responsibility.
Yes,
because it's so terrifying.
And essentially, when that doesn't work, do you know what I mean? When you're denied it, how it kind of, you're just left with the animal, and you're having to fight it out with yourselves. Basically, you're just having to slug it out with yourselves and crawl and get it. And what about yourself though? I mean, for you?
I think. Yeah. Sorry.
No. I was just going to say, what about you?
Well, I think that was a great point to leave on, actually, because that ties nicely into. Because for me, I mean, I see this about you were saying about needing like the father figure, religion, spirituality, something to almost supplant ourselves to. And I agree in a way. It's that desire for that, and it's also a study in like man's curse, our need for aspirations.
Yeah.
It is in man's nature to aspire to be greater, and I think this both warns of the dangers of that, as well as the need for it as well. Winslow, young Tom, he doesn't aspire as a person in and of himself, but we were talking earlier when we were talking about verticality and all that. He aspires to be up there, to achieve this thing, just like he wants to live on his own and have no one boss him around. He's not aspiring to be more than he is. He's, and without it, he is just living. He's just a beast. He's got little humanity to him, and that becomes more and more apparent, especially as more and more of the etiquette's kind of chipped away. But also there's elements of like the dangers of aspiration and the cruelty of the lighthouse, and tying back into the idea of existential dread and that we're nothingness in the face of the universe. Considering our existence is not even a blink of time counted if you had the history of time stretch out on scale, and then humanity's existence. That kind of thing. So like aspire too much, and like like Icarus, you'll fly too close to the sun. Like Prometheus, you'll be punished, or you'll come across things you don't understand. We could aspire to be cyborgs, but you could see how that could lead down a dangerous road one day. But also, if we don't try to be anything, but if we don't aspire, we stagnate, we fester, we rot, and then we literally overflow, we ooze. Again, we were saying earlier, like with jizz and blood and violence and intent and lust. But for me, it is very much. I think it's and the cyclical nature of it. I was saying about young and old Tom. He's trying to help him out. But he doesn't. Old Tom doesn't understand how to help out Winslow because he keeps digging at him in some places. He gets angry and obsessive himself because he still has the same flaws of obsession and reverence for the light. And Winslow's got everything going against him with Tom, but he also can't like be the better man and rise above it. He gives in to his ego. I'm sure there's definitely ways to use clever words and connect ego and id, and how they're literal representations of that. But it's very much. I think it's very much a character study of humanity.
Yeah, it's very Freudian, isn't it?
The need for humanity in some ways, and the dangers of it in others.
Yeah, it's like you said. I think that's really, really well put. The whole
Thank you.
They are the embodiment of man aspiring for that light, isn't it? that greater understanding, and it fits perfectly.
One has the light, and it doesn't fulfill him really, and the other lusts for the light, and it doesn't fulfill him really.
Yeah, it feels perfectly into the caveman aspect.
Neither of them improve themselves. Sorry.
Yeah, we have one monkey who discovered religion and the other one who didn't. You know what I mean? And how they use that kind of knowledge against each other. But again, it's like a monkey with religion. Like, he doesn't even know what to do with it. Do you know what I mean? These grand ideas. What does he use it for? To corrupt other men. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't use it to aspire to, like, they use it to corrupt and to control. And it's very fitting that it is in a sort of phallic object. It is in this kind of phallus. It's very tied into
men as well, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. No, absolutely. It's like you say. It's the folly of man.
Like they had to be men for this to work.
No, absolutely. It's the pecking order.
Thing. It needs to be.
Yeah,
it wouldn't.
It's a struggle for power.
Be the same.
No, not at all. That's it. It's that primeval struggle for power for a night, like.
And when you think of savage violence and barbarism, you don't think of cave women beating the shit out of each other.
No, you think of cavemen, bashing each other's
skulls. Because it is
in.
in our nature.
Yeah.
It is. It's part of us.
Yeah, and again, this is why I think me and you just love it, because on the surface level...
it's been 5 hours and we're still talking about this,
Yeah. On the surface, it's just two guys going a bit fucking crazy in the lighthouse, but then, me and you are talking about it, and it's... you could argue, it's really about one of the biggest questions ever asked, like man's aspiration for ultimate knowledge, and what does he do with it, and how does he even do with it, and how can he even handle it, and that's human nature. And like you say, like, if we don't achieve it, we stay at the bottom and we fester and we drink and we become these disgusting creatures at the bottom. And the corruption of
we're kind of doomed. We're doomed to aspire.
Yeah, because again, what happened? Like, Willem has already had the light, and what does he do? He's corrupted by it. He can't use it. He doesn't even know what to do with it.
Yeah, he's still a mess. He's naked and a wreck. He's violent and aggressive. He's not violent, but he is aggressive and angry. Unreasonable. He lacks reason. That's a big thing. They're both lacking is reason. A very important trait for man. Obviously, a very big humanity aspect. It's quite interesting, actually. Now I think about it, it feels like that's kind of maybe a thing missing, some kind of counterbalance of that. Maybe
What's
a display of no. I was just, something in the display of reason lacking, but no, there's very much of that apparent in their dialogue and how they behave. Never mind. It's very apparent. You don't need anything for that. It's fine as it is. Ignore me. But the doom. We're doomed if we do, and we're doomed if we don't.
Doomed if we don't. I loved your point as well about the use of the supernatural in it. Like the siren is very much that existential, like the greater deep. You know what I mean? Like this kind of
there's something
feeling
greater than you.
Yeah, exactly, and it really reinforces that idea that like. And the way she laughs at him, like like stupid fucking monkey. Do you know what I mean? Like pitiful human. You have no idea what you're toying with. And again, it reinforces that idea of this greater, the fact that there is like these kind of deep. And I think when we think of the sea, we do think of these deep old creatures.
There is a fundamental primordial fear of the sea. We don't belong in it. It's not our world, and it covers most of the world. Yeah. And it's not ours, We don't know what's down there. We don't understand it. Terrifying.
It's funny, actually. One of my classmates was saying that apparently that in Lithuania, that's what they say. What happens when you go in the sea too long, when you prune up? Mm-hmm. Apparently, that's your body trying to go back to a fish. Apparently. I don't know if that's true at all, but that's what apparently they believe in Lithuania. All right. That's your body trying to go back into it, but. It's a bit weird.
A bit weird.
I don't know if it's a fable.
It's all right.
It's a fable. Yeah.
I've heard weirder. You heard of Baba Yaga? She rides around on a mortar, eats children. Yeah, weird. Doesn't have a broom like other witches. She rides around on a mortar and pestle, to like brush herbs and stuff.
Oh,
God. What a weird mode of transportation.
Oh, God.
Anyway. But yeah.
That's horrible.
The Lighthouse.
The Lighthouse.
Yeah.
If you're a fan of lighthouses, there's probably not as much coverage of the actual lighthouse as you might have liked.
No, yeah, I would say that if you're a fan of lighthouses, you might actually be disappointed. So just go in with tempered expectations. Watch it; it's a great lighthouse. Trust me, it's
an absolute. It's very false
sexy.
Advertisement. I came here looking for Lighthouse. I got 2 fucking men drinking. Absolute disgrace. Money back. Never watch it again. Disgusting. Absolute false advertisement. Disgusting. Never watch it.
Nice lighthouse though. It was nice.
Yeah.
It was so pretty.
So yeah, yeah. I've. Do you have anything else to add? I don't.
Let me just look at the kind of overall.
Because I think we've talked a lot about the themes as we went along.
Yeah, and again, I think that was a very good, neat overview.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just a masterclass in atmosphere, in kind of a philosophical study. Very lean storytelling, not long, doesn't outstay its welcome. Every inch of it oozes atmosphere, and everything means something or can mean something. It's so dense, and it's so simple, really. Like, it's not that complicated at all.
No, not at all. It's very, very, very simple.
I've said something like this before. I don't know if on the podcast, but like this feels like a piece of art. It says something about something, and it shows things for a reason and makes you feel things that add to its own themes. It takes you on a journey exactly as it intended to do, and gets across exactly what it meant to do. What exactly that is subjective, like what we've just been talking about with the ending. But yeah, I would say this is a masterpiece. This is an absolute masterpiece. There's no such thing as a perfect film. Absolutely not. But this is a flawed masterpiece.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't say flaws because that implies there's several flaws. It's just not perfect. Nothing is. But this is an absolute masterpiece. This is a testament to filmmaking, to modern filmmaking and old filmmaking, beautifully coming together. It's a love letter to the medium, even if it doesn't intend to be. I see it as one.
No, I do as well. I think
it's made with such passion and care and intimacy. This is someone expressing themselves, and that's such a beautiful thing. Not just someone, several people. The worst part of filmmaking is it's collaboration, but the best part is that it's a collaboration. And everyone coming together to make this baby work and breathe and give out, exactly the themes, ideas, feelings it wanted to. Made you laugh, made you frightened, made you cry.
Yeah.
And you left conflicted, I mean, obviously I can't speak for everyone, but I certainly did. Like, both ecstatic and horrified and excited and unsettled and unnerved. It's like a breath of fresh air, Just once in a while, you need that existential shaking of the cobwebs. You need to be reminded of your place in the universe and kind of what it all means, and you need to be given perspective. That's what this film is. It's a great perspective barometer.
So. Yeah, very much.
One of those, and just a masterpiece. I think I've sucked enough dick. I'm not too sure, but yeah, absolutely masterpiece.
A24, please hire us.
God, yes.
Please.
Just. Thank you guys for existing, all of you, on this film.
Thank you.
Everyone who's watched the film, everyone who likes and dislikes it, and everyone behind making it and putting it together. Thank you all for letting something like this exist. It's great. It's very rare something like this comes along. And I know it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's not the cultural touchstone that like Star Wars is, but it's there and it's powerful. And I don't know whether it will stand the test of time or not, but I think it's got a bloody strong chance of doing that. It echoes through time what it means, It's not going to, humanity isn't exactly a concept that's going to age, at least not for a long time. We'll see how crazy this ride gets. But
I had a feeling when I was watching it that I was watching a film that was going to be talked about for a very, very, very long time.
Yes, I think so.
The way it is filmed, like we say, it feels timeless. Look, the fact it was made in 19, sorry. It feels like it could have been made anywhere between 1920 and the future.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? It's just one of those.
It's the best of both worlds, isn't it?
Yeah, and so for that reason, I do truly felt like when I saw it, I'd seen something that was a true classic. A true classic. That anyone who's got any sort of any sort of passion of film should watch, but even not, like, I feel it's just a fantastic tale. That it, like we say, is just very, very perfectly crafted. I never felt like any time was wasted in this film at all. Never wasted. And I never wanted a minute more either. I never wanted it to go a minute more. It
very like
exactly
Drive in that way, but better.
Yeah, it's just for me it's timeless. It's a completely it's a pure timeless film.
And, I agree. I mean, sorry.
No, carry on. Yeah,
I was just saying. I know I said before about I don't know if it will stand the test of time, but I agree. It's a classic. I think it'll go down as a classic. I mean, in like human literature overall. But even so, I completely agree with you. Like, this is an absolute classic. And maybe it will. You know.
Yeah. As well, just for Eggers, it's a fantastic evolution from Witch, because I know you've not seen Witch, but if you see Witch, you'll see how he's taken almost a very, very similar construct in the ideas, and he's just evolved it into something so much more refined. And so it's very nice to see The Witch and then see him do this, which I feel is just it's a very perfect. It's very much like he's had a self-reflection and he's sort of elevated himself to tackle the same themes, but on a much more broad scale. You know, he's not just restricting himself to kind of like horror fantasy. This is now taking those themes and putting them in a very universal context. People who love The Witch, will love The Witch because it's got that slightly horror aspect to it. It's set back in the past. It's got it's creepy, but like this, it's all those themes that he was trying to do before, but now it's accessible for everyone. Like my mum could watch this film. I think anyone could watch this film and just at least applaud.
A 12-year-old would love this film. Get him in.
Huh?
A 12-year-old would love this film. Get him in.
Yeah, get him in, mate.
Good old time.
Get him, watch it. Yeah, get him in. Do you want to see a man come? Go on.
You ever seen a man naked?
Yeah. Ever been in a Turkish prison, Jimmy?
Been a lot of weird places, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry, but yeah, you're so right. So right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fantastic. Complete testament to its medium.
Mm-hmm.
Again, nearly all decisions in it are done very purposefully, and a true classic. I'm giving this one a 7 out of 10.
6 out of 10. It's maybe closer to a 5 than a 7.
I'm sticking with my original answer. Goodbye.
Scott's Lock of the Week. What other critics can we reference? Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. The classic.
Nostalgia Critic. Hey there, Timothy Nantano here. Here with a fresh take. That's Anthony Fantano from The Needle Drop.
I don't know that guy. Oh yeah, music.
Yeah, the music guy. Yeah, I've got nothing else to add, mate. I'm all lighthoused out, mate. I'm lighthoused out. Your final rating, mate? I give it a jism out of dick, and that's my final score. Yeah.
I give it 4 muffs out of 5. It's closer to a muff than a muff.
Yeah, I give this a mermaid muff out of muff. It's closer to a fish muff than it is to a mermaid muff, but it's, I'm sticking with a siren muff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's a masterpiece. It's a modern classic, as you say.
It's a bloody modern classic. Yeah,
it's a masterpiece.
It's bloody great, bloody good film. I'll say that now.
It's definitely a great film, and for me, it's definitely a masterpiece.
Yeah, same. All right then, mate. So, what is next? What's next?
What on the agenda? Yeah, I've got a whole list actually. So I thought we could talk about Sonic Adventure in detail. We could go through scene by scene. Just analyze it, try and understand the deeper meaning of I want to fly high. Tails.
When he says chili dog, he's really talking about himself, his penis.
I see. The chili dog.
Now.
He's the dog in the bun.
The chili represents his mother, of course. Of course it does. Yeah, and the dog is his id. Yeah, it's all there. Just look, all right? Just look closely, all right?
No, what's next? I don't know. I suggested Sicario originally.
Yeah, you do Sicario.
And then at the last minute, I was like, I want to do Lighthouse. I want to watch Lighthouse and talk about it. So we did. Yeah, do you want to do Sicario next? Or...
Yeah, you can do Sicario.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. I guess we'll have a little bonus episode where I get my microphone and we can talk about something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, who knows what that will be.
It is called
folks.
For Anyone Who Cares. It's not the most specific of podcasts, I guess.
Yeah.
We've kind of gone around in wide circles.
Join us next time. Me and Sean talk sandwiches. What combos are good? What combos just don't work? And also, Sean, are you a heavy butter person or a light butter person?
A light butter kind of person.
See, we're going to have a bit of a fight here, but stay tuned for that, folks.
Join us next time. Doodly doodly doo. Oh man, yeah, we need to come up with a theme tune, something really shit. I think that'd be good. That'd be good. Just like one note.
Yeah, just me again.
For anyone who cares. Buy our merch. Sponsored by Bob.
What merch have you got? Tom farted in a mug, and you can buy that.
That's some prize quality merch, mate. Especially because it can be casked. You know, that can age. It can increase its market value. That's a long-term investment. It could be an 18-year malt. Ah, yes. Hints of Nangle.
What have you got there, Granddad? Well, son, I was very lucky to get myself a 20-year-old fart from Tom Nangle. And I tell you what, it's going to make me rich.
It's a new empire. It's a new dawn.
You all laughed at me.
They all laughed at me. They're still laughing at me, but I feel better about it.
Oh, shucks. Why not just one sniff? No, Granddad, no. Just burns his face off.
No, he takes a sniff and he goes through the same thing Robert Pattinson goes through at the end of Lighthouse. It's just like, the knowledge wasn't worth it. You aspired for too much, you fool.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well,
buy the merch.
Buy the merch. All right, guys. Thanks very much for anyone who cares, for anyone who's still listening. Cheers for joining us. Thanks again, Tom, for introducing me to this film and agreeing to sit down and talk with me for hours and hours about it.
Yeah. Oh, it was my pleasure. I'm glad we did it.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Very good fun.
This is a good one. Send it out to all your friends.
Yeah, send it on your friends, leave it a like and all that stuff if you want to. God, I always hate people liking videos because then it gets added into your like. It gets put into your
yeah.
Oh, I hate it. I'm like, don't save it. I just want to show my appreciation. I don't want to save it.
Yeah, because then you just have a catalyst of junk, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, you can always like create obviously like folders, but you still have a giant like list of junk.
Yeah.
Like you can't get rid of it.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah. Also, the thing of asking to like, comment, and subscribe, it's like it's pretty apparent at this point. I think like anyone who's going to already has or will of their own volition.
Apparently, it does work. Doing the shout out, they've done tests. Apparently, asking people to like it just reminds people. Apparently, it does work. There's a bit of science behind it.
Shout out to our sponsors. Please like, subscribe, and comment down below. Let us know your thoughts.
Don't forget, guys, you can now join us on Patreon, where I will be farting into cloths and sending them out to people.
People will be like, "Our fart cloths are late." Like you guys said, you posted 2 weeks ago. Like, I'm not mad about getting a fart cloth. I'm just angry I haven't got my delivery yet. And I'm just like, Tom, mate, you got to do it. And you're just surrounded by cloths, and you're like, I know, man. I'm just feeling like farting into them, you know. Tom, it's been 2 weeks. We have orders to fill.
Just haven't had that much beans, you know. Just been eating a lot of meat, you know. It's not farting.
We need stew, you know, stodgy food. I got to back up the engine a bit, you know. I got to clutter and clog it a bit. I need to really fester some of this heat.
We need some lentil soup constantly. Some stodgy lentil soup.
Bucket, get some prunes. If I shit myself, it's added value.
Oh, look, this came with a splatter. You're the lucky chosen one. It means you get to join me and Sean in the studio.
Oh, it's happened to us, Tom. We've been lighthoused. We've gone into madness.
Oh my god.
Okay. Fucking hell.
All right. Sean, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. Yeah, you too, and again, apologies about the obscene amount of time, but we will timestamp this one actually, won't we? We will.
We'll have to. I think. I don't think it would be fair. Otherwise, do you know what I mean? I don't think it would be very sporting.
Yeah,
if we didn't.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, as English gentlemen, it's our obligation to make this at least somewhat accessible.
It doesn't feel right, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much.
You too, mate.
Everyone. Yeah, and take care until next time.
Yeah, until next time, guys. Cheers.
Awesome. All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let me pause, stop recording.